day of Vesak, and Ravi was trying to take us there, trying to explain Vesak, and we were trying to explain what Vesak is, and we'll recapitulate today as well, just because it's beautiful to know.
English.
Mic mute කරගන්න වෙයි අනිත් කතා කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නම් කතා කරන්න. That's okay. So I think we were discussing yesterday also how this Buddha was born. Well, we can't even tell that in the past tense, can we? We can't, because Buddha is a status of mind, and it's such a important thing, important message we are trying to give to the whole world, that to come and understand, to listen to this Dhamma and understand what really this is. Because status of Buddha, is it something that you can achieve in the mind? It's not. And when we liberate from mind, it's actually and when there is no vibration in this system, you are already in state of Buddha. We people are really, we have so much gratitude for Lord Buddha. We have forgotten, because we usually as children, I remember, we took as Lord Buddha as a person. I mean, I took Lord Buddha as a person when I was a child. So because when we see the statue of Lord Buddha, we thought, oh, this is an image of Lord Buddha. So we felt so happy. I can even remember as a child, I saw a monk walking on the street with some disciples, and I couldn't help crying. I don't know. I just couldn't help crying. It was just seeing a person and a robe, but he was a monk, and he was giving me such a beautiful, like a mind. I was in the mind. So, but that's what we knew. So the Vesak day was full of chanting, full of like lantern, beautiful stuff. We give food to others. We go to temples. The family get together is really nice. I think it's really important to happen even today. But we were never told, we were never taught, or we never heard anything about Buddha, that what that is, and how to even, what Lord Buddha said, how to even understand that. So after all these years, now we hear that it is a state of liberation of mind. It's actually not a state of mind, it's a liberation of mind. So what do we understand about this world? What is your world? Do you understand your world? So how did the world arise? So our world arise as a child when we understand. I mean, we don't remember some of the stuff, do we? We remember when we started actually giving some pictures, or some whatever we see, if we given a name and we remember that, from now onwards we can remember. So it could be Amma or Mum that we remember as the first step, because we hear the word Amma, because mother keep repeating the word of Amma, and with that we remember every other aspects of the kind of the kindness, the smell, the warmth, the feeling of security, feeling of happiness, how the hunger is gone when mother is close to you. So all this is in one emotion. And when mother comes close to you, you feel, my mom. And you feel that everything in one moment. But this world began to widen and widen. So the day by day, when we come to a kind of age where we kind of know like a lot of stuff, every day we take them really, really, like we give them a real value. So as mother came to our world, so mother is the world. Actually, there's no nothing we took as everything we took as really there, whatever the word, the sun, moon, chair, apple. So when we take the example of apple, because everyone kind of will understand, we get the smell, we get the taste, we get the picture. It may be red apple, it may be green apple, or you might be like, you might be thinking about a good apple that you have eaten. So as wise, so mother, like the world of mother rice, the stimulus mother, the stimulus apple is also there. What happened there? Did anything happen there apart from this stimulus? That is the problem. So we got to know the mother, we got to know the apple, we got to know the chair. But the problem is now, it's not the problem with the mother, but because mother became a kind of a existing thing, we kind of match them. So I see my mother 15 years ago or 40 years ago. So that mother is same as now mother. So I have seen maybe sun. Okay, we'll take the example of sun. I mean, the moon. So if you think, okay, I have seen moon as a child and I see it now. I see the river, or if you have been living near a river, you might think, I have seen this river as a child and now I see the same river. That's Mahavali River. Yeah. So we feel like there is a story and there's a existence and there is like a timeline. What happened there? Even in the Sinhala Zoom meeting, I could hear someone was talking about sister, someone was talking about daughter, and how these things became a thing. Sister, how sister arise in someone's mind, how daughter arise in someone's mind. They're all like a product of your sensory organs. If you didn't have any of these sensory organs, the world of yours is kind of empty. Actually, if you don't have any sensory organs, we can't talk about a world or whatever the data we have. So when these things come together, we get a idea what daughter is. And you have a good daughter, you have a bad daughter, can be very, very emotional daughter who did good, who did bad, very beautiful daughter, the smell of the daughter, whatever. You can have a real big story about the same thing. You can have a real big story about your sister. So how did the sister rise? Well, I have a sister too. How did the sister rise? So sister arise when we kind of get this same kind of appearance coming repeatedly to your system. You identify that person, the dress similarly, maybe beautifully, and smiling with you all the time, playing with you all the time. So that system automatically is brought about by that. actually there's no difference between you and the sister. Sister is you. So that's how that happened, because there's only one perception. Perception is the sister. So the perception is sister. So how did the perception arise? From all the other perceptions, like all the sensory organs brought about the sister. So my kind sister, my playmate, my soulmate, my my only person who I can talk to, relate to. So we have so many stories into that. But these things are in the mind, where all the data are entangled. But what is happening there? Actually, what is happening there is, it's not the problem of the perception. There's no problem with the perception. You can perceive. That's not the sensory. Unless you are devoid of all the sensory organs, you still can perceive. If you don't have any sensory organs, then you can't perceive. But then there's no existence of a different yourself without the stimuli. So what happened there? Actually, what happened there is, when the sister repeatedly occurs, occurring this system actually gets that sister gets kind of gives a feeling of existence. That's because the not knowing how this system is brought about. So if you hear this Dhamm only, you can understand, how did I get sister into this system? Sister started in childhood. Sister got really, that world of sister got really bigger and bigger. Similar to daughter, similar to mother, similar to husband, similar to wife, whatever the system. So whenever you accompany one particular stimuli repeatedly, it becomes a thing. It's a natural thing. It becomes a thing. So immediately, at every time, when that perception occurs, you arise. The problem is that, not the perception. Problem is, when you arise, you get a feeling that me, mine, my soul, that perception starts to occur. So as a small baby, actually the small babies, they don't have this perception. They don't have the thing like, I am living. They can't even, if somebody is calling that child by name, that baby will be like wondering what that is, because they just hear stuff. They just see stuff. But then with time, your mother, your sister, your father, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, your grandma, grandpa, everything, the repeated exposure of these stimuli brings about the same vibration. That's the problem. So Lord Buddha actually talked about Buddha's status, where liberation from all these, liberation from this concept of self. How do I liberate from concept of self? Only by knowing how that arises. If you just because you want to get rid of the concept, it will never happen. But what will happen if you repeatedly try to understand, how did this self-concept begin? Because the very small child is kind of similar to like a small fly, where they kind of don't have the developed mind too much. So the sense of self is less, very less. It's not nothing, it's very less. So the awareness is there with avidya, so not knowing. So if you understand how this happened, the perception, the self-perception, the self-vibration, and how this concept slowly got deepen and deepen. So when someone is like 8 years of age, they can't really, if they hear Dhamma, it's so good, but if they don't hear, they will only know that I am here, I'm seeing stuff, I'm listening to stuff, I'm eating, I'm tasting, so I'm walking, I'm smelling, I can feel, I cry, I shout, I do a lot of stuff, So they put every action in the system will be given the concept that I did it. This happened to me. That happened to me. Someone blamed me. Someone shouted at me. Someone praised me. So these concepts are really deeply engraved actually into the system. It's unless you question them, you can't actually even find them. When someone says, I went to see my sister, but then I was crying with her, then I'm laughing with her, then I'm crying again. She already has listened to Dhamma, so she's questioning, what's happening here? How am I even doing this? So people listening to Dhamma is such fortune because they know that there is no self, and they are trying to actually relate that to ourselves. So every day in practical life, what you can do is relate to these things. You have to keep relating to your normal day-to-day life. When you relate to day-to-day life only, you realize, actually, wait a minute, there's no person here. There's no one actually doing this. I just thought about buying ice cream. Now I'm starting the car. I'm in the shop. Now I'm back home. I'm now has taken a cup and I'm eating that. How did that happen? How did this magic keep happening? How do we not do all these things? So it's easiest way out is to think that, yeah, I'm here. I decided to buy the ice cream. I went to shop. I bought what I want. So the decision making makes them to feel like I made the decision. This is very difficult for some because you feel like you have taken a decision. Whether to go to Colombo or whether to go to Jaffna, you take a decision. Then you feel like, no, I took a decision to go to Colombo. But then, do you actually take a decision? That's the problem. So if you actually know how this system works, if you give a command to the computer, how would the computer know where to go? Would the computer know, or if they are given a choice, would they take a choice? So you have two robots. You give a choice to them. Would you go to Colombo? Or would you go to Jaffna? And they take a choice. How can they take a? They are given a choice and they will take a decision. How will they take a decision? They put all the data into that and take a decision. That's what they know. So what if I go to Colombo, it will be better because I can do these things. Or better I go to Colombo today. But was there someone to take that decision, or all these perceptions come together and took a decision? That's because that particular system knows only to take that decision according to the data they have. That's it. If you keep thinking like this, whenever you think that you are there, then you can criticize yourself. What am I thinking? How can I feel sad? How can I feel sad? How can I feel happy? Or is this system actually tricking us? Actually, system tricks you to believe that. That's the concept. Concept is built. It's actually believed thing that I did the thing. If you take everything, actions are happening. We are not saying that the actions are not happening. Actions are actually happening. But is a self there? No. But then, actually, when you understand this Dhamma, you keep questioning all your things, and then really one day, it happens. What happens? Whatever the Dhamma you heard, actually in a kind of a, it comes to action, because there's no self. Whatever you heard, actually then you are not taking things really for granted. You just keep doing things that you know. That's what happened before also. So you don't put much effort into things, but also you don't stop doing things. You just let it go. So when you let it go, the system keep working. System keeps happening. So is there any harm to anything? No, actually not. But when we keep understanding this, at one point, the system will realize, actually will experience a moment where you're walking without you, you're doing stuff without you, you're talking without you, you're actually thinking even without you. So how would that inspire you? Yeah, it will really inspire you, because you know that there's a difference. Because unless you know the difference, you don't know. Because you have to know the difference. Doing stuff without you and doing stuff with you is quite different. So when you know the difference, you don't have the urge to understand Dhamma. It's kind of you. It's you usually, if there's a great urge to do something, there's someone who is wanting, someone who is trying, but then we don't give up the trying initially, because we need to understand this Dhamma. It's okay to have some urge to understand Dhamma, because we keep listening. When we keep listening, we actually get more interested in that, and more you feel lighter, more likely you will feel the difference, and more likely you will really entertain this the non-vibration status. So if someone is listening to this Dhamma as a beginner, I would say don't get scared by the words, but it's a really good thing if you can listen and apply it to your life and see. If you see a chocolate cake and if you really like the chocolate cake, because some people don't like cakes, so if you like the chocolate cake and see how that system gets attracted to that, is it you, or is it just a system working and without the control? But then someone might think, no, I got the urge to eat the cake, but I didn't, I didn't want to show that I have the urge to eat the chocolate cake, so I didn't go to the table. I just sat here. It doesn't matter. I don't want the cake, but still, is the problem gone? No. So what we understand here is, we know that there is a chocolate cake. We know the taste, we know the smell, we know the kind of texture that it gives you. So we know how these sensory organs brings about the chocolate cake. But actually, can you eat a chocolate cake? Have you ever eaten a chocolate cake? What is chocolate cake? So if I say now, strawberry. If I say strawberry now, you immediately will. If someone has seen or heard about a strawberry, you will immediately get the picture in your mind. So what's that? Are you eating that strawberry or the one in outside? The problem is you can't actually, even though we feel like we are eating something, we can taste something. We can touch something. We feel the cold, the touch of that. We feel the either softness or the rawness of the fruit. We see the redness. But have you ever had the ability to eat a strawberry? Not really. Then where is the sister? It's the same. You kind of associate with a perception. So the perception is really important. And when we understand that it's a perception, what happens is the value you give to the strawberry goes down. That's the only thing that happens. There's nothing else. No problem. You just can still eat it. No problem with eating a strawberry. If you don't have anything to eat, just eat the strawberry. Who cares? And if you want to buy a strawberry, a parcel of, like a pack of strawberry, buy it. That's not the problem. But if you understand slowly, the perceptions are just how do I say, outputs of the sensory organs we have. Because if you say it's a kind of another animal, that animal will never understand it's a strawberry. But that animal may understand something about it, and will also, if it's a bird, it will sense there's something to eat, and they may not even see the red color. They will go to that tree. They will start eating the strawberry. But we are telling from our mind, we have the perception, bird went there and eating my strawberry tree. The bird is eating my strawberries. But does the bird have those perceptions? So whose perceptions are true? So is any of the perceptions are true? Whose perceptions? Is the bird's perceptions true, or my perceptions are true? Or is or maybe someone like my mother's perceptions or my sister's perceptions? Whose perceptions are true? God might say, people might say God's perceptions are better than us. Is it? Or is it really in the mind? It's in the mind. So none of the perceptions are actually true. But is it a problem? It's not a problem. You just keep perceiving because you have sensory organs. You just can perceive. That's all that's happening. So we keep understanding this system. So perceptions are perceptions. So you keep understanding that. And so when we keep understanding that the value goes down, so the burning goes down. When the burning goes down, you feel lighter. And day by day, the value of that particular strawberry. So you don't now actually cry about your strawberry anymore. You don't really care about the strawberry anymore. You can chuck it if it's unwanted. You can eat it if you want. You can give it to others. You can do whatever if you want to do anything with that. But the real value given by the mind to that is gone. But then comes so stuff like light. Because if you are actually not giving much value to the perceptions, then you might feel stuff like light. You feel like there's sounds. Or there's things that you feel like touch, temperature, pressure, taste, and smell. So what about them? Are they real? So is my perception of light the same as the bird's perception? Or is my perception of light same as to my sister's perception of light? Or my grandmother who has no perception of light sometimes with the cataract and all that? So which perception of light is true? It's actually a mirage again, because perception of light is brought about by the sensory organ. It's just another perception. So you keep understanding this, then value you give to all the perceptions begin to fade away. So you feel this fading. The fading of the value is actually the vibration you had, because
what really happened was, whenever there is a vibration, what happened was you kind of resonance into this vibration. There was someone who was asking in Sinhala about this perception. No, not about the perception, about the vibration. And I was thinking about it when that question occurred to that person. The vibration we worry is about the self vibration. We don't worry about any other vibrations. How did this vibration of self occur? How did the vibration actually, is there a vibration of self? What actually happened is, when the stimuli become a thing, there is always resonance into this vibration. That's the problem. That's where the whole long samsara story comes, because at one particular time, when there is a perception of light, of touch, anything, this vibration is there because you resonance into that vibration. That vibration is the most important vibration Lord Buddha was talking about, because Buddha's status is non-vibration. So how did that happen? Because the more you understand about this, more you feel wary about this. You don't give a value to that vibration. So the system, because we are used to give a great value to the self-vibration, self-perception, because if someone says something to you, you feel like, oh, I felt so intimidated. I felt so upset. There's no way that someone can tell that to me. No way that I can be humiliated in such a way. No way that I can be felt in such a kind of a low way. Or you might say, oh, that person really praised me. I felt so good about it, you know. So we are addicted to this vibration. In actually speaking, we don't know anything other than this vibration. We coming now from perception to the vibration, because perceptions are different, because there's perception of light, perception of sound, perception of smell, perception of touch or pressure, temperature, or perception of smell. But then when you understand, actually resonance is not happening there. Resonance is happening with the self-vibration, or itta sanya in Sinhala. I don't know whether I'm telling the correct English word, but how did this happen? That's because in every aspect of our life, the avidya, or not knowing what the truth is, ignorance, has been really a great part of this. So Lord Buddha says, if you don't know, you will attribute this vibration to self. You will attribute that perception and then keep improving that perception, like you improved your sister's perception, like you improved your mother's perception, like you improved your apple perception. You will keep improving the self-perception. So you add great value to that. Actually, that's the greatest value you give. You don't give a value to others. If it comes to the one point, against everyone and self, you will choose self, because that is the most closest perception that we have entertained. There's no person apart from that perception. It's not just a perception, but the problem is we don't know that. So we don't know that it's like a current, or like a force that is giving us the perception that there is somebody, and giving us the perception that should be continued. So all this happens in the mind. So we talk about liberation of mind. So when we talk about liberation of mind, it's kind of unknown, or bit new to people because we only know mind. We can only relate about stuff in the mind. My sister shouted at me. My sister is sick. I'm so sad about her. Will she die? What is happening here? It's kind of similar to the apple, but we feel differently. Why we feel differently? So there is someone else dying in the hospital ward, but your sister is also dying. But you feel differently. How did that happen? Because that particular system was built on that data. It was built on that data. So the sister has vibrated. If the other person vibrated once, that sister has vibrated so many times, that perception has occurred so many times, that system always was born, or you were born by that stimuli. So sister has become a great stimuli. So it becomes really valuable to you. And that's why when people, sometimes when people who don't know Dhamma, when someone dies, they feel like they are dead. You can't blame them because their whole life they knew only that person. So that person, in the sense, actually that perception was a recurrent factor in that system. So when that happens, when that is taken away, you feel like the whole world is collapsing. It's true, because that's the multiple times when something is happening again and again, that becomes important anyway. So you can't really blame that. I can see multiple participants here, a lot actually. You all can add something to this now. Theron Sanna?
Theron Sanna, right? Theron Sanna, doctor.
Theron Sanna.
Dr. Kopila, I can add something what you mentioned, doctor. Finally, the ego that is going to be collapsed, but it is happening.
Yeah, sometimes in English speaking people might misunderstand the word ego, because they say the ego for, like, in Sinhala we say ahankara, or kind of they take ego as a little bit different. But I know in our area we talk about that mamatve, or kind of
self-identity.
Self-identity. Yeah. Go on. I just wanted to add, because there can be this English soon. Yeah, we are not talking about that kind of thing, but we are talking in a Dhamma way, where we talk about the self. Yeah.
Yes.
Giving high importance to the self.
Yes. So it is a confidence that you are getting through this Dhamma. You are the one experience your egoistic, your self identity is gradually fading away. But doctor, in this part, doctor, we cannot think anymore. We cannot think this is what Aryan was said. No, when you think this is what this is, no, it is not comes under wisdom. The wisdom is totally different, but we know. The knowledge is really important. The Satyajnana part also really important. When you understand and when you carefully see this, what is Aryan is explaining, gradually your self-identity is fading away. That is the evidence you have. That is the evidence you have, but no one can say this is what I feel, because it is for you to understand. But to a certain level, we can say this is what Aryan is saying, but it's really difficult to give the real message in words even, doctor. The self-identity is fading. It is totally different thing what we knew earlier, doctor. Now it is comes under field, doctor. You know this.
Yeah. Teransana, actually, yes. For the initial beginners, we just start listening to this Dhamma, and then we slowly keep understanding the value we give to the perceptions is actually useless. Then slowly your world, which was extending too far, actually this shrinks, and actually the world becomes kind of immaterial. It's kind of not giving you any vibration. There is a moment where you change this, when you really understand one particular stimuli. Then it can be your sister, it can be your brother, it can be your mother, or it can be even a chair, it can be a tray, whatever the stimuli. If you understand fully about this, there will be a moment where you experience the non-existence. So when you experience the non-existence, then you know the difference between existence and non-existence. Then we don't have to keep thinking. We know that it's a path of, that you're kind of sure, or the doubts are gone, because you have that one particular experience of non-vibration. So that is really important. But that's kind of a secondary part, where that's actually the fruit of the Dhamma tree, because we usually need to understand the whole system, how mind works, how self-perception occurs, how self-concept occurs. If you don't understand these, what happens is you still give a value to the self-vibration, and then you can you might feel very light as well, because that can happen. But when you understand fully that there is no self, and it's just a vibration that happens through the perceptions of the sensory organs, because the sensory organs are still functioning, you will keep understanding how this system works, and the perceptions are not a problem to that system anymore. And then they feel, they actually start feeling moments of liberation of mind. So when you start feeling it randomly, it's really important that you understand it, because if you understand the mechanism only, that even that is not a great deal, otherwise everything becomes really important to us. Whatever the achievements we talk about, they become a thing, because still they kind of don't give, they don't go deep into the system and understand they all are perceptions. So if you understand beyond the mind, that's something really important, because then there's no talk of self, or it's really beautiful, because that is actually the start of the path. But to come there, it's not easy, because you can't do this by force. You just have to keep understanding Dhamma and how these systems work. Because liberation of mind is difficult, because the mind is really powerful in some people, and the mind is addicted to keep thinking. So when you keep thinking, even if you keep thinking that this world is empty, you might feel like world is empty. If you keep feeling that the world is like there's no one here, you might feel that, but that won't be there when you don't feel it. If you feel that you are not there, you feel like you are not there, but then if you feel like you are there, then you are there. So that's where the doubts come. So when the doubts are gone and you know the exact thing that what you're talking about, even momentarily, if you know there is a liberation of mind and there is non-vibration, then there's no big issue about it, because system follows. There's nothing you can do. System just follows. It was keep winding as a soft toy girl, or what is, I can't even remember the English word for the Bonica doll. Yeah. So like a winding of a doll, I have told this before, like winding of a doll kept happening in the whole life of us. At one particular point, unwinding starts. But there's no one who kept doing the winding or the unwinding. We just realized that. That's it. So the winding kept happening because of avidya, ignorance. And when the ignorance is gone, or kind of gone to a particular level, then that in that particular level, the unwinding happens. It might not happen to the zero, but we know Bahir Swamin Wahanse, the unwinding happened very quickly. Apparently, he's the fastest one who did it. But we don't have to worry about whatever there is. Unwinding can take time or may not take time. Who cares? Because there's no self here anyway. So unwinding starts when you don't have doubts. And that's the important thing. Not to have doubts, you have to experience at least momentarily this liberation of mind or non-vibration state, where you don't feel the self. You just keep doing stuff. It's Kriyasita. What is Kriyasita in English?
Functional mind.
Functional mind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the functional mind keep happening. It's not a problem anymore. So that system feels very light, but be careful about thinking about it again and again, because if you keep thinking about what you're experiencing, that's actually the mind. So you can actually spoil this status if you're addicted to thinking. So that's where Aryan Hanse keep telling in Buddothpado Dhamma discussions, what we are trying to reiterate is, when you come to one particular level, stop thinking. Yeah, stop thinking. So if you really want to think, maybe sit down and I don't know, why do you want to keep thinking? Because more you get addicted to thinking, you try to think about all the experiences you get. That's what we did even in the winding doll. The doll who is getting winded, that's the pattern we had. We gave a word to every emotion we had. We gave a word to everything we identified. We want to separate. We want to know. We want to give a identity. We want to give an end. We want to know the end. We want to know the beginning. We want a story. We want the timeline. We want everything. Isn't it? We want everything. But then, if you have felt the feel, that's okay. But don't turn it to if you're turning it to if you're thinking about it again, then you are actually corrupting the feel. You are masking the feel again. You are actually encouraging the mind, not the functional mind, the normal mind that we have covering the non-vibration. So the feel is actually nothing you can explain. So we kind of try, if you try to, we don't have to tell that, basically. Because if you're trying to tell that, but we are trying to say a message here to people who have listened to Dhamma for about 3-4 years. We are trying to give a message. Just understand Dhamma. That's it. And say how these sensory organs work and let it go. Letting go has a lot of meanings here. Letting go is really important. Letting go of a simple perception is not easy because in mind we like to think about all the perceptions we get. So even if we get, if we have that attitude, we might overthink and mask the path or close the path actually. So it might close the path, or you might not be able to feel the non-vibration at least momentarily, or for a fraction. This moment is really important where you liberate from mind, and then you can know that things can be different. The difference should be known. Yeah, is there anyone else?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
That's a very good explanation, great explanation actually. Before stumbling upon this Dharma, actually, we were carrying the weight of all these thoughts where the external had become real to us. Like even when we are sitting, at our desk, at our job or wherever it was, we were carrying the weight of our loved ones, our problems, and issues with work and everything else. But when we understand this Dhamma only, we realize that we were simply believing in something that is not existing. That is just a effect that comes into existence because there are necessary conditions that are present. So after that, it became easier and easier. That all that we have to understand is how the mind comes into existence every moment. Like you correctly pointed out, how the perceptions get together and create this existence. And if you take a step further from it or step backward from it, how does even this light, sound, smell, taste, and touch, they come into existence? They are all manifestations of vibrations getting together to create this feeling that something is existing, that the book chair, the mother, father, the yellow, whatever, all these things come into existence, and therefore the self is created. Initially, the infant doesn't have all this. The infant only has this inclination to taints, which is ashrava. And then he was introduced to the colors via the introduction of somebody would point at the color yellow, and then he will be introduced to the given the label yellow, and the adult who's introducing this child to the colors would make this child look at it so many times and make this child repeat it so many times, and eventually the system will end up repeating the word after the parent, yellow, yellow, yellow. Yet even whoever is looking from far away would think that child started talking. And similarly, the colors, the shapes, and even we can revisit these memories within us, how we were introduced to the world. We can kind of revisit our earliest memories, going back to the days we started barely talking. And then this parents would ask this child to ask, baby, who's your mother? Show me your mother. And then the kid would keep pointing at the mother. And then, who's your father? The kid would keep pointing at the father. And then eventually the system takes on a thought saying if that is my mother, if that is my father, then there must be a self that to whom these parents belong to. With that starts this concept of self, the self-identifying view, and it comes along with everything. Now everything is turned into thought. So if you, in the same manner, names are kind of names are entangled with other kinds of forms, the visual form, the auditory form, the olfactory, all kinds of forms. And then because as a result of the input from five sense gates, you have, and it has occurred so many times at a faster speed, it feels like this. Let's take our classic example of the chair. It feels like the chair exists because we've been given the label and pointed at, we've been shown that so many times. So the chair exists. So if you now this we talk about this so many times, like we've heard this so many times, but if you really pay attention to it, like you're pointed at the image of a chair, and image and the label that is given to you, the chair, which comes through as a sound, when they are entangled, it feels like the existing chair is outside. But if you take a closer look at it, the image that you can see through your eyes is not a chair itself if we don't have the label chair. Image is just an image and it's a bunch of colors. Is that a chair? It's not a chair. And if you pay attention to the label chair, the sound chair, the chair, that's just a sound that comes through the ear, chair, chair, chair. That there's no chair in it. So there's no chair in whatever you see in front of you. There's no chair in whatever the sound you hear. But when they get together, when they get entangled, predominantly those two, there is a chair. So something is born out of nothing. This is like a mind-blowing thing if you really can like take some time and contemplate on it. It's like, damn, like where is a chair coming from? Like there's no chair anywhere here. So like the perception thing, it's the image of the chair is pointing at the sound of the chair. The sound of the chair is pointing at the image of the chair. And same way the self is created, name and form being entangled. So we are kind of lost in all this, and definitely lost before learning all this. Even then, you have to have less defilements to be able to really kind of see within you in a convincing manner, because it's very confusing. Intellectually, in the form of wisdom of knowledge, we take it in, and we take time to actually. It takes time for this to be kind of sink in or sunk in. So when we continue to say that, like, so it starts with the chair, and then you can think, as soon as you see the chair, first the label comes, oh, it's a chair. And then, oh, this is a very expensive chair. My grandmother gave it to me. It comes from generation to generation. All these things, all this information, thoughts about it is automatically entangled to it. And by the simple, by just taking a simple glance at a chair, you're already kind of diving in this thought, mind-made world. So that is. So if you see how this chair come into existence, that there's no, if you can contemplate on the thoughts and come back to where it comes from, then the chair, and then see that there's not even a chair in here. it's whatever the inputs from the sense gates. And then chair is kind of destroyed, or as in not in that literal sense, but whenever you look at the chair, the mind traveling would just stop at the chair. Similarly, like if you have a picture or something of your mother and your family, old picture or whatever, as soon as you look at that, you're already in a mentally created world of all the past events, the trips and all the sad events and all that. So we are kind of bringing all that attention that is everywhere in a mind-made world while we are physically kind of existing here back to this present moment, like the kind of journeying backwards, so that then we can understand. Then when we are in the present, it's not kind of conditional, but like eventually it so happens that when we are in the present, you can see more, you can observe more. These truths that we took in as mere intellectual knowledge, and because it made sense and it was logical, and we start getting insights and it becomes self-evident to us, oh, this Dhamma is the one, because I know I can feel it within me, because as you contemplate on even this name and form union, eventually you begin with the insight that the thought is different to whatever you see. The thought is different to whatever the sound you hear. The thought is different to that differentiation is, which is a very subtle kind of a truth. It becomes evident to you. Then you clearly begin to see the difference between this mind-made world and whatever is in front of you. And then you see the truth about what is in front of you, which is again, like you correctly said, a mirage that comes into existence as the manifestation of vibrations. So yeah, Dr. Kokila, that's what I wanted to add as a different take to it. I think we have other members also have joined Tiruvansalam.
Anyone else want to put a word?
There's Kavin there also, Surangika.
Yeah, Dhiran Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Harshi. Thank you for the great explanation about how the self-existent arises and the ignorance create this mirage, which is the duality, where there is a self to observe anything that perceive outside. So if I add the different perspective to it, I would say the thought that we talk about right here by Dr. Kokila and Harshi, we can interpret it as just a vibration. So it's the mind spark that Aryan Mohanse tried to emphasize. And this mind spark will arise with the power due to the union or the fusion of the name wave and the form wave. So if the mind spark arises due to the ignorance, the suffering is inevitable, and then the higher the power of this vibration will create the higher suffering. So and then through the right vision, the Satya Jnana, one would understand how this thought arises, or this mind spark arises. In order to do that, as Aryan Mahansa explained, we will unveil the truth, and then we will see how this form wave arises and the name wave arises. And then how does this thought arises? At the end of the day, there is nothing existed before, or like there is nothing to be taken as something exists right now. So it is just a mind perception, and there is no one to perceive it. It is just the sensation arises through our sensory organs, or this sensor gates. So that's all. And then the power is very important here, because the power determines the suffering or that burning feeling or the self-existence feeling. So when someone in its path, the main thing that that person would notice is this burning feeling or the mind power. So that is the self-existent feeling or the Atma Sanya. And then, and further, with the understanding of the truth through the right vision, the person could experience how does this self-existent feeling fades away through this burning feeling or the mind power. So that's what I wanted to add, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, actually, we can explain this in multiple ways, and that's what the beauty is actually in this Dhamma, that we can explain it to a scientist or a psychologist, or even a mother, housewife, who doesn't do anything or hasn't learned anything in the school. So we can actually explain this in different ways. That's the beauty of Dhamma. Finally, what you feel is kind of same though, because it's because in the mind there's so many varieties of the stuff that we feel, but in the field there's no variety, there's no difference, there's no entertainment of such. Yeah, anyone can add more. It's a beautiful Dhamma. It's a beautiful day where people are actually reminded there's Dhamma, there's still we hear of Buddha. So this is a very good time, because there will be a time that you never hear even the word Buddha. We hear the word Buddha as well as we hear Dhamma. So you can actually not after death, you can understand Dhamma now and liberate from mind and be in supreme bliss. Yeah, I don't have any other words to say. Supreme bliss now, here, not in the next moment. So it's Vesak Day. I invite someone else to add some words if you have any.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I have personal experience in understanding the different levels of this self-existent feeling. So if sometimes when we call that there are butterflies in my stomach or somebody's stomach, that we have to do a public speech, we have to do a if we have to do a presentation, if the person is a beginner, actually inexperienced person might get some burning sensation inside, and that is due to nervousness or anxiety maybe. So we call it that, and I feel that that is an occasion where this self-existent feeling was obvious. And then sometimes somebody is wearing a kind of dress, some maybe a sari, that we also love that color. So since we know this Dhamma, we don't go for that. We can at once, even without contemplating on that, we realize what it is there. But at subtle level, within we admire it. Maybe it may be self-existent feeling or this perception of self, or if we are thorough with, we fully understand that it is a system, this mechanism of the six senses, then that also diminishes because we automatically, without any effort, we feel that it is the work of the system. So right now I'm experiencing such kind of things in day-to-day life, Dr. Kokila. Theruvan Saranai. So please explain. Yeah.
Yeah, if we take a small child, when they were very little, they can do anything. They will be in the center of the house, maybe naked, dancing up and around, doing all sorts of stuff. No problem whatsoever. And adults also don't pay much attention because they have they feel that it's a baby, you know. But the actual, if you can become the baby's mind, that self-perception is not there. So he can dance, he can cry, he can even make a tantrum, you know, like tantrums. They can do anything. They don't care. They whether the whole family is having a get together, that baby, they don't care. They just can make a tantrum or can even sing, you know. But when we grow bigger and we get this self-perceptions or the self-concept, actually, this self-concept brings about all these attitudes. But that's normal. But we just have to realize that's how it happens. Because when you feel that there is someone, when you know that there is someone, you just feel it. You just feel anxiety or depression, the nervousness, whatever the word given, you feel this vibration. That vibration, actually, if you can understand, even that vibration, there is no self, but there is a vibration, yes. How did that vibration happen? Because this concept is really important. It's much important than even the mother or sister or brother, whatever the concepts that keep occurring in the whole life. This is more important than that, because this self-perception is the perception that we have known forever. So that's the most closest perception. So we resonance into that all the time. So that perception is really, that vibration brings about all these problems. But once we know Dhamma, this will still come. It doesn't matter though. Then actually, in Sinhala also, Dr. Udami was nicely explaining that I heard. It doesn't really matter, because you know that system takes time to unwind, and unwinding or winding is not done by anyone. So we just keep understanding the stimuli. That's all we can do. That's what Lord Buddha said. You can only see the arising and the cessation of stimuli. That's all you can do. So you do that, and the rest follows. So the anxiety is not you, but that vibration actually happened because everything became a reality. There's a value to you because you are talking, you are giving a speech to others. So you feel that there is someone listening, and someone is, so you are giving the speech. But if it comes naturally, you make mistakes, and you do it sometimes very correctly also. You might do it, or you might make mistakes. But first, initially, it might give you some butterflies, yes, in the stomach. Or you might feel shaky, or you might feel like going to the toilet 100 times before the talk. Does it matter? Doesn't matter. You know, there's no such kind of thing. It's just a system, and you are just learning how these stimuli occurs, how stimuli can bring about the self-perception or the self-vibration. So it's a beautiful thing to understand. And the more you realize the thing, you will start actually feeling this. So when you experience talking without you, that's a beautiful thing, you know. You talk. You just talk. And that's it. And you make mistakes. What are mistakes? That's another word given by people who have a value to all the words in the world. You give a value to a word. Yes, there you are. You are there. If you are giving a value to any word, any concept, you are there. That's fine. But you keep understanding this. So when you keep understanding that, value goes down. So the butterflies goes down. And you keep talking until the sensory organs stop doing stuff. Does it matter that the sensory organs are dying? It doesn't matter, because it's just another occurrence. Because occurrences can happen. Because there are 5 sensory organs. Humans are called really having a extremely complicated mind, where they can incorporate all the data and bring about a new data. So it's keep happening. Yeah. So the perceptions keep happening and they keep changing too. Nothing is a problem if you know that there is no self. And it's just a vibration which occurred because you took the perception as real or the stimuli as real. So you keep seeing this arising and the cessation of the stimuli, everything will follow. So it's really nice thing that you told. And even liking a sari, that's what I said. You like a chocolate cake, you like a sari, you like a, maybe a small child will like a kind of a denim with cuts everywhere. I can see children like that. So the denim is having holes. That child likes that. Does it matter? It doesn't matter, but the problem is that liking comes through the ignorance, because you feel that it gives you some fun. So where the fun part comes, actually it's a nice thing to discuss. Where this fun part comes from, a sari, from a denim with holes, or from a chocolate cake, from today is the Vesak day, there will be so many incense, like what is called the Hanunkuru, the incense sticks.
Yes.
Giving so much smells, so like smelling really nice. So which they give us fun, wouldn't they? They will give fun. So where fun part is actually from this self vibration. The fun part is wanting more. Because if you have fun from something, you want more. That's where the problem is. So we naturally need to understand, if you want more of anything, of course there you are there, you are actually wanting something. So you can't deny that. You can't just say, no, I'm not there, but I wanted that. So you have to identify that this is happening. Actually, it is a system where the stimuli has become important, because if you like a sari, you are in the outside, so you are in danger. So you just have to know that. You know, if you actually go and try
Yes,
to...
doctor. Thank you very much for the explanation. Yeah, that I see the difference now, whether it comes from the system or the self-existent feeling. So it differs.
It differs though.
Yeah.
The problem is it differs. So you can actually walk to the sari and touch the sari and buy the sari without this self-existence feeling, but not having that nandi or the entertainment or the attachment, without the attachment. So just by looking at someone, you feel like a robot going to a sari and buying a sari and putting it on the onto the body and actually checking it and smiling also. You can see, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there is attachment. So this is very tricky, like to say that you are attached or you are not attached. That particular system will only know. That particular system will only know that whether it's you got attached to the sari or actually that system. So that's where the importance of feel comes, because you can't give feel to another. You can just explain about that, but the feeling has to come on its own. Then if you feel that, then you know this system walking towards the colorful sari, that you may have that perception, that, this is a beautiful sari. Is this a beautiful sari? Yeah, that's a beautiful sari. No, there's no denying about the beautiful sari. You don't go and buy a ragged thing, like something that is not matching. You go and buy the correct one. You might go and ask the price and it's 50,000. Oh really? No, you keep that with you. I'm not buying that. Does that mean that you are really bad there? No, you went to buy a sari for the wedding, but then it's too expensive for you and you just come back. Is that a problem? No, but the problem is whether you felt it is quite different. So that's where the feel comes. That particular system will only know how strong the attachment is and how less the attachment is. So that's really into you. So no one can actually make the boat for you. You need to find the boat. You need to make the boat. You need to actually cross the river and then let go the boat too. So it's really a tricky part in that sense, because you need to know whether you have an attachment or not. You need to be open about that. You need to be truthful about that. So if you have an attachment, that's fine. But the problem is you knowing that. So if you feel that how this system works and you still have the vibration, that's fine. It's just that you should know it. You knowingly, you know that this system works erratically. It's not working properly, but it's erratically working. Doesn't matter unless you don't know. If you don't know, then it's a problem. But if you are aware and if you feel that this vibration is going down and this that there's no problem in that. If you understand the arising and the cessation of the stimuli of sari, that's it. If you know. If you don't know, then you learn it. We are in the path. Every one of us are in the path. So there's nothing to hide or nothing to be ashamed of, It's really a beautiful path. We are learning every day. We are still learning every day. We are kind of learning, wow, I got attached here. I got attached there. This system is working like in the previous, that how previously you will get attached. But then now you don't attach that much. But still you have some attachment. You may not even go near that sari and you may be like, no, I like that sari. I'm not going to buy it. Who cares? I like it, but I don't want to. That's kind of another different angle you can do. But that doesn't necessarily mean, I don't know whether you are cheating yourself. So buying or not buying doesn't necessarily matter here. What matters is the cessation and the arising of the stimuli of that particular stimuli, which is the sari. So which did it matter to you or did it not matter to you? So if you are in the field, these things are not necessarily important because these things keep happening, system keep happening. System sometimes get attached to stuff. Well, you are aware, but then that attachment gets less and less. It will never increase. It will never increase. That's the beauty of it. It should never increase. The bucket should be emptying every day, not keep filling. Isn't it? I hope I put it correctly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. That's very clear. Can I ask one more question about mind and the feel, if we have time? Sit. Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
we have
Doctor, sometimes when I walk on the road without any thoughts, I don't think mind is heavily at work in such situations. So somebody comes forward, then I see the person. Sometimes I don't smile with the person, so I just walk past. And then my mind starts working and say, oh, that person might think bad of you, you didn't smile. So they are the mind works. But sometimes maybe the same person, I smile with that person. Then after passing that person, only my mind again tells, okay, today you laugh with that person. So so sometimes the feel acts both positively and negatively. Sometimes we smile with the person unknowingly. Sometimes we do not smile with the person. The person might think these are thoughts again. Now I am think that I am bad or I'm unfriendly or whatever. So is this clear? I don't think.
You have to be very careful. I don't know if I told this to you before. You have to be very careful.
Yes.
I repeatedly say that because the way you explain that, I think, I don't know, I have a feeling that you might have misunderstood the word feeling. So
yes, Dr.
when we call about this, avadhiya or the
awareness.
Yeah, the super awareness, actually a little bit more precise, because awareness is taken by a lot of people saying see here. So I'm not talking about the see here, but the awareness, super awareness we are talking about is not what you described just now. So just be careful.
Okay.
Just be careful.
Okay.
Because if you know that, you will not even think about it again, because even thinking comes under that. So the way you put the question to me, I have doubts about the field that you are talking about. That's the problem. Is actually it's good that talk in that way so that we kind of can warn, but we can only warn because this super awareness is something kind how do I say, it's there all the time. It's not kind of when you smile or whether you don't smile, if you go back and think about it, it's fine. But the problem is the way you put it. I feel that you haven't fully understood about the liberation of mind, because if you feel that the thought that came after not smiling or smiling will not be there, because you're not going to keep thinking in that way. World is a experience, like whether you smile or not doesn't necessarily matter. But you might, if you are You might smile or you might not smile, it doesn't necessarily matter. But if you keep thinking about your experiences, that's in the mind. So I am, just by the way you talk, I'm thinking from the beginning you were in the mind. So that's where I tell you, be careful, because
Okay.
if you are, from the beginning, if you are in the mind, you just didn't feel like smiling, and what at one point, and another point you just felt like smiling. So what my advice would be, just stop thinking about these things, please. The more you think, the whole disaster is the thinking, because you try to interpret every action in this system. You just act naturally. One time you might laugh, one time you might smile, one time you might say hi, one time you might say good morning, one time how are you? And if someone says how are you, you would say fine, thank you. Whatever. Does it really matter? It doesn't necessarily matter. A system will keep working. The system will system will continue to work, you know. So it's not necessarily you need to keep thinking about these things, because thinking doesn't help. If you know Dhamma a lot, and if you have listened to this Dhamma for a long time, best thing is let the things to follow. Let things to follow. But if you feel that you have to do something, then you just feel why you have to do something. If you feel like you have to do something, sometimes things just happening. So don't try to give interpretation. So it's just a feeling I got. So just stop thinking and see whether you can feel the vibration. If you didn't have any vibration when you smiled, if you didn't have any vibration when you not smiled, what does it matter whether you smiled or not? Doesn't
Doctor. Yeah, very clear. And that thought occur automatically, doctor.
Then the thought doesn't necessarily matter either. Where I'm thinking, when you ask the question, I feel that in the both times you were not in the field, because if a thought comes secondarily, I should have smiled, it's fine. But whether you got the vibration because of that, I don't know. You're the one who will know.
Yeah, doctor. Very clear. Thank you very much, doctor. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai. Yeah, we had a good discussion today. Anything else to add? We have I think 10 minutes. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes for the Sinhala one next.
Actually, I don't have anything to add, Dr. Kokila. But if I restate what I understood, it's let the system runs automatically without any disturbance. That's what we always do. We disturb the equilibrium. In other words, that's how I interpret it. So always we think that because of the doubts, we think, okay, did I got attached to this thought or not? Did I caught on ignorance or not? So this is the doubt that most of us who are in the path have as the doubt. So yeah, I mean, understanding how the system works, and then the awareness is the key, I would say, as you mentioned. The awareness does not arise like the sihiya that we talk about in the like mundane path. When someone in the super mundane path, through the right vision, understanding the Dhamma as the intellectual knowledge, then someone who understand the Dhamma very well needs to follow through the practical path. Through that understanding and following this practical path, the super awareness will build automatically. So through that, we can see this, how does the system work automatically. So without an effort. So if there is an effort, there is someone who put the effort there. So that means still caught up in the thought. So we need to let it happen effortlessly. So that's what I understood, Dr. Kokila. And I think Dr. Ravi is in this forum too, if he has something to add. Yeah.
I think he just joined. I don't know whether he's busy.
That's true. That's true.
And also, I would, so you said something really beautiful there. So when you have super awareness, the vibration, whether the vibration happens or not happens, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, because you know that no one actually can force the system to stop vibrating, you know? No one can actually do that. So who cares? The vibration was there from the beginning, and we just understood how the vibration occurred. That's it. And we can't stop vibrating. If there's someone's trying to stop vibrating, that's you. That's self. So just trying to do something somewhere, just stop that. After learning this Dhamma for a long time only, I'm telling this, a new person who enters Dhamma path initially should actually think what is happening, and actually we call it yoniso manasikara, like understand how this vibration occurs, or how this mind originates, how this self-perception, self-vibration occurs, how the self-perception occurs through repetition, and how through repetition of self-perceptions that self-concept occurs. So we all have to understand this in the beginning. We have to keep thinking about the stuff that is keep happening. And at one point, we have to know to stop overthinking. That's the difference of the path that Aran Hanse tells, because people most of the time don't know like to understand that the thinking, like giving value to some perception and keep thinking about it will actually close the path, and at one particular moment. So if you get addicted to thinking, you will keep giving ideas to whatever you felt. So the feelings, you can't feel anything, because you, as soon as you feel it, you keep thinking. You feel it, you keep thinking. So the feeling will never come. You can't become the feeling anyway if you keep doing that. It's difficult. So to let the feel come, or let the super awareness grow, you just need to know the balance. You can use the mind, but you just have to, I should admit that it's something that that can be tricky. That's why we are still in the path. But that's doable. That's still doable. If you understand that the mind is actually, there's no value to the mind, and you liberate, you have a experience of liberation from mind, you know that that's just kind of another experience, like a mind. It's useless. The mind is a product of all the senses. That's it. So if you don't give value to the mind, the feeling can arise. But if you want to actually feel to maintain, don't keep thinking about the feel you get. Then you suppress the feel. I would say. Anyone else?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. Actually, you explained it very well. So the balance is the most important thing. I would say when someone walk through this path up to some extent, the balancing of contemplation and non-contemplation is very important. And then if it goes out of control, mind get the priority, and then it's very important to understand the balance to avoid that. Yeah, that's very beautiful, Dr. Kokila. Thank you.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Kavindya.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Yes. So I was listening Kokila's explanation. That was very nice. So, but what I want to ask is, so is there a way of contemplating things without having such kind of a feel? I mean, without getting into this self-existence. So if I take an example, like if a child, if a school-going child, she or he has to sit for certain exams. So they have to memorize certain things. So they have to contemplate these things. So, but without the self-existence, without the notion of the self-existence, can't he keep those things memorized? So,
Definitely can. It's not a
Yeah.
big. So actually, this system works beautifully. You don't have to do anything. It didn't do anything before. There was no self before. There's no self now. There's no self in the future as well. So the memorizing part is a part and parcel of this system, and especially humans. So that system will continue. There's no problem, no dementia, no memory loss, nothing. It will actually continue to do well. Because there's no tension, there's no burning, there's no problem here.
Yeah.
There's no.
Even you keep on memorizing these things, definitely there is no person here. It's just a system. It happens into a certain system, right? So that understanding should be there.
Yeah. Now, as an example, there are new medications come into the world. As a medical officer, I have to understand the new medication. I have to read about it. I have to understand about it. I have to give it to the people. Does that matter? The system does it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kokila and Kavindya. Thank you.
Dr. Ravi, until, there was a little bit of a technical issue I'm having right now. So we will discuss with a regular discussion today. I think that will be best.
Yeah, we can.
Is there any special topic that you all were discussing about earlier?
In the previous discussion, we have been talking about the level of defilement, how they are fading away, and how do you feel whether your defilements are fading away or not. So likewise, so I asked a few people about these things. They expressed in a certain way that they said certain things. Actually, what is happening here is most of the people, they recognize some kind of entities as they became real for them. For instance, earlier that lady expressed that if she hadn't white dress to wear to that particular place to go, so she might refrain from attending to that discussion. So that should not be the way that should happen, actually. So she asks that whether it has become a thing for her, the white dress. So what I gave the advice was, the advice I gave was, just don't concentrate on one single entity and take it out and see whether it has become a thing for me or not. Take the entire scenario, take the entire thought. So, were there me? Was I there? Had that only that single scenario, not that only the single entity, think as getting some kind of a holistic approach for that. Likewise, so were I there? Were I said, was I there at that entire scenario? Am I the one who were there? So, was there my soul in that particular incident? So, likewise, so people are trying to take it as one and different entities. But if we, through the Satchinana, if we know there is no doer here for sure, for that kind of things would never happen. So what do you think? So we can't put whether the white dress has become a real thing for me, or whether the place where I wanted to go has become a thing to me. Likewise, we can't segregate those things. We can't separate those things, those entities, and see whether it has become a real thing for me. But overall, if at any point, am I there? So if I'm there at that particular moment, so that is my ignorance. So we discussed in previous sessions as well, because if I feel, I'm speaking with Harshi at this moment, Harshi is a real person. So that is my ignorance. So it should never happen. So it should happen. It is happening. This discussion is flowing. This discussion is happening. But I should not be here, isn't it? So if I am here, so I am having defilements. I'm having defilements because presence of me implies in another way the level of my defilements. So it is some kind of an indicator for me. So if we know this, if we know, at least for the knowledge, there is no one here. Nobody is here. There's nothing to be called as me, my mind. So what would be there? So if we are able to apply this understanding to each and every encounter in our life, so that is our skill. That is the kusale. So if we miss some points, that is our akusale. If we are not able to apply that understanding to even for a one thought, that is our ignorance. So that is our level of defilement. So that gives some kind of a measurement for us to look inwards and see the position of ourselves. What do you think, Harshi? Thirvan Saranai?
Thirvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. I think this is probably a kind of a very specific answer for this specific person. But it is correct. It is true, because what has been kind of happening is it's just a lot of people haven't been really understanding it in a holistic manner, and they would just apply it for an external entity or external object or whatever, without the full understanding of the wisdom of truth, which is that not just the so-called external world comes into existence in this moment. With respect to it, the so-called self also come into existence in this moment. So if you kind of try to, it's not like one or the other, or it's a system that happens like right now in this moment. It's a maturing of a vibration, or evolving of a vibration, even though it feels like there's this observer here and the observed on the other side. It's the product of just, if I say one process, it could be wrong, but it's just one whole process. So the way a lot of practitioners that have been listening to this Dhamma for a while has been kind of contemplating on this Dhamma when they kind of apply it in the moment, just on the external world, without even intellectually, without even understanding that the so-called self is also the kind of extension of this establishment of a so-called external entity or an object. So that had kind of given result in a person, in a self, to whom the so-called external world doesn't exist, yet the self perception is left. They continue to see the truth in the moment. Okay, so-called external world is not real. Sound is a sound, or whatever the contemplation that they do. At the end, they're left with the self. So it is, this practical approach, the 7-day practical approach, the 4 karmasthanas, so 4 unique meditation instructions, they should be understood in their entirety. That is why understanding the Satyajnana wisdom, truth in full, is of utmost importance before doing anything. That's why we say for 4 foundations of mindfulness, or Satara Satipatthana. For a person who hasn't listened to wisdom of truth, there's no 4 foundations of mindfulness even, because they just do not exist. If you do not know that there's the so-called self and the so-called external world is an illusion that comes into existence moment to moment, what would they practice in 4 foundations of mindfulness? They would just, practice something that already assumes this world exists. So, but on the other hand, if someone just listens to this, like, without having any understanding of this context that we are trying to correct somebody's practice that this person has been doing it in a wrong manner, that person could understand this as a and adopt this as a wrong practice because they are adopting it out of context. So absolutely right. What you said was true, because we have to. That is wisdom of truth. You have to fully understand, even intellectually fully understand, have the idea, because there's so many pieces to it, and how the sense faculties are formed, how that mind comes into existence in this moment to moment. There's no such thing called mind, or how the self is. There are many. It's not so simple. When you understand and realize it, yes, it's very simple. How it's so obvious. How could you not see this? But without the help of the noble friend, you would not have been able to see it ever. That's crystal clear, because we had the Pali Canon all this time, and nobody was able to make sense of it, because it was just a recipe for them. Nobody made the cake using the recipe to have that practical approach. Now,
that there's no one here, no person here to perceive, no person here to, at least for the knowledge, you have to know that should be clear within you. So then it will come into surface every time, even though I talk, even though I make a mistake. So we'll say when I was driving, so if I took a wrong turn in a wrong place, so I feel some kind of a guilty feeling. But am was I the am I the person who did it? No, it happened. So what? That's it. So that doesn't mean that without the self I can do everything in this everything. So it won't happen. But if something happens mistakenly, that is also can be well accepted. So, 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 as Aranvasi says, in the noble path, there is no right or wrong thing. It's just a happening. It's just an incident, isn't it? So I think Lalana and Surangika also here with us. You can add something to that? Tengman Saranai?
Terasana, Dr. Ravi, Terasana, everyone. Doctor, there's a new experience.
Mm-hmm.
I want to tell something. There's a new thing, but I haven't discussed that experience with Iron Master, but I tell you with that experience with the sermons. Doctor, once we understand there is no soul, and when you have a experience in Avadya, that means Adhigata Samadhi, there is a certain point, place, it comes at once, Doctor. That means the field is there, but there is no person at all. When I get that experience at once, there is an excitement. What has happened? That means existent field also not there. So at once cannot understand what has happened. What is this? There is no person at all. There is no one at all. But during that type of experience, first time I got excited. What has happened? What has happened? I can understand. It's like this. That excitement is coming. So when I get that experience second time, I realize there is no through wisdom. There is no place for perception, mind perception. So because of that, the mind doesn't like to stay like this. Always the mind perception try to get attached to somewhere. In that point, Doctor, it is entirely different. There is no person at all. There is no existent field even, but very difficult to explain that even. During that time, there is no person at all, but it comes automatically and existing only for a short while. So for five times I got that experience, but finally I understood, Doctor, there is no place for Vijnana Maya. So completely free from that. Completely free from that. And through the wisdom, the realization comes, this is the place, not get attached to anything and free of Vijnana Maya, Doctor. It is a fantastic experience, but Doctor, it's very, very difficult to understand. It comes time to time, Doctor. It is a place, the first time when I got that experience, I tried to have a discussion with Aranvas, but unfortunately I couldn't do it. But when I hear the sermons, Aranvas is explaining that point. Sometimes you may get excited because you can understand what it is, because we haven't experienced it before, Doctor. So that is the place. There is no attachment for Vijnana Maya. No attachment at all. Free from Vijnana Maya, Doctor.
Mm-hmm. So yes, thank you, Lalana, for sharing just those experiences with us. Yes, but I'm thinking I'm not a suitable person to comment on that thing. We'll ask Aranvansi when Aranvansi is here. Anyway, thank you very much, Lalana, for sharing that experience with us.
But Doctor, that comes only for a short while. It comes time to time. But there is no, the excitement what I had earlier is diminishing also.
Right.
When I experience it over and over again, doctor, the excitement. First time, can't understand what it is like that. Get caught, can't understand why, what happened to me. Like that, I felt, doctor. Honestly, I'm saying. But when I experience this type of thing over and over again, that excitement also diminishing, doctor.
Right.
I'm sorry, I can't tell exactly what I feel, but I tried to explain it. There is a place like that, but I have heard that experience Aranvasa has discussed, I think, before 2 years, like that. No, before Andolanaatmaka sermons, doctor.
Right. Anyway, do you have anything? Do you have some similar kind of experience also?
Uh,
I don't have.
Thank you, Doctor Telvan Sannai.
Thank you very much. Telvan Sannai.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi. So, well, I cannot comment on that with 100%, assurance, because I myself haven't had that. So, it sounds like, well, it's self-evident to her, usually based on how others have discussed about their non-self experience or non-vibrational kind of experience. It's self-evident to them that there's no self here and that there never was. I have an experience, but I think it's kind of the not the fruition. So, and because I'm not sure if it's self-evident to her, or if that angle was not there, it could be non-perception, neither asanya? Perception, neither non-perception. Because the difference between non-self and perception, neither non-perception, is the self-identifying view. It's like there's like a very slight difference. So I think it's better for Lalana to have that discussion with Aryan Mahanse. Or if Aryan Mahanse, I think I checked earlier, Aryan Mahanse is no longer, he might join back again. So that is, the non-vibration is the one that we can't say that we thrive for, but that is like where everything becomes self-evident to the practitioner. So, and all these practices, the practical approach, wisdom of truth, all that is to facilitate that, to create so creating the path so that experience is facilitated. That's I think all that I can say about it. And we have Surangika and Justin also. If you have any questions, we can discuss about a certain topic that you all might have. Theruvan Saranai, Surangika, and Theruvan Saranai, Justin.
She and Theruvan Saranai, to all our friends, and pay homage to our answer. I think that was quite a profound experience that Lalana just recounted. So thank you, Lalana, for that and for sharing that experience with us. As Dr. Ravi and Harshi both said, I don't think any, or at least certainly I'll speak for myself. I'm not in a position to kind of comment on that, and that certainly seems to be a special experience that Lalana will have to speak to Aryan Mahanse on it. But I mean, if you think back, there are times that R.N. Mahanse does give us glimpses of that kind of Adhigata Samadhiya type experiences. And those are, I suppose, certain points at which we can, when one does get that experience, one can then relate to, as Lalana has done, because I can't recall hearing something like that, but maybe that's because we haven't had that kind of an experience ourselves. But in terms of the limited experience one has, R.N. Mahanse always says you need to know that ultimate experience, or at least know the hallmarks of that ultimate experience in some way, even in the form of it being just mentioned by when one does encounter it. There is no person, but when the system does encounter it, then one knows that that is the non-vibrational state. So in that sense, there is always that guidance and the holding of the hand by the noble spiritual friend in allowing us to see through the illusion of all the things that are happening around us, and to take us through that path to that point of inner tranquility, shall we say, or non-vibration. I just wanted to I think yesterday's Andolanatmaka Desana, I think R.N. Mahanse was talking about the fact that people often forget the I-ness, and I think that was what you, Dr. Ravi and Harshi, were mentioning, that ultimate state of people forgetting that it's not just the outside world, but it's the state of mind itself. And where does this whole thing culminate? It culminates in this so-called self-perception that has kind of come out of nothing, but has become this mammoth self that we have given so much value, so much importance to. So somebody earlier in the morning asked in the Zoom about the Paticcasamuppada and what the Anuloma Pratiloma kind of reflection is about that whole thing. But the beauty of this true Dhamma, the way R.N. Mahanse explains, is that you don't have to get caught up in the Pali canon. You don't have to get caught up in the Tripitaka. If you can understand it, well and good. But he has just taken the complexity out of the whole Dhamma and brought it in easy reach to our mothers and fathers in the rural areas, as well as the so-called intellectuals in Western society, and then even people like us who are constantly, living in our own minds, or giving too much of importance to the mind, that we want everything to be analyzed. And we want lots of information before we believe something to be true. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma. And you don't really need to know Paticcasamuppada if you know basically how the mind works. And that's what R.N. Mahanse has, from I think 5 years ago, been saying to us in very, very clean and simple terms. He has articulated basically how the thought arises, how the light and the sound and the senses form, and culminating in the I. But a common problem, I suppose, is, as you mentioned, the fact that we focus on the fact that there is no outside world, or the world that we perceive is something that is only in our mind. And then somewhere down the line, when we really go into the depths of that, and then we also kind of we are somewhere in the point where we think that, okay, there's nothing in the mind as well, the second stage, there is a notion, or there is a feeling that comes, that inner tranquility, where it's a really peaceful state. It's a really tranquil state. And then you're almost in a, I won't say euphoria, but it's such a state of inner peace and calm that if one doesn't keep that point that R.N. Mahanse has propounded right from the beginning that this is a non-soul Dhamma in mind, one can kind of almost stop there or linger or meander in that state of peace and calmness, because that is also a nice blissful state. But if you don't keep, I mean, in the Western world, you use the word or the term eye on the prize. Now, there is no eye on the prize, but here, the principle that we are getting to is that there was never a soul here. There was never an I. There was never a self. This whole thing is because of ignorance, because we start with ignorance, and this ignorance is the thing that is being gradually eroded through the listening of the true Dhamma, through the practicing and the reflecting on that true Dhamma. The eroding is the eroding of self. So one needs to keep the focus on that, and right through our practicing of the Dhamma, right through reflecting as we listen to Dhamma talks, and as we go about our usual day-to-day duties or obligations and our day-to-day activities, one has to always see how does this relate to the defilements. Are the defilements actually getting diminished? Are they still popping up here and there? Are they getting accentuated? What is happening? Because ultimately, listening to the Dhamma and the ultimate result is not something we can control, but we can listen. There is that reflection. There is the practical aspect that can be done. And by doing those innately, because this is a system and only a system, there arises almost involuntarily while ago, but at the same time, running parallel, is that diminishing of the defilements. And the diminishing of the defilements, to do that, one needs to know that this is a system, that there was never an I here, and understanding and being able to kind of be awake or aware, be aware of that wisdom, to be able to recognize that self of I that pops up when something happens, when somebody says or points out a fault in you. If that pops up, and if you're getting a burning sensation or you're getting your heart rate up or something like that, then you have to understand that is the point where it needs to be clear that the defilements are still there. The I-ness has been still given importance and value, and the recognition there is the only thing that one can do. The self-awareness that those defilements are still arising is the only thing one can do, so that by doing so, there is a gradual diminishing, and that inner tranquility can then remain and then progress towards non-vibration. So I think the main thing is we have this tendency of concentrating or kind of feeling as if we are in a comfortable position, that I'm feeling this inner calmness, tranquility, and so on. But the final destination, although there cannot be a destination as such, is the dissolution of the self and the I-ness, and that needs to be, I suppose, quite prominent in terms of how we discuss this whole Dhamma, was what I wanted to say. So thank you, Dr. Ravi and Harshi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Surangika, for the wonderful explanation. So I am getting kind of a question through that. So would you be able, so I'm turning this discussion to a different direction. So because this question might be palatable for the Western people as well. I'm asking, so this is the same question that once Mrs. Kema asked us. So what is the difference between the nihilism and the non-soul Dhamma? So we are we are here, we are trying to say there is no soul here. So actually Lord Buddha said, so how you compare and contrast these two things? Would you be able to give some brief overview on that? Therwan Sarnai Surangika? Oh, Harshi, would you be able to?
I think, Dr. Ravi, the question was, annihilationism and eternalism.
Eternalism, yeah.
Eternalism, and that how this Dhamma is kind of transcending the two, because it's been famously said that Buddha talked about Dhamma that follows middle path. So what so what we discussed about that day was that in the surface level the meaning of the two words is there's someone that continues to live for eternity. That is one way of viewing this world, or how questioning this world or exploring this world, whatever it is. And the other view is after this death, is there no one? There's no one, that's it, this is the only life we got, like so that's two ways of thinking about it. And Buddha defies both of them, because both of them assumes that there's a self. And what Buddha says is it transcends these two in one angle, is in one way to say it is no neither, because the so-called self comes into existence in the moment as a result of a maturing vibration, as a result of a system. This is a system that comes into existence when the necessary causes and conditions are met. That's why it's a cause and effect Dhamma. It's not something that is existing. And if we dig deeper into it, it goes back to Majjhima Sutra, and where even it talks about how the vibration comes into existence, when there are two different ends, two different ends, two different polarities, then it gives rise to the vibration. And this vibration, the speed of the vibration, as it continues to vibrate, there's a underlying power, obviously, that gave rise to the vibration. And as it vibrates, this underlying power accumulates, and as it continues to vibrate, it appears as there's something, and there's something out there, and the movement and all that gives that lively feeling, the existent perception, itta sanya, and that very same existent feel is the one that becomes the self perception as well, or the self, because it's the same process, but it feels like there's a duality. It feels like there's something existing and I am observing this, but it's the same thing maturing. It's like flower blossoming from a branch. You can't say the flower is different to the branch or something. Maybe a poor attempt at trying to kind of make sense of it, because this is something that cannot be grasped by the mind, even though we intellectually understand this wisdom of truth. But when you come to the realization, what you realize is this has to come from some sort of a transcendental wisdom, because one cannot make sense of it. One cannot understand this by just, analyzing. Because even, we try to get to that penetrative insight, and we try to make sense of Dhamma, the Vidarshana. But the realization is the one that breaches the gap, because that cannot be grasped with the mind.
Yeah.
So the annihilationism and eternalism, in a shallow level, yes, there's someone that continues forever, versus after this death, that's it. This is the only life you got. But when we kind of dig deeper into it, not in the surface level, but it goes back to that, how the vibration is created, how it evolves into creating this duality and a seemingly existing world, and a seemingly existing self who observes it. And in between, this whole Dhamma is there. In between, the whole wisdom of truth lies. Dependent origination, Four Noble Truths, everything, 7 factors of enlightenment, everything. So I think that's kind of, yeah. Do you have, I guess that's how I can answer that.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this wonderful explanation. So, yes, as you said, dancehall Dhamma means we can't say that there is a person or there is no such a person here. So, so we can't go to both ends. But if some conditions are met, when some conditions are met, there will be something. So if we take as a thing, so it will become existing. So this is the Dhamma that Lord Buddha announced to the entire world. So we can't go into two ends, isn't it? So we can't explain this Dhamma in that way. So as such, you took the example from Madhya Sutra. So whenever there are two ends get created, so there will be different polarities. At the midpoint, there will be the energy. So that is the place where the neutralization occurs. So that is the energy. So if this energy can, that particular energy can give rise to more vibrations to happen. So if the vibrations continue to happen like that, it will give some kind of a signal that get existent signal. It is there, the presence. So it has not been created by you, not by anybody else either. So that is the entire Dhamma. That is Dhamma. Dhamma means the system. That is the whole process. So that is what is happening absolutely in the real world. So, but unfortunately, as human beings, we can't see it because it is not visible, or it is not audible, or it is not felt. So unless you understand the mechanism, so you won't be able to say the truth, because this Dhamma is not, it cannot be grasped by your 6 senses. So, but with the understanding only, you will be able to comprehend what is going on, what is the absolute, what the absolute truth is. So then, of course, this understanding would lead to diminishment of that particular energy itself. So that makes you to feel that there is no one here. So it is like a circular thing. So from the understanding, it gives a negative feedback to the self-existence. So then the self-existence will dissolve. So when the self-existence dissolves, then you understand more, then again it gives a negative feedback. So likewise, it goes like a circular motion, in a circular motion. So what ultimately what is happening is you will feel there's nobody here, no soul here. So that is the entire Dhamma that Lord Buddha wanted to express to this world. So I think, yeah, a lot of people are here with us today, so they can ask questions. Also, I can see Mr. Justin is also with us. Do you have something to add, Mr. Justin? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravid. Teruvan Saranai. Yes, there are two very popular philosophies or concepts or views. We once discussed this annihilism and the eternalism. So the ordinary people, they try to solve their life or their existence by applying these two philosophies. But the thing is, these two falls into one category, that is the illusion, ignorance of their because of their ignorance, they create these two extremes. But to solve this, in order to solve this, now one category, one people, one side, they speak, there is no soul. This is the only life. This is the existent. After our clinical death, there is nobody. That is the full stop. The other people, the other scholars or the other school people, they think eternity. This is cycle of birth is the rebirth or reincarnation is keep on going it. So in order to solve, so what Lord Buddha introduced is the formula, that is the 5 aggregates or the skandhas. So the problem here, most of the people can't understand. In order to solve this problem, so we start with the forms, then feelings, the perceptions, the volitional formations, and consciousness. So we find the same formula in other sciences also. For example, in sociology and psychology also we find they speak image, then sensation, perception, and consciousness. They think something is existing outside, the world is there outside. And by taking one particular object, I see something and I sense it. So then I perceive it as a house. Okay. Then consciousness with the mindfulness established. It is a house. So the thing is, in Buddhism, we start from the speaking from illusion. It's the illusion, first illusion. You did not experience something. It is an illusion. There was, we call it patika sampassa. So when the eye get contacted with some other thing, because of the vibrational speed, something is get created. Therefore, we sense, we feel, we perceive, and with the volitional formation, ultimately we create, not we, the system, the mechanism, the process, the ultimate product. is a house is outside. With the previous memory, as we called, there is no previous memory, but just to explain this, we take as an example. So with these things, the illusion started. So when we speak about skandhas or the 5 aggregates, we have to add an adjective, I think, because it is not form, it is illusionary feeling, illusionary form, illusionary perception, illusionary consciousness, like that. When the other people, I mean the non-Buddhist, when they explain forms, that is established thing is there. This is illusory forms. So therefore, when you come to understand this, what started? Spark. Then there, what emerged? A form, some kind of image that is not existed. Get created means not somebody or someone or outside produced it. Get created because of this fast vibration, manifestation of unimaginary vibration. So therefore, illusion, we start from the illusion, and there, that is why we apply this 5 aggregates. Then we speak about emptiness or nothingness. So started from nothingness, and end must be also nothingness. Started with no self, so it must end with no self. Isn't that so, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah, as you can see. Terwan Saranai? Yeah.
Terwan Saranai.
Yeah, thank you very much for the explanation. So as you clearly said, even we take philosophy or psychology or whatsoever, kind of scienceology or whatsoever, so it begins with, as you clearly said, a self existing thing. So what we see is there is already notion behind everything. So we are living being. So what Buddha wanted to emphasize to this world is that existing thing, the way how this existing thing become into a kind of existing thing. So that means, so as you clearly said, so that is the philosophy, or that is the theory. It is kind of a theory. That Paticamuppada is kind of a theory that is revealed by Lord Buddha to comprehend to how this existence happened. So everything, every sciences have been built after that. I mean, so they think, even the philosophy, even the psychology, they think, they build their sciences upon the self. But Lord Buddha addressed the earlier part. So how this self came into such kind of an existent thing. So to explain that thing, Lord Buddha announced the 5 aggregates. So if you are able to look from that way, you will be able to understand the so-called self is not a really existing thing. So every sciences, as Saranvasa says, even you call physiology, chemistry, psychology, or whatsoever, so everything will be defined logic, defined theories on the illusion, as you clearly said. So before that, Lord Buddha wanted to uh, tell the world that how this illusion gets created. So uh, to explain that, he used a tool, he used a theory, that is the Buddothpada, how the mind gets created. It's, so that is, I think, in the first discourse of Lord Buddha, Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra also contains that thing, how the mind gets created. So we, as the people who are coming from the mundane world, we tend to think this mind is mine. So I am the one who is thinking at the moment. So I am the one who is living. So how these concepts come through the mind? So as long as you believe the mind is you, that means you are entrapped in that illusion. So because according to the Lord Buddha, according to the Patisamukpada, the mind is itself an illusion. It's a product of this Kanda Vigraha, the five aggregates. So Lord Buddha introduced that theory into the world, that concept into the world. So come and have a look. Come and have a look how your mind get created. So if you understand, once you understand your mind is not a permanent thing, so then how you assign a self to that mind? No way. So if mind is not you, then who are you? Then Buddha asks, so are you really existing as you thought earlier? No, because mind is not you. So that is why. So if you look at from that angle only, you will be able to see there is nobody here. Only the mind, the creation of the mind. So if you are able to understand the creation of the mind, but even then you will understand that mind is not permanent, the impermanence of the mind, then of course you realize, so why should I assign a self to that mind? So self is not become real for him or her who understand this concept. So then he will understand there's no soul here. So with that notion, so if you know you from that theory, from that concept, one will get to know there is no self here for sure. So then whatever he engaged with this in this mundane world, so he tends to work without a self from that point onwards, because he definitely knows that there is no self here, only the creation of the mind. So he knows how the mind gets created. So it is not true, as Madhya Sutta said, if there are two ends with different polarities, the creation of a kind of energy in between those two ends is inevitable. So that gives rise to some kind of a thought. So it gives rise to some kind of a feel. So that feel, we mistakenly take it as real. So this is not true. This is not true. That for that feel we call a kind of consciousness. So we believe there is people in the Western world also think that there is a permanent thing called consciousness, or like universal consciousness. But it is not true. It is also a concept. It is the consciousness. No, there is no such a thing called consciousness either. So what we are trying here to understand that illusion, as Bernard said, we have to understand the illusion. Then everything will collapse. The worldly perception we deal
in our day-to-day life, with the understanding, we get to know that they are not real. So, as well as the self is not real. So, yes, Harshi, do you have anything else? So, anyone can ask questions if you have. So, we can continue our discussion. Tervan Salna Harshi or Surangika, can you add something?
Yeah, and
Yes,
Dr.
Dr.
Surangika.
Sorry, Harshi, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Surangika. Sorry. No, I was trying to talk to you actually, yes.
Okay, so yeah, I think as Justin mentioned and you, Dr. Ravi, I think the greatest deception is the fact that even these scientists and sociology and psychology and all these things, they base this whole thing on the existence of a so-called external world, isn't it? So when that happens, everything is doomed from that point onwards, because they have taken something that is not real to be true and they run with that. Whatever they do, they run with that. So if we didn't come across the true Dhamma, all of us would have been in the same faith. That's why it is so important. And the message of the Buddha is so profound, that the message that he has given to humanity and to mankind, who are the only kind of species who has the so-called mind consciousness to be able to fathom a reality of non-existence. I mean, that's the whole beauty of it, because if not for that true Dhamma, and there won't be any escape. Everybody will be doomed to continuing this so-called samsaric cycle. And as to those different streams of thought, irrespective of what end or what extreme they take, it is still based on existence. If one says it doesn't exist, that means there is that other contrasting extreme as well. So I think when you think about the Paticcasamuppada, the concept, and where the senses work, and people, even in the Buddhist teachings that we have heard from our childhood days, the traditional Buddhist teachings, they also take this whole outside world to be real because of not understanding that whole concept of duality. It was Aranwanse who actually said that the vibration itself is happening in the senses. There is no world outside without the senses. So that is so profound, because otherwise the Buddhist teachings in the traditional sense of the word have always thought that no, there is a world and then there is this mind and then you have to control the mind. But how does the mind itself form? That itself is the thing that has been broken down in this true Dhamma, and then we go into the ins and outs of it. Then we know that the so-called light is a perception of the mind. The so-called sound is a perception of the mind. All these aspects are just arising out of a vibration occurring in the sense faculties and then being interpreted by the mind. So starting from the light, the sound, the color, taste, touch and smell and so on, then to the next level, the chair, mother, father, temple, orange, whatever, that level, all these perceptions that the mind on its own, like it's
Surangika, it seems like you're having a signal issue.
And keeps on interpreting,
okay.
And then kind of keeps this current going. The power needs. Oh, sorry. Okay, in that case, I'll just. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead now. It was the previous couple of lines you said. If you can repeat it, yeah.
Yeah, what I was trying to say was that all these are fabrications and interpretations of the mind, starting from the light, the color, the sound, and so on. That very, very first perception in the basic sensors starting from the light, the color, the sound, and touch and smell, and so on to the next layer, the mother, father, the combination of those senses to give us the notion of mother, father, world, car and my home and all that, etc., to the point of feeling that there is a sense of aliveness, liveliness, a self-existent feel, to the point that finally that there is an I here. All these things are just the fabrication of the mind. So it's the mind from the beginning to the end. If there was no vibration, there is no thought, and this whole sense of existence and the sense of I-ness that finally then comes about. But the duality is the greatest deception, I think, because when you talk about Rupaniya and Nama and Rupa, form is always put to the outside in the traditional Buddhist teaching, whereas we know through the true Dhamma that the form, the Rupaniya, is actually the vibration, the manifestation of the vibration occurring in the senses, gives us the notion that there is light, gives us the notion that there is sound. But the little baby in the cot didn't know that the sound was a sound. So that recognition, and then giving the weightage to that recognition and giving the value to that recognition, where does this happen? It's all happening in the mind. The mind consciousness interprets it. The mind consciousness then innately gives a value to it, and then attributes it and projects it to the outside. The reflection, which is something that's getting fabricated in the mind, is then projected outside, and then we think that there's an external world, that there are tangible things, objects, persons, and so on. And then through that comes the contrasting thing that there is an I here experiencing it as well. So that duality, by understanding the true Dhamma, the whole duality, the projecting to the outside and the interpretation that is happening inside, and actually that's not the case. Even that so-called projection is something that the mind itself is fabricating, then gets understood because the vibration doesn't happen anywhere else. If you're blind, you can't see. The sense, the light perception doesn't even happen if a person is blind. If you're deaf, that sound perception even doesn't emanate or arise. So understanding that comes only through the true Dhamma. And when you understand that, you know that the form is not something that occurs outside. The form is only something that occurs in the mind. And again, it's only through the speed. If the speed was not there, there won't be any power to that vibration, and it won't give those sensory perceptions by themselves to then combine and form color, share, mother, father, and all these things that we give value to. So the understanding, the realization of the true Dhamma, where one comes to a point where the duality, the sense of duality then gets lost, because the ignorance is seen as an ignorance. And then once you see through the fallacy, to see through that illusion, you no longer get deceived. And by understanding and kind of piercing that veil of ignorance, that duality, there was no one understands that it is only the mind, and there is no static thing called the mind to begin with. Just like this, stream is just water. If you put your finger into a stream, all you touch is water. There is no thing called a stream. There is no thing called a river. There is no thing called a rain. In the same way, there is no thing called the mind. The mind is just a fleeting images of thoughts happening faster than the speed of light. But then you drill down into the thought, there's nothing in the thought. Those are also perceptions. So when you keep on doing that, you understand that there was never anything in the mind as well. But I remember, I think there was a French philosopher called Descartes who said, I think, therefore I am. So that itself, as you can see, is just because they think, therefore, that the fact that
they think that there is a thought and I have control over it. That almost gives them the notion that there is a person who is controlling the thought. And we all know through these Zoom discussions that no one has any control of the thoughts. So it is, I think, a fascinating Dhamma. And I think we are indeed truly fortunate to be able to be amongst a handful of people who are being guided by Aryan Mahansa to be able to, I think, pierce through that veil of ignorance, understand that there is no duality, there is no so-called mind that is so powerful, that so-called self-existent field that the mind consciousness tricks us to believe is non-existent by itself. And I think, as Justin quite rightly said, there was never anything here in the first place. And seeing that through the true Dhamma, we have gone through a journey in this samsaric cycle, falsely believing that there was something. The consciousness, through a system of its own, has done it through ignorance. But through the mind, as I think Harshi mentioned some time ago, you use the illusion of the mind or the mind itself to go through to a particular point where one can reflect, and then the inner wisdom awakens. And then that is where the system almost kind of self-dissolves.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I'm going to talk about true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing a very clear, steady path to overcome cycle of samsara created in human mind. I'm presenting now the self-translation of true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. This is the continuation of Darshana Samapattiya, Sermon 6. The consciousness belongs to the action mind, is not belongs to Paticca Samuppada, dependent origination. We are talking about the Anidassana Vijnana. Consciousness belongs to the action mind, which is attaining Nibbana. A feeling is occurring at the place where redeemed from Nama, names and Rupa, images. You will feel this when realized. No point of arguing about this. People who are in the dualistic world and having wrong views are arguing about Dhamma. People who are in the worldly land, mundane world, only have arguments. People who are touching the supramundane plane transcendental realm, like you have no arguments. Aryan Hanse said, therefore, this Dhamma is beyond reasoning. Info cannot be argued with, Lord Buddha preached. Must do a deep study about this fact, perceptible only to supramundane wisdom. You will realize this through your experiences. A day will come for you to do practical experiences on behalf of this. You must recognize each and every occurring thought and must redeem from every mind thought by seeing them, seeing skandha, heaps of objective thoughts, means that a mind is creating due to skandha, see in the occurring and ceasing of skandha, seeing the udayavaya of skandha, observing Aryakanta Sila means the journey of see in the mind, thought and redeeming from them. We always say this whole Dhamma is one heap, aggregate, one story, one heap. Looking at any side, touching at the same point like a ball. This whole Dhamma is like that. This story is one. Arya Ashtangika Margaya, the noble eightfold path, Paticca Samuppada, dependent origination, Satara Satipatthana, the four foundations of mindfulness, talking in whichever way, there is only one thing. Ekayano Maggo, Ayam Bhikkave. Attaining Nibbana is only one way. We have talked to you continuously about the action minds, Aryan Hanse said, and Nama, names and Rupa, images. When you match your experiences with those examples, with the process, and when you are doing practical part, you will experience your own bodily functions, your own inner functions as action mind. Then the point of Chetanaham Bhikkave Kammam Vadami, thought, intention, is the base source of all karma. All those thoughts, intentions are occurring due to entangling of nama, names and rupa, images. That means occurring of world, doing karma, creating the endless cycle of birth happens due to not understanding this process. If we remove the intentions from the actions, activities, remaining only the action, think that you are cooking in the kitchen. Cooking is an intention. You can remove the intention and do the activity. That you must see through your wisdom. You will think, how come I cook without the intention? Yes. Are you breathing with an intention? But you are breathing in every moment. Why? Why is it not coming to intentions? You are breathing without thinking, but you are doing the activity of breathing. Divide all the intentions from all the activities in your day-to-day life. Think that you are walking. You are thinking that you are walking, but knee is raising and then going forward and keeping on the floor. Leg behind is raising and then going forward and keeping. This is this is activity. This activity is just happening. You are not thinking and doing. You are creating the intention of walking. But when this intention goes to kaya viññāna, body consciousness, will make to an activity process. It is a wonderful story, but this is in each and every activity process. Intention is different to the activity. Think that you are thirsty. Thirsty is an intention, but you put water into your mouth. Can the intention drink water? Think carefully. Intentions cannot drink water, but where has gone the water you put into the mouth? Went into stomach, then to the intestines and went out from the backside. But you say that you are thirsty. Water put into the gateway. Mukaya, mouth, kaya viññāna, body consciousness, felt cold and hot. Who drank water? There is nobody who drank water. Just put inside and went out. But to see that activity process, you should have a big wisdom. Only an activity process is happening, but you are entangling intentions with that. Intentions cannot do anything. You will have an intention of hunger, but what really happens is an increase of fire element inside the body, and a burning sensation is occurring due to that. But The intention does not know about it. Intention is mentally forming ring according to the conceptual conventions. The word hunger everybody used to tell from the childhood, but you do not know. You have caught into a conceptual convention word, but you will feel a burning sensation. That burning sensation is not coming to you, not coming to your mind. It is happening inside your bodily element, fire element. This is happening to the small child also. As we said earlier, it is happening at the time of birth. But can the intention eat? Mind can't eat. Putting into the mouth when going through the tongue feels into a small part of the tongue. When it goes to the stomach, if you vomit, it can you eat it again? Why are you not eating vomited things? If the vomit is the food you ate, you can eat it. But why can't you eat it? Your intentions are suffering with the small part of the tongue, saying and tasting. That is why we should think all the activities of this mind separately. One mind at this time. Smell means one mind. Taste means one mind. Sound means one mind. Color means one mind. If we separate each and every mind, there is no one story. It will become a lie. Feeling sensation to one point is only one point. The tree is also the tree is also as this. If we are not watering the tree, it will be drying. Can't the tree feel? If the tree has not get sunshine, will the tree be like that? This bodily elements is same as the tree depending on food. Who impose a mind to the bodily elements? It is a wrong view that is why we say it is a rainbow. We cannot touch the rainbow. We cannot touch the flow of river. We cannot touch the raining rain. Your mind cannot touch. We said it every day. To understand the wrong view, understand the illusion. Cannot show magic everywhere. You see magic in dreams. You see crying in the television. Your child is in the television. You think, just a moment, is there a child in the television? Flattening iron in the television. Is there a hammer in the television? You think just a moment. There is nobody in this photo. You are taking a photo. There is only a painting in that photo. Are there children in that? If the painting is burnt, why are you crying? It is a painting, no? Why you gave life to it? Who gave life to it? Like this, we have given life to our mind. Aryan Vansi said, no point of giving life to the mind. It is a lie. It is an illusion. There is nothing like that in the world. This is not realizing how much we say about it, because the thoughts, intentions cannot realize about thoughts or intentions. You need a great wisdom, went beyond thoughts or intentions. That is why a practical experience is needed. That is why Lord Buddha preached Chaturarya Satya, Four Noble Truths. Bhikkhu, there should be a practical experience. Lord Buddha said, Bhikkhu, people who are worshipping me with oil lamps and flowers are not worshipping me. Why did Lord Buddha said like that? Worship me with practical experiences to show the truth of your mind. That is the Arya Kanta Silaya. Sanvarattena Silana. Through self-restraint, virtue is maintained. Virtue is not maintaining by force. It has done 5,000 years before Lord Buddha's birth. Devi Mahamaya, mother of Lord Buddha, was also observed virtue. Then what is this story? King Ravana was also observed virtue. No killing living beings, not telling lies, not doing burglary is just like the laws imposed by our government. Those are the concepts, conventions, laws. It is called religion. That is the traditional Buddhism. It is not the practical Buddhism. Practical Buddhism means attaining Nibbana, redeeming from each and every thought, redeeming from the world, redeeming from the suffering, and touching the calmness and tranquility of Nibbana. Through practical Buddhism, therefore, worshipping with practical experiences are the people who are really worshipping me. Lord Buddha said, so Dhammam Passati, so Mam Passati. Who sees Dhamma sees me. That is why Lord Buddha said, due to that reason, Buddha is not a person. We can't find Buddha through a picture. Lord Buddha is not in the clay image people worship with flowers and oil lamps. There is no such image. Then what it is? Thought, thought, attention, intention are difficult to find it. Buddha is not a person. Buddha means the phenomena. There is no thoughts, intentions in the nature. Now saying Buddha with thoughts, intentions. How to call the place of no thoughts, intentions with thoughts and thoughts, intentions. Buddha means the thoughtless nature. Buddhist doctrine means the nature. You have realized finally the true rhythm of the nature. You have become the nature. Thoughts, intentions are disappearing, redeeming from the mind. And what is remaining? The activity process. What is the activity process? The nature. Very simple. To understand this, no need to be Aristotle or Plato. They are also telling at the end, all these religions are not true. Arthur C. Clarke of Sri Lanka invented satellites and sent them to the space. Also said all these religions are false. There is no divine creator in the universe, not to impose a person. Base of all these religions is that. But they have written different books, kept them shut, and telling all sorts of colored stories now, like icing cake. Those are good for those idiots, unable to think again, like animals. Animals can't think anything, can't understand anything. Trees can't understand anything. But if you have a small brain, you can understand this small story. This is very simple. Sometimes when we see this is no such deep, very pretty, very simple. When we erase all the wrong waves, we caught with remaining is the blank sheet. When we erase everything written in the blank sheet, only the blank sheet is there. All those written are only the mental formations in the mind. Just erase to see the data fed by parents and other elders, the desert of wrong views. If we get rid of them and see how calm white paper is so pure, very beautiful, who have written this and that on it and made it ugly. Human thoughts like filth smelling bad now. Those thoughts are smelling badly. Those are created by craving for self. Craving for self is a square. I am in it. I am the big one. I have a soul. I have an image, personality. People are dying, but he is not crying. But when his child died, he was crying badly. Feelings sing for him. He has a soul. All these are created by him. There is nothing like that. He has written in his white sheet about the soul. Feeling sin for him. Can't bear up with his small brain, crying, weeping, feeling jealousy. If possible, he will rob. This is a place where all the rules are breaking, where the soul is imposing. Therefore, tied with rules and telling him to obey to the virtue. Don't kill the living beings. Don't tell lies. Don't do robbery. What is this nonsense? When we erase the soul, written in the white paper, all these are over. Then the Dhamma comes, the nature. Nature is belongs to everybody. The tree is not crying. If the branches are breaking by somebody, if we pluck the fruits or the leaves even, the tree is not refusing. If we burn the tree, even tree is not refusing. Who is tree? You are the tree. That means you are the nature who is eating the fruits. Nature is eating the fruits. Who are the animals? That is also the nature. Why the tree is not crying? Why the tree is not refusing? The tree and you are nature. Nature belongs to nature. Tree is not belongs to the tree. You are not belongs to you. Like the tree example, you are compared with it. You are not belongs to you. You are trapped in a wrong view, thinking that you are belongs to you. These thoughts cannot change them. Therefore, now all the mouths are covered in the world with pieces of clothes. People of this world thought they are the heroes, but a tiny particle can close the whole world. People are like blank dried bush debris. Now the blank brains are cleared. People of all the religions are dying together. All the written books are hidden, not even burying according to the religion. Nature has given a big punishment. This nature is wonderful, very pleasant. Humans are unable to bear those punishments. People have babyish mind. How can a babyish mind could bear such a transcendental thought like the Jesus was crucified? If somebody with a transcendental mind say something, he will also be crucified to death. Those people are so stupid, so blind. We have nothing to say other than that. We are always ready to leave. Nobody is here to leave, Aryan Vahanse said. If there is nobody to tell, there is nobody to listen also. Only the nature. These are not big things to a person who realized the nature. There is no death in this world. All those are false stories. Nobody can understand that there is nothing called death. The mind occurred is in this way, in this very moment, ceases. That is all. The people who have realized the truth are eternally immortal. The whole nature is you. That is the only truth in this world. All the others are false. False is inside the false. Someday you will realize the false. Therefore, one day you will also realize the false and see the truth. Sermon 6 is over and starting sermon 7. Teruvan Saranai. Darshana Samapattiya 7th stage. Why are we presenting the Buddhist philosophy like this? Aryan Vahanse asked, are you really know the path to Nibbana? Have you actually found it? You think what you are believing about the path to Nibbana will correctly realizing on the day of your realization of Nibbana, isn't it? Until such time, you are inside the thought, a weave. When you have realized it, then you are in the realization. Then you will know what is the correct path to Nibbana. Until then, you are having a goal. Nowadays, some people are seeking path to Nibbana. To a certain point, and then giving up. I heard a Dhamma sermon, a bhikkhu presenting Dhamma facts correctly, but this bhikkhu described a deep point like this. I have been to Shunyatavaya, nothingness, but there is nothing in it, no point. Lowthuru Suvaya, mundane happiness, is far better than that. Therefore, I am going to the mundane happiness. The pleasure in that is not in the Nibbana. After telling this story, again he told that he had attained Nibbana, but most of the time this bhikkhu used to sense a hint about mundane happiness. That bhikkhu's mind is settled in the mundane happiness. But this bhikkhu can't explain Nibbana from that point. He has to tell about his experience of the nothingness he came across between these two mental status. When this bhikkhu expressed his ideas, it is very clear. His own idea is about mundane happiness. To pretend his arahanthood, he is telling that he experienced the nothingness. Likewise, most people are become complicated, be tangled with the deluded views, incorrect perspectives. At last, we can clearly see that, but we do not know this position is a spiritually developed place we can understand by ourselves. An outsider cannot say anything. We also can't say anything about it. Doesn't matter. We just say what we feel. That is not our last conclusion. We point out these facts as an aid, support for the seekers who are in the path to Nibbana. You should prepare everything in this path up to the very end. You will realize that we don't act with the conceited idea, relatively more than that person, this person, or more than me. No need. You must go with your own knowing and realization. You see your own path of redeeming from your mind. You see spiritually where you are. You can feel it. If you don't have that insight, you cannot go in this path. When you are in this journey, those insights must be created at a certain point. When you come into that Udayavaya Jnana, transcendental knowledge, you must see the occurring of every instant mind and redeeming from the objectives of each appearing mind and the way of redeeming from those. This type of mind should be created at each and every moment. Middle path. Middle path is in this preparation. Arya Bhumi, pure land, is in this. He is the one who achieved Sammaditthi, right view. If you are not prepared to that, you are still in a low level. You have to move forward spiritually by redeeming your thoughts. This is, this is not a constructive road. This is a giving up, letting go path. There is a big difference here. Now we are trying to tell you something. Aryan Mahanse said, at the beginning, we are talking about the action mind. We have to go beyond action mind. This explanation goes to a certain direction. This explanation is going to Patinissagganupassana, seeing the things with insight as objects to be given up or released. To fully redeeming from the mind, you will feel the direction when moving forward, trying to show Nibbana correctly, seeing you by yourself. You are everything here. We are showing a light, Aryan Mahanse said. You're the witness in this light. You are the one who personally verified or realized in this very life visible to senses through your own experience or observation. Now we are telling something regarding Sabbasrava Sutra. Please do not go along with the current, following worldly tendencies or desires. By seeing the waves and floods of defilements in this society nowadays. What are the famous things in the society? Everybody is going to meditation classes. Everybody needs to do something. Therefore, going to classes. Lot of people are telling me, Aryan Wahanse said, that they are practicing samatha meditation. There is a point we do not feel the sensation of breath. They say that there is a point where no thoughts. They are telling about the place where no mind, floating when practicing samatha meditation in the class. They do it for 10 years, 15 years continuously. It is samadhi. Then what is nibbana? They say they experience nibbana inside the samadhi. What is samadhi and what is nibbana? The people who are talking like this have not even entered to sammaditthi, right view. They do not know what is Dhamma. Truly speaking, they do not know the duality even. Practicing sati, samadhi in the meditation class and floating. They think one day they will achieve Nibbana inside the samadhi. You also say whether they will be able to achieve. Certainly, they will not realize Nibbana. Alara Kalama, Uddaka Ramaputta was not aware of Dhamma, just practiced samatha meditation, went beyond Rupa Dhyana, material meditative absorption, and reached Arupa Dhyana, immaterial meditative absorptions. What happened? Just floating. Here you caught up with samadhi, can't break it. Even Lord Buddha cannot help. Lord Buddha once gave a statement like that. In this Vibhava Tanha, craving for non-existence, if you caught up with this, redeeming is not easy. Whereabout after this? This is a different direction. Punyabhisankara, malicious formations. Apunyabhisankara, demalicious formations. Aneyabhisankara, imperturbable or neutral formations. What are these? The bee-like instrument is circling in one place. No need of anything for this from anywhere. Why? Bee-like instrument is automatically circling. When sati becomes samadhi, it is a bee-like instrument, but the defilements are not purified. Defilements are brought low. The bee-like instrument is circling for countless eons. That is why it is said, seekers are boiling eons in this arupa dhyana, immaterial meditative absorptions. They do not know when is returning. Baka Brahma did not know when this is finishing. Then Lord Buddha said, everything in this Sankata, that which is dependent on cause and conditions, are anitya, impermanent, dukkha, suffering, anatma, non-self, no soul. Baka Brahma was unable to think when he could release. He did not know when he came there. That is the nature of Brahma planes. That is not Nibbana. Baka Brahma thinks Brahma plane is immortal. No. Then he realized someday he will fall into suffering. Can you imagine what will happen to you? Where are we tangled? Where is the society tangled, mixed up? There is a kind of confusion in this society. It is not a problem for the bhikkhus who have the realization of this Dhamma. The problem is the layman. The seekers have become targeted due to lack of Dhamma knowledge. The worldling ordinary bhikkhus covering the paths of Nibbana, seekers by showing them samatha meditation without even teaching Dhamma in most of the meditation centers. Just asking them to sit and do the Veda meditation. Like in Hinduism, it is easy to explain. Sit in the meditation posture and look at the breath. Every day coming, sitting for meditation, then having some meal and going away. I'm concluding my session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahase's feet. Hirwasan Aryan Mahasa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And I'm very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping us with the technology. This is yet another session of questions and answers or discussion on everyday basis as a part of this Buddothpado PeoTV English channel. Because there is no time slot for questions during the sermons, these 2 hours from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. has been dedicated for that discussion component. So any of our friends who have listened to any of the sermons during the daytime of any of these days, you are mostly welcome to join us, and we can discuss whatever questions or whatever queries you have. And if there is any issue, even we can go up to the level of inquiring it from our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. All these sermons are conducted by Dhamma friends, and all of them are actually guided and supervised by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. So, as you know, this Buddothpado teaching or Buddothpado Deshana is unique. It's different from what you have been listening. Definitely, if you listen once, you will not turn back, because you can see the simplicity of that, and also how easily it is applicable to the day-to-day life. So when you go on listening, you feel that your own defilements, the with the life events, all the defilements that you recognized with the day-to-day activities are becoming less and less prominent and less significant. So actually the life becomes more comfortable and more easier. That is why even the Lord Buddha said that this is a Sandittika Dharma. Sandittika means you understand it yourself. So it's actually the guidance is given by the Lord Buddha's teaching, which is done in more simpler ways and with uh, more modern examples by Avaryan Mahase. So it's easy to follow actually. We wouldn't have been able to do it by ourselves if we had to refer the Pali sutras, but the things have been very much simplified now. And at the end, actually, essence of all these teachings is that there's no self here. So that is why the Lord Buddha's teaching has been so unique, because it's a no self or non-self angle. That is what we have to understand. And because it is explained in simple ways, and also a practical experience has been introduced with 4 levels, which is again quite easy to follow. So you and me are very fortunate actually to hear this Dhamma. So we can start our discussion. Peruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. As usual, we can start with any topic of interest. Peruvan Saranai.
Metropolitan, bless you all. Yeah, we can start the discussion. Anyone can ask any question.
Any,
Sarnai.
yeah.
Sarnai,
Yeah,
Doctor.
yeah, Champa.
Can you, I couldn't hear last night and today morning's sessions from Aryan Wahanse. Uh, can you please, if you have listened it, can you please explain a bit further about them?
Give me a sec. Dr. Sakuntala, can you answer that? Actually, I didn't hear the question also, sorry.
Yeah, actually, there wasn't a single topic that he discussed because today morning one was a fairly long one. Uh, he didn't take up a single topic and explain like he did on some other days. Today morning, mostly there were some ladies speaking from the Middle Eastern countries, and they explained how their experience and how they are coping with the present situation. And any particular thing, Champa, that you wanted to know?
Not anything special, Doctor, but we can discuss something related to this path to our path, day-to-day life and the path to Nibbana.
Uh, I don't know, is it okay again because this self vibration, self perception, and self view, it's all around the self. Is it okay to discuss that? We can, because those are the areas
Yeah,
which are not very
you
clear.
can ask a question, Dr. Sakuntala, because we were discussing it yesterday as well. We can't finish discussing it about that anyway.
Yeah.
You have a chance to
Yeah, each
kind of
level, if we can explain again, I
think
think
about it.
that, yeah, the self vibration, self perception, and self view, how it is being built up from the self vibration level up to the self view. Actually, there is some overlapping with what we were discussing from yesterday, but if it is okay for Champa and Joel.
Yes, Doctor, it's very important for us, no? I think it's the main thing.
Yeah, but then I think you need to ask something specific, isn't it?
Yeah, how it is from the self vibration, how it is built up to the level of self view. I don't know whether that is a reasonable question.
Yeah, I tried to do that actually the night before. Sorry, not today morning, early morning one. The yesterday early morning one also was dedicated for that, and today morning I was trying to, but it just occurred to me that it's
Actually, Dr. Kokila, I have a practical problem. I don't know, this has been encountered by several people to whom I spoke now. When it is uploaded in blocks, I find it difficult to trace the ones that I want to listen. I don't know whether there's an easier way to find it.
Yes,
I mean,
Doctor, that's true. It's very difficult to find. Yes.
several people, including that friend who asked a question about her mother's relationship problem, she said she's also lost and she can't find any now.
what do you mean?
No, I mean, she wants to follow a particular, because she was listening to your discussions And she said it's difficult to find now because it's coming up in blocks like 6-7 hours with 6-7 sermons together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Same thing. My sister also said
How
that.
about the
Same thing.
discussion? How about the discussion?
Discussion is okay provided that her time is matching. Yeah, that if the time
No,
is matching,
does
they
the
can.
discussion also appear in the same block?
Yeah. It's
Oh, okay.
not a separate one. Sometimes it's
Must
like
be a
4
difficult thing.
hours, sometimes 7-8 hours like that. So you have to go on checking which one like that. Now, supposing if they want to follow your discussions, which is happening at a particular time, then it's a bit difficult because I think this was brought up by Harshi wants to Aranwase. He has said that there is some difficulty. I suppose that there must be technical difficulties.
Oh, that's okay.
Mm.
Yeah, so
Otherwise, I used to listen to your one always when it was in the singular medium, because then they were sort of coming up as individual ones. No, now
yeah.
I find it difficult. Yes.
No, it's okay. So we'll actually, because Joel is also here, Joel will benefit from that as well, because he's a beginner. And we all have listened to Dhamma for a long time, in the sense, I think at least 3+ years. I think Champa is like 1.5, but still, it's very important to understand this field side. To make it simple, only we go back to the baby, so that the problem is how baby felt is masked now, because we can't remember anything because if you are remembering anything, it would be in the mind. The mind vibrations only keep coming back. It means not the mind vibration, mind perceptions. So we always had problems with this understanding of perceptions, because there are various perceptions before formation of the mind. So we have to go back. We have to go back to the initial stages of the baby, the baby in the cot. That was Aranhanse's example. He's the only one who brought this up to explain this nicely, and I think it is a beautiful thing to do. Mainly, it is actually understanding about how mind has formed. So when a small baby feels the light, there's no demarcation, but the baby feels something. Definitely, baby feels something, but there's no demarcation, whether it's light, whether it's temperature, whether it is touch. There's always a difference in the vibration. Don't misunderstand. But there's no demarcation of perception. So they don't know it is the smell, or whether this is the light, or whether this is a sound. No, not even that demarcation. Slowly, this happens. Last night, Aranhanse's sermon was so beautiful. He was saying how the Ase Upataya Upata Mahanani, that Lord Buddha's beautiful words, I mean, you can't even say beautiful there, the great words, because you are born when a perception is born. That's the most important thing you have to understand. So whatever the perception, but the fuel behind that is actually that that's feeling something. Feeling something actually was the fuel. The life feel was the fuel. But then it went on to the mind perception of mother, father, bat, ball, all that. Then definitely it becomes so complicated because there's different organs now, like light is different, the hearing is different. Now even that is getting different. You identify, okay, this is soft, this is rough. It takes time though, because children will touch fire. They don't really know that anything about that. Children will touch fire without any problem. So the touch the fire and there will be some painful reaction, isn't it? So it is perceived as fire burns you. So baby will not touch it again. The perceptions develop really beautifully. In the sense, perceptions, how the perceptions are made is actually interesting. So it's very interesting if you can become the baby, or if you can become the child and try and see what actually happened. Because if the child didn't have hatred, jealousy, guilt, nothing. But slowly when the perceptions improve or they gather too much and keep filling up the system, there's so many things that is coming up. They're all part and parcel of self-vibration or self-view or self-perception. They're very unique also to that. Because the mind has this happiness or the sadness to a certain level. But actually the other stuff like guilt, remorse, malevolence, extreme anger, these stuff are really different, isn't it? So, when you fully understand, keep understanding this, now directly what we get is share or bad. Nothing happens to us anything other than that, isn't it? Yeah, it is usually full kind of perception or actually view, complete view. So it comes door, wall, windows, room. But when you understand that if you actually take one stimuli, that stimuli has this whole level that even the baby had. So we'll go to the idea of the window. So the window, actually today morning I took the example of what was it? No, I can't remember even that. Bus stand. I took the example of bus stand. So where the buses would stop. I was trying to tell about how that perception, that stimuli, that thought would have all these things. So any stimuli, it doesn't matter, whatever. The easiest one we take is chair, but whatever. So the main important thing here is that stimuli, if you actually fully realize it, when it is projected outwards, or actually the view is very strong, you feel that the bus stand is 100 meters away, or this window is here. When bus stand is 100 meters away, you don't have to remind yourself that I am here, but it is already there, that self-perception. So don't forget that. It's a part and parcel. That's why we call it shadow effect, or the mirror image. So the bus stand being 100 meters away, or even 1 kilometer away, it doesn't matter, whatever you can put. You can say someone actually blinded you, like kind of covered you. Someone is taking you in the car, so you can't see anything. You don't hear much anything. And suddenly you hear usually bus stands have some music going on, especially in Sri Lanka. Or some kind of shop which makes some food item. So there would be some noises that are very usual and everyday happening. So you don't have any other perception working. So no smell, no taste, no touch, no seeing, because there's a cloth around your eyes. You hear a noise of that music or the sound. And as soon as you understand that it must be the bus stand. So just realize, just trying to understand, it was the bus stand. So if the bus stand the view is very real, of course the self view is real as well. So don't expect anything else. If this bus stand view is very strong, self view is very strong. There's no vice. I mean, it's vice versa all the time. It's similar, the same. You can't say I don't have self view and say my child is there. So they are both similar. So the view that you have as someone is there, and view that you have I'm here, is the same kind of thing. So when it comes to that particular bus stand perception, you only felt some smell. Just realize, if you don't even have that self view, you might feel the perception of the bus stand. But underneath that, there's another thing too. You feel something. What is something? You felt something. Yes, 100%. That's why the bus stand came. You felt the sound. You felt something. And automatically bus stand came. But you felt something. What is something? That was the fast vibration of the earth. Fast vibration of the earth. That is all that happened. If you want to really fully realize this non-vibration, you need to get this alive feel, or the consciousness right. Because if you were to feel something, all these levels should be fully understood. Before feeling it, you have to understand fully that even if you fully understand that, okay, I understand, bus stand is a perception, can't be there, then what is there? Well, I heard something. Okay, you can say definitely dog barking. Okay, dog barking. So you heard a dog barking. You definitely know it's a dog. You don't say it's a lion. Do you say when your dog is barking, it's a lion? You don't. And it's a dog barking. Yes, 100%. There's no misunderstanding here. But if the perception level, if the view is not strong and the perception level also not strong, you may say, yeah, but I know the dog is a perception, but I heard something. Yes, you heard something. What does that mean? That is very important to understand. That is fast vibration of the ear only. Fast vibration of the ear only. If you have to contemplate this a bit, because feeling something was the problem of the little baby even. He felt something. He didn't know anything about the world. He didn't know that it was mother, father, dinosaur, earth, nothing. Nothing. So the asayupata upata, actually, it goes like that for everything. But when you say that the eye, birth of the eye is the birth, in Lord Buddha's word, birth of the eye is not felt exactly until your perception comes for the eye. But because initially it is just one vibration, you just feel something. So you feel something, and then slowly the perception level improves, and you know that it is light, this is sound, this is smell. You can't know otherwise. You know, even an animal, there is a demarcation between their senses, but they are not very distinct like a human. Human thought has 31 realms in it. Human thought is the most beautiful creation ever, because it has the potential for all these levels, and even the potential for non-vibration. Animals, they don't have that ability. So when we try to talk about these perceptions, even if you have a perception that it is a smell, it is still a perception. Not even durian or not even pineapple. Even just having a perception that it's a smell is a perception. If it's a perception of light, it still is a perception. But underneath that is a feel of something that is due to the fast, speedy vibrations of this sensory system. 5 sensory organs initially. The whole thing get complicated when the mind sensor is originated, because now this chair, bat, ball, wicket, bowler, everything comes very fast as well. Now it's not just light, touch, everything. Now these perceptions come so fast. It is now acting as another fireball kind of thing, because now it is an independent or access independent organ. That's why the complicated feature of the humans that brings a whole big world where Earth is there, Mars is there, Moon is there. Dinosaurs were living there before. We are living here now. In the future, there would be something. We will be having homes in the Mars. People are fighting. Yeah. Anything. Potential for any thought.
So the potential for any thought means potential for self-view is innumberable, or in the sense can't number. So it's very important to understand this, how someone without knowing this Dhamma may have the chance of becoming anything. Anything. You know, a man just can become a monster by a fraction of a second, isn't it? Yes, 100%. You just have to have the suitable conditions. Or we even call it in single languages, you know, how could he become a Tirisana? How could she become like that? That means that man has become an animal suddenly. But it's not actually a joke. It's actually the vibrations change that much. The levels change that much just within this body. Because vibration has nothing to do with the body. It's actually independent of the body, independent of the mind. Today morning, I was trying to actually talk about how this independent vibration has the potential for anything, anything. At one moment it is the chair, one moment it is the table, one moment it is the pineapple, one moment it is your enemy, one moment it is your kids, one moment it is your job. But everyone thought that vibration is here. So Visyakara Sakkaya Dushtya is actually, I have to write it down, because every time I try to talk about it, I can't remember that. Because 20 types of wrong vision actually is all related to this thinking that this self vibration is somewhere here, kind of related to these things. It's not actually related to any of these things, not even related to the stimuli, but it's when the conditions are there, it is created. It's very important to understand that it is created in a fraction of a second, and only an RN Hanse has at least experienced once the absence of this vibration or cessation of this stimuli. None of the other people would experience cessation of a vibration. Only an RN Hanse at least once. If it is at least once, it would be a stream mentor. So at least once, someone would fully realize that, you know, cessation of at least one stimulus, because no one else actually see a cessation. You might feel like, no, I looked at the chair and then I looked at the table. No, you come back to chair, it is still there. And you feel like, yeah, this chair was there before. So you feel like you are seeing the same chair. It's the problem with everyone. So you saw someone yesterday, you think you're seeing that person today. The beauty of this is the vice versa. You feel like you were there yesterday. I mean, this is amazing. If you can feel this, you felt that you were there yesterday. Am I not correct? Didn't you actually thought that you were there yesterday? It can be a view too, but it can be a perception as well. How can you actually understand this? It's only through wisdom. You felt that you were there yesterday, not the chair. You felt you were there yesterday. That's because you felt the chair was there yesterday. This is the whole new era of truth. I wish every human can have a chance.
You want me to do that?
A chance of understanding this. Yes, sir.
No, I don't have anything to say because I'm not in a good state.
Ah,
I'm
yeah,
just
okay.
confused and I'm just moody. I'll just go on.
Sorry, what was it?
No, he asked us to go on. He said he's not in a mood to ask
In a
questions.
song,
So,
yeah. That's okay. That's
yeah,
okay. That's okay.
okay.
And the thing is, it's very important to understand how this works, because then everything comes into one line. You don't have any hesitations, because why you felt that you were there yesterday is because of this ignorance. Why you felt that you were there yesterday was because you felt the chair was yesterday as well. And this is vice versa all the time. So if the stimuli is there, the shadow effect is always there. Because you feel everything is continuous like that, the shadow effect is also continuous, and there's me who is seeing the chair, me who is seeing the table. But what actually happens is every stimuli is felt as a thing. Shadow effect is also felt as a thing, and you feel that it is continuous because there was never a cessation. Never a cessation. So the cessation actually has to be felt with the wisdom. No one without this wisdom will ever see a cessation. They will talk about it, but they will never experience a cessation. So to actually feel this has to be fully understood, that it is a new stimuli all the time, even though there is a simultaneous or the synchronization of the same vibration. It's felt as past chair. It's just equalization of the same synchronization of the vibrations only. And it is the same with the self vibration, self perception. Because you felt the chair as real all the time, this shadow effect is felt. And that is also the mirage. This mirage word is fabulous. Fabulous, because the feel you feel is a mirage. Means then this feel, you have to fully realize how the feel is. Feel is actually due to the fast vibration of the speed. It's just the speed. There's no speed. There's no possibility of consciousness in this earth. That's actually science. But there's no possibility. Even Lord Buddha knew it 2,500 years ago without any of this science. He talked about this speed in different Pali languages. So it's very important you fully realize that this alive feel, or the consciousness, or feeling something, is due to the fast vibration of sensory organs only. And so when the sensory organs are not there, pahana nivigya se, that only happens. That means like a lamp. When the lamp is gone, there's nothing left. Like that. And like a Rahatan Wahanse, or someone who has become the non-vibration, when their system breaks down, it's like lamp extinguished, because there's nothing left. But for that to happen, this should be fully realized, because otherwise this feeling, if you feel something, there's a possibility of synchronization happening to somewhere, because always there's no any vibration just acting alone. No, it's always through the always it has another component. So the synchronization will happen anyway, whether it is miles apart or kalpa apart, doesn't matter. So if there is similar vibrations, there will be similar activity. So that's how even the birth of what we call birth of zygote, or how this self vibration is incorporated into an egg, or any womb or anything. And in Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they talk about other types of birth. We will not complicate that, but anyway, it's very important to understand this system. If there's anything left, anything real left, I mean, it's ignorance. When the ignorance is not there, Lord Buddha said, it's the ignorance ground that the අවිද්‍යාව නැමැති භූමියේ විඥාන නැමැති බීජය පළවෙන්නේ තණ්හාව නැමැති තියසිරා. I think I'm correct. Correct
Yeah,
me if
you're
I'm wrong.
correct. Yes, yes.
Yeah. So that means the consciousness is slowly going to pop up somewhere because of ignorance. If the ignorance was not there, actually it would be like a fire extinguished in a lamp. But it pops up somewhere because that vibration is not extinguished. So the vibration, the ignorance was never absent. So when the ignorance is there, it's always there's chance, there's creation, possibility, everything is there. That the craving because the craving is the power. Craving is the power. So the craving is there because of the ignorance. And consciousness is the vibration. So the vibration is there, power is there, ignorance is there. Wow, you have the dream now. Have the dream and suffer with the dream. That's how it works. Well, what do you think? I don't know whether I completed the thing, but what do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, that was a very good explanation. Actually, what you talked about, the self vibration, was very clear to me now, because I had some gray areas in that, because what you said was the self vibration as that the very small baby's level, which is non-specific field, isn't it? Non-specific. And then when the child is growing, it becomes sort of more specific and ability to identify it according to the sense organ. And it's kind of transition period, like, if I say, is it correct? Because from the self vibration to the self weave, the in between area is the self perception level, which grows in sort of many directions, and very sort of very interesting area, or very complicated also, I would say. And that transition, and at the end it becomes the fully established thought, which is a self-weave. Am I correct in that way?
Yeah, I mean, can you give me a example now with whatever you understood? How would you tell now if someone is asking you a question?
Yeah, okay. Now, if I give the example, one thing that we discussed actually in our practical programs, one example I gave was that I said the tooth temple. I just said the word tooth temple, to them, and then I told them it was just a sound. And
Yeah,
each
that part is
question,
always told because
mm,
that part shows the three layers. I think
yeah,
we
yeah.
discussed that even yesterday.
So if I start from the level, as you said, now
Yeah.
if I say to temper the word, it's just a sound. But for the very small baby, the very small baby will feel something, but not specific to the ear, but may have felt something, not specifically a sound as
No, but
such.
the thing is now, if you are talking from the beginning, you have to talk from the beginning. That because if you talk giving the temple to the little baby,
Mm.
I think better to start from the baby itself and go up, or start from now and go down, because it's pratiloma and anuloma.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I
You
was
can't
trying to go
imagine.
from, yeah, I can go from the, I mean, backwards, reverse way.
Yeah.
So when I said about the tooth temple, I told them, I mean, what do you all feel? So it was just a sound, and all of them agreed that they got the picture of the tooth temple, and even the smell of the incense sticks, and the feel that cool breeze and that sort of environment, and also the sound of the bells, and the times that they visited the tooth temple last, and also that calm and that feel that you get when you go to the temple. It's completely different from the feel that you go to the central market or somewhere. You get that relaxed and calm down type of perception, along with the picture and even the smell of incense sticks, uh, all that. So it is a complete picture, and different people agree that they got different experiences as perception. So that is the sensual level world, full picture, full blown picture, which is specific to each and every person depending on their perceptions. And when I go down a little deeper, if I tell the word to a child of like maybe 5 6 years, uh, and
No, what about
that's,
now? What about the? No, I want you to actually speak about
Mhm.
one stimuli now in your stage. You get the thing. You described it, the three levels now.
Mhm. Yes. Yeah, so if I, that is what I also felt. I mean, that is the same thing about the, when I say the word, it is just a vibration of the ear. But it quickly, within a fraction of a second, it had a complete full-blown thought about the tooth temple. Uh, and it included all sorts of experiences and things in the past, all sorts of pictures, the flowers and how it looks like, how far it is from this place. All those things uh, came up as a full thought. And
So how would you go about the self view?
so self view is that now it's coming the apart from the sound, rest of it is all in the mind as different sensor functions. I don't know whether I am answering your question correctly. So that sensor functions completed the rest of the picture, but when I talk about the ear level, it was just a vibration, the fast vibration of the ear, which uh, ignited or which sort of brought up this whole picture in a
No, but
fraction
you're
of a
not practical.
second.
That's the problem I have. The
Mm.
no, it becomes no. So imagine you hear a dog sound now.
Mm. Sorry, what did you say?
If you hear a dog's barking now,
Yes, yes. Yeah, I can hear a dog barking now, right now. So it's just the sound, but quickly
No, don't say just a sound. It's dog barking.
Yeah, it
Because
came up as
you are going to the just a sound in the beginning. You can't.
Yeah, so now with the dog barking,
Yeah, that's just coming dogs barking.
Yes.
So whether you like it or not, that comes. That's
Full
the
picture.
you can't. You don't get butter. Sorry, you don't get the milk. You get the butter.
Yes. Yes.
So don't.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Miss it.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So
you.
the dog barking and the instantly the other perceptions that
So
come
now
is
take the dog's barking thought, the bark, the burana, the balla
Yeah.
burana. So the
Yes.
dog barking. Just take that thought and then tell me.
Yeah, dog
Because
barking.
it's one thought you are experiencing even the nirvana.
Yeah, with that, what I experience is that what you want me to say that
No,
with
because
the
you are telling
bark.
theory.
Now with the bark, I get the picture of that particular dog. That dog
No,
is.
you don't get the picture. You don't have time to go through all that. That is the theory part. That's the theory part. Now, I mean, there's a bell. Do you really picture the bell or something? No, it's actually the bell.
Yes, but when the dog is barking, I instantly there's a
That's
picture
because
coming up
Aranwansi
about
has
that
told this
dog.
multiple times. We might even get that mental picture of the dog. That's fine. I'm not talking about that.
That's what I was
What I'm
trying to
trying
say.
to say is, do you feel the 3 levels when the dog barks?
I cannot separate out the 3 levels, but it is
No, but
just.
did your wisdom touch it?
Yeah, theoretically I can touch the things, but instantly what came was actually the full picture of the dog barking. I mean, the dog's appearance and the fact that it is just the next door dog, and the way that it is peeping over the balcony and barking, that sort of things as perceptions came.
Yeah, that's good. So that perception and all the affinity attached to that is the sensual world, but that perception, below that perception, there is a feel that it is true. See, this is very important to feel this, because otherwise you don't know your power, your tense. You don't know
I
the
feel
gift.
it true.
You don't know
Yes,
the burning.
I feel that the dog is true. Yes, that feel is coming definitely.
Yeah, those are the tense. So but now, for an example, because you might not actually feel anything about the dog. I'm telling it as an example. So if a lay person, normal person who has not heard Dhamma, listens to dog barking, that person has no problem about dog barking, no friction, no craving, but still the perception is there.
Yes.
Self is there. Clear?
Yeah. Now, now I hear another sound, and instantly it's the gardener who is watering, so I can feel the way that the water is even falling. So as you said, he's there. I mean, the feeling of him really doing that job is there. So that is a self-perception, isn't it?
Because of the wisdom we are talking about the self-perception, because we didn't know that. Because Aranwansi has talked so much about this self-perception only. We know that the story, otherwise it will be gardener. It is the gardener watering the garden. So now, because we have heard so much Dhamma, you get other stuff too now. Other mental pictures. So in addition to the gardener, now there's so many other perceptions. Our gardener is not true. it's a perception only. The so many stuff. I'm not actually talking about those so many stuff. If they're deleted, completely deleted, what you feel is the tense.
Yeah.
But in that particular thought, please don't forget it, because this going to baby, coming from the baby or going towards the baby is actually a factual thing. If you are in the temple, you hear the Gantara.
Yeah.
Gantara is in Sri Lankan word for a big bell, which is in temples. What is it called? Gantara?
Yeah, I think that is a term. I don't think there's a separate one for Gantara. Large bell.
Yeah, very large bell. It gives a sound like a massive sound. So you hear the sound. You don't even think about a bell. Just try to feel this. You don't even think about a bell, but you kind of, in the background, you have the perception. So the perception is actually like a sleeping thing. Like perception can come out anytime, but it's just there. You know, when you are walking in the beach, you don't really think about the water or the actual sand. You're not thinking about the sky, about the sunset. But don't you know that they are there? That kind of thing. The perception's been true. But below that, if when the perceptions are not true also, you feel like something is there. This is actually something to feel, not talk about. This talking can be done or endless, so that will just add some more perceptions. So if we talk this for whole 2 hours about the perceptions, it will just add some more facts about the perception. That's not going to do anything for the actual. I mean, it is going to help, but what I'm trying to say is the more important thing is to feel this. You keep looking at the sunset. Even if the sunset perception is not there, you feel something is happening. Because it's seeing. Just seeing is happening. You don't want words here, because if the words come, it's a perception anyway. I mean, if a thought comes, it's a perception anyway. If you keep thinking about Dhamma here, definitely no. Because it is just going to add another perception. So that you are in the perception level all the time. But the feel level, if you really feel it, you feel like everything is real. It's a feel, kind of real feel. You feel like something is there. You feel everything, kind of. You feel your son entering the door, from the door. You feel their phone ringing, you instantly think that maybe my son. But you really feel it. This real perception is what is called itta sanya. That becomes a alive feels sanya. What is it called? The itta sanya.
Itta sanya and atma sanya.
Atma sanya, self perception. So that is the thing. The itta sanya is there is something there. If something is there, self is there.
Something there with no description in words, isn't it? That feel only.
No, that is theory, no. But this is a feel. You can't talk anything about the feel.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the closest word that you can use is something, the feel of something. As you said, I mean, obviously you can't talk in words, but the closest way you can describe.
Yeah, because the
correct?
more you try to describe, more complicated it becomes, because you are adding more and more perceptions, and Dr. Sakuntala is going to find the perceptions in the field.
Yes.
So, and she's getting more confused. So that's not the way. That's why I told you to give up, kind of thing, yesterday. Because if you don't relax, because if you are relaxed, your perceptions are not going to bother you. But if you are not relaxed and you are trying to figure out something, definitely it is in the perception level. Because you're trying to figure out something. The relaxation is very important, you know. Otherwise, it's always confusing. If you really can relax into the level that you become the sound, that's it. You relax so much, you become the light.
That is a no self-experience.
Yeah, but even can't give words.
Yeah, can't give words, I know, yes.
Yeah, we just say that because we have to give some metaphor to understand. Because this side, the because if you feel in something also, it is felt as something happening here all the time. That's why Visyakara Sakkaya Ditti is there, which I have to find out in. Because there's so many different things. It's all about the Rupa. 4 types, Vedana, 4 types like that. Because if there is a sensation, you attribute that to somewhere. That's how we know, you know. If there's a kind of a Rupana or the manifestation, you apply it to somewhere. That's all we knew. It's either here or there or somewhere, related somewhere. But it's not. It's not anywhere. It is cause and effect only. If there's a creation, due to the cause. And when the ignorance is not there, there's no chance of creation again. But this body functions will continue. But that's why there's 2 types of nirvana. Yes, Joel.
Yeah, that's a personal question that I want to ask about my friend. He takes this depression, anxiety pills, and he gets confused easily. How can this heal him, or how can this bring him out of that medication?
Well, that's a broad question, Joel. You are trying to put me in a tricky area because I don't know him. So I can't give a broad answer, but I can try. Broad answer is trying and understanding Dhamma. So the pills for the depression and anxiety was given for a reason. So the reason is always there. So if someone has to come out of it, the reason should disappear. What is the reason? Suffering. Suffering. The ignorance. So that should disappear for the pills to come out. So it's a very broad question you're asking. So it's a long way, you know, even you are slowly coming, you took, you know, you're still coming out of a bubble of perceptions, self-perception, everything. It's kind of a soup. We are inside the soup. But actually, if you're out of that only, we realize that soup was just not that important, you know. So the whole thing, Dhamma, is not that easy initially, but if you actually feel it, I think best answer would be, Joel, you feel this path, you feel the cessation of suffering slowly. It won't happen suddenly, but if your self view is broken, shattering, And if your self-vibration, self-perception is slowly dissolving, and if your self-vibration is slowly dissolving, you can feel the other person, and you might give a proper, you might be able to help your friend. That's how it is, you know. We don't know anyone here, but we try to help through our Anvahanse. It's always through our Anvahanse. We don't have any uh, anything to do with anyone. It's always through his Zoom discussions. So through him, in the sense he's not here, but through him, we are actually having a platform to help each other in trying to get down the vibration level down. We are not perfect, but we are trying hard to help each other. So helping can be done. I think best person for that is Joel. So I invite Joel to actually feel this now, because you're in the, you can feel our talk, you can understand our talk. We are not talking about anything personal here. We are talking about always self-perception, self-vibration, self-view. It's all kind of about the chair. Finally, it is the chair or the money or the girlfriend or the boyfriend or the wife or the husband or the child, whatever. It's all about the perceptions or the actual aramuna or the stimuli. Because that was the only thing that was there because of the formation of the actual sensual organs. Because the sensual organs are there, it will keep manifesting something. Definitely 100%, the mirror image is going to get reinforced each and every time. So that's why the suffering is getting more and more. And when you become like 8 years of age and you are on the deathbed also, this is going to manifest a lot, not reduce. Just because you are understanding, I'm going to die anyway, you know. Yeah, it's not going to go down just because you just feel like you're going to die. No, that's not it, how it is. You cling on to life as dear as ever. That's how it happens because of the ignorance. If only someone has heard this Dhamma and actually felt this Dhamma, like understood this Dhamma at least a bit, then they will not cling to things like before. You can have different layers. It doesn't matter actually. So my invitation is for you to actually feel this Dhamma properly and feel the suffering going down, and slowly help a friend who is suffering to give an understanding that actually the person who is suffering is actually a perception, you know. Self-perception is really miraculous thing. You see the chair, the self-perception is there. You see the table, self-perception is there. You see your pet dog, the self-perception is there. You see your husband, the self-perception is there. Wife, the self-perception is there. So each and every time, that's the only perception that is reinforced, because it's repeated. Billion, trillion times it's repeated if you're like 8 years of age. So this vibration is going to be much higher, much higher. So that's why Lord Buddha told that it's always downwards. The vibration is always going to be high, kind of strong. So it would be not minimal, because when it's minimal, you feel very light. So that's the thing. What do you think about that, Joel? Do you think it's a possibility? I think it's a possibility. I feel already you're burning if you actually hear the way you talked a few months ago. I think everything is getting better. You know, the nature, the everything. and you won't realize how different Joel then in future would be. But when you try to help someone, you can't actually force anything on them. You just have to feel them and see in what way you can help them. If it is just a shoulder for them to cry, then it is a shoulder for them to cry. But then if it is some small advice, it's a small advice. But if that person is wise enough, it can be a small advice that actually try and feel this mind world, Mind is a really interesting thing to investigate. I thought that was the most interesting in the world. And Lord Buddha has told the same thing. It's much more beautiful than the best movie ever, your own mind. Because it works so fast, so sometimes like really tricky. And if you actually become the investigator, you are like, this is what I was thinking that was real, really, that kind of thing. What do you think, Joel? Maybe I disappointed you because I didn't give a direct answer, did I?
Yeah, best thing I'll tell him to listen to this because certain personal things can't tell it in this forum.
Yeah, that's okay. No one needs any personal things. I don't know anything about others' personal stuff. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, Yeah, it's not needed. Sometimes because we tell in a different way, you exactly put it in that thing, when I tell something, you might exactly put it into that basket without even me telling you to put that into that basket. So it doesn't matter, doesn't matter. And even forcing someone to listen to that, it is also very tricky. So you have to be careful. It is with good heart that if someone tells you, I feel so down and these medications are messing me, and you can say, just listen and see. If they understand Sinhala, they can listen to Sinhala. If they understand English, they can listen to the English. Yeah, just listen and see. Nothing is lost. But there are some, views that might prevent them listening. But even you, having all these differences, not knowing Buddhism as a basic thing, actually sometimes helps. Because I feel, this is a personal kind of thing I have felt. A lot of people in these countries, they actually, problem is because of the view that no one should talk about religion, no one should talk about anything regarding personal lives. All are living alone. So they are more depressed than others. So they're kind of isolated. So that's sad. They're isolated. They are kind of they are open-minded people, but still they have restricted themselves from talking anything. And that's sad because anything regarding Buddha's words will be taken as Buddhism, and that completely will obstruct this talk. Because if you take it as a view, someone, I have had so many friends. I have so many Tamil friends. I have so many Muslim friends. I have so many Sinhala friends. Now I have so many Australian friends. But the waves that were put in the system as a child carries a heavy weight. And if it is taken as a Buddhist trying to do something to someone, then they completely shut off, they completely shrink and go to their own snail cover, because it's like a reflex. So that prevents them from the truth. That's the problem. I mean, Aranwansa knows all these, challenges. We understand these challenges. So we only talk in this forum thinking that one day someone will at least Google about the truth and find the truth. I mean, that's all. You don't know who will listen to this, who will not. Doesn't matter, because truth has to be laid on the table, and then who takes it is a very random thing. So no one has to talk about their personal thing. They can just come and listen and say, you didn't talk about any personal thing as such, and you still come and listen. You don't feel like we are trying to change you, or nothing. You're just trying to share that there's no self, and that's something very genuine thing. It's not a negative thing, but yeah, someone can actually say it's a very negative thing, don't say that. So, but this forum is for that. So in the forum we feel free to say that, but actually we don't talk about that otherwise, because people might say this person is telling so many negative things, shouldn't associate with that person. It's because in the beginning it might feel like that. If you say Chair is not there, they'll be looking at you like she must be crazy or something like that. And we can't blame them, because Chair is still there for the Arahant also. So we have to be very tactic. And because Dr. Sakuntala, a lot of people here have listened, even you have listened for some time, you won't get disgusted to hear that Chair is actually not there, because you kind of get the point. But still the Chair is there, but it's actually not there, kind of thing, because whatever perception you get is your perspective, somebody else's perspective. But this 8 billion people have 8 billion perspectives, and they're all clinging to that dearly, dearly. I mean, no words for that. They are clinging to their own perspectives like nothing is greater than anything else. Same thing to self-perception. They are so engrossed in that, when their last breath comes, they are in sadness. Even the people who are talking about that there is no religion, I'm not believing in any religion, there's no afterlife, there's no pre-life, whatever, this is the life, then it's done, enjoy it fully. Yeah, we all get it. But the problem is, then why are you sometimes sad? Why are you sometimes trying to kill someone? Why are you then sometimes in a lonely mood? Then why are you sometimes in fear of death? That's the question. If someone is like an arahant and so okay with everything and can become everything, yeah, that's okay. Then it will be like pahana niviya, like a lamp, the final moment of the lamp extinguishing. There's nothing left, because when we see the flame, suddenly the flame is gone. There's nothing left from the flame. Flame is gone, like that. And arahant life is like that. There's nothing, no vibration left, no possibility of synchronization left. And until such time, until the last breath, that person will be feeling everything as normal. Only thing that person lost was the self-view, self-perception, and self-vibration. Only one. Only one. Yeah. So don't worry about him, because you have already felt that maybe your friend may need help. Yeah. It's okay. If that's a good thing, But maybe give a small book, or you can say, listen to this sermon and see. It's tricky. I realize that, because more close you are to some person, it becomes more complicated. It becomes more complicated because there's bias as well. But you came to this forum just because you just got the idea, and then you thought, okay, why not try? Same thing. Why not try? Isn't it? Yeah. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, true. I mean, nothing like trying, isn't it? That is what Lord Buddha also said, come and see. So, just listening to one or two of these discussions might help, and then he can decide whether to continue or not, isn't it? And as you said, Joel has sort of picked up many things so quickly because even though he doesn't have this background like ours, even though everything was brand new, every word and everything, but he picked up many things. And when he was explaining also, he was using his own words, which is very good actually. I mean, we tend to sometimes repeat the same words that we hear in the discussions given by R.N. Hase, but when he was explaining certain things, I remember he was using his own words, which is the genuine type of expression. Yeah, I saw Champa's mic was unmuted a little while ago. Were you trying to say something, Champa? Teruvan Saranai. Maybe. Yeah.
Doctor, I was trying to say that the perception, if we are not got caught to the perception, and there is a calm mind like that, that means we are going to be in the perception or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm not.
actually, there's no twos there. There's nothing called we and perception separately. The perception itself is the feel, isn't it? That is the if you use the word we or myself, that itself is a perception, isn't it?
Yes, doctors. Yes,
Yeah.
that's what. If we are not got caught to it, we are becoming that perception, I think. Something like that. We are not feeling anything different.
Yeah, what you feel as a
Yeah, but the
perception.
problem is, Champa, unless you have fully realized the tense, you can't become the perception. You can't just become the perception just because it will be a mental picture.
Thought.
No, doctor, sometimes actually, after listening this Dhamma, we are not getting caught to each and every thought or anything like that. No, we are releasing, no. Some kind of release is there, no, coming, no. We feel the release, no.
No, then you are there who is feeling the release. That's what I'm saying. Then the relief becomes the perception. So this is getting subtle each time.
No, actually, I'm not thinking about that even.
No, not even thinking. I'm talking about the perception still. So the feeling light or feeling that it didn't become a thing in the even the field level, if it is something also, then that becomes another kind of thing, so that's how this path becomes more subtle each time. Because even if you feel light, the if the self view is not shattered, then of course then the person who is enjoying the peace, or the not getting upset about the perception is there, definitely 100%. But even if someone has gone through this path very normally, then also this if there is an a good feeling about anything, it is still that is the same, it is still the self vibration. So it's getting subtle each time. So you have to be careful when you interpret that. But anyway, when what you were trying to say is becoming the perception. If you are becoming the perception, that means this self alive feel should vanish as well. It is a tricky point. That's what Aranahanse always says. It's a very tricky point, because the alive feel should vanish. The alive feel, if it is there, it is in the perception level still. So that is what I'm saying. So it goes on, and that's where the noble friend is very important. But I think Aranahanse is expecting everyone to come to that level, because if you feel that you have become something, then that is not the thing, because in the non-form level, there's no story at all. It's just a feel only. So there's no story at all. So that's why, I mean, if you talk about this like this, it becomes another story. But when it actually happens, is in the non-form level, it's only a feel. Actually, it's like dying before dying kind of thing. But I mean, the words can be very tricky, so I won't say anything. It's like it's like absence of the life feel.
I understand your way of explaining. I understand. Yes, while you were explaining, I thought of that. That is why I told this.
Yeah,
Anyway.
that's a mental picture we get when we talk about anything. We get a mental picture. No, even non-vibration, we get a mental picture. That is normal. That is normal. When we talk about Niagara Falls, we get a mental picture. Same thing. If I talk about non-vibration, someone get a mental picture. That's where the matching comes. That yesterday Dr. Sakuntala was trying to say that she was actually trying to match something, and I told give up or let go something. I told the reason is that because these mental pictures are useless. Mental pictures are useless. Those are perceptions. Perceptions level is all mental pictures. What's the use of that? Mental pictures are anyway not true.
Yes, doctor. That's true. Yes.
So, Aryan Swan says, one and only advice is understand Dhamma, fully understand that even the light is not true, even the touch is not true. Understand that even the ear vibrations are not true. It's only due to the speed that they are even felt. So, mental pictures are anyway not true. So, just understand that and just live. Just live normally.
Yes, that's true. That's true, doctor. Thank you. That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Did you get it, Dr. Sakatala?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that you explained yesterday also very
And today
clearly.
also.
Yes. Yes, true. I did some walking meditation as you advised yesterday because I haven't been doing it on regular basis at home because I experienced I mean this
No, don't even talk about
sense.
that now.
Yeah. Okay.
The comparison is not needed. Just
Mm,
because if you're dying now, just now,
mm,
if you're dying
mm.
now, what would happen? Just now.
Yeah. Only this moment, isn't it? Mm,
Yeah. So that's all.
yeah.
So what's the big deal? So be relaxed as much as possible and try to feel normally. And then
Mm,
as so when this system is so light, this feel is easy to come because then the mind is not prominent. You know why Aran Hanse is trying to find monasteries in the top of the mountains, in the middle of the paddy fields. Why is he doing that? Everywhere, whatever his monastery is, it is you have to climb about how many? You know this very well. You have to climb a lot, isn't it?
yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Why? Because then mind is not really strong.
Mm,
Then it becomes more feel. Then you will feel the cold. You will feel uh, the the feel side will be more. So the actual sensory feel, I mean. So then it is kind of more conducive for the
mm,
non-feel, because then if the feel the power of the perceptions or the mind world is less. If you are trying to plan something or get something, like if you plan to get up tomorrow, aren't you getting up anyway, even without the alarm sometimes?
yes.
How? I mean, that's kind of ingrained. So then self-perception is the same. You don't have to think about self-perception is there anyway. Likewise, this if you have a subconscious, and the word is there, subconscious, only in the English we have this word, but it acts really nicely in these situations because it's a subconscious effort that ruins the actual experiences. But subconscious effort will not go away until you fully realize that the subconscious effort can't do anything. It's useless. It's useless. Then only you will actually feel the truth. This is only for people who have listened to Dhamma a long time only. I mean, this is not to the level of Joel, because Joel is a beginner and Joel can actually practice it. Joel can think about it. It's fine. But you have practiced for a long time trying to do
Yeah.
the sermons also. So it's different. This is unique to you. Or
Yes.
Surangika. This is same to Surangika too. So the more you feel these perceptions are not important, is you feel so light, and then at that particular moment the feel can improve, and then feel, if you have the correct wisdom, then the non-feel might arise. That needs a practice, because you have to really probably really understand also that the light is a creation only of the speed. Light is a creation of speed. The sound is a creation of speed. Touch is a creation of speed. If you actually go into the physics of touch, you will understand. The taste, the how these actual the science actually helps them a lot. So it's really important to get this proper understanding, because if you're feeling something, it is either light, either sound, either touch, either smell, either taste, or either it's a thought coming up, suddenly popping up. That's all you have. What else? I mean, it's really good. We have to thank the nature for that, because if it is like 20 organs, no one will attain nirvana at all. Because it's only 6. Even that 6, we are struggling, isn't it? It's difficult because it's so wounded together kind of thing. Mm. Yeah, anything else, Champa? I think Dr. Sakuntala had to go.
No, doctor, nothing special. I am always thinking about this perception things, and the self-perception is the biggest problem here. But
If you're actually thinking something,
yes,
that itself is the self-perception, because thinking always has the self-perception anyway. A
yes,
thought,
yes,
any thought, even if it is a Dhamma thought, is just the self-perception is anyway there in it. So that's why the thought level slowly becomes irrelevant in Dhamma. Slowly, when you understand, the thinking level becomes irrelevant. It becomes kind of useless. Oh no, actually, Dr. Sakuntala is there. I thought she left, but it's yeah. Anything else to add? Because I think yes.
Therwan Saranai, I may not be able to talk. If I don't get disconnected, I will listen. Therwan Saranai.
Yeah, okay.
doctor, this mundane world people are suffering all the time, taking everything taken as self and suffering, no, that their mind is always running through the 31 planes, and because of the because they don't understand this world is not true. That is the problem, no? All these sufferings are due to that, no? Even whatever level they are living, all are having unspoken problems all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, anyway, that is kind of the normal thing. And we didn't know that it was even abnormal until we heard Dhamma. That was kind of the normal, people would say it is normal for you to grow older, normal for you to get unwell, like get sick, normal for you to kind of die one day. But no one told us that you were never born even. That was never heard. So
That is true, doctor, but getting old and death and everything, but suffering all the time means useless, no?
yeah, true. Yeah. Suffering all the time is actually no, actually, you can't really say that. Someone would actually come to this Zoom one day and say, I'm not suffering. I have heard so many people talking like that. I don't know whether you haven't. A lot of people in these countries would say that I'm not suffering. I'm actually okay. So
The people who are listening to this Dhamma, I am talking about the others who is in this
yeah, I'm talking about actually people who don't know any Dhamma, nothing at all. They might say, I'm not suffering. So that's what I'm saying. Their view is, I'm not suffering. I'm happy. There are people like that. Don't forget that. That's what I'm trying to add to your statement, because you're making a statement. So you can't really make that statement as like conducive to everyone, because there are people who are not aware about any Dhamma, still saying, I'm not suffering, I don't mind, I'm actually enjoying the world, so leave me alone, that kind of thing. And then you have to leave them alone.
That means, doctor, in any way, they are close to that non-vibration level. I think that once.
No, not whatsoever. No, whatsoever. Because they are actually so badly in self view. The ego is so high, nothing affects them. Self view, if the self view is not broken, even the person in Asanyatala is useless. So you have to be careful when you make a statement. So even a person who is floating because of the meditative state, even if the person is floating, because the self view is there, it's useless. Because they have the potential to come back anyway into the suffering anyway. And this, so we can't give blanket statements like that. We can't, because the people, 8 billion people feel their perspectives are different, So if you have to feel everyone and then feel what level they are. If their ego is so high and they say, I am not suffering, I am actually fine, I don't want any Dhamma, then they can't take it anyway, because their ego is so high. Because actually they haven't suffered, kind of thing. There are people like that too. Actually, even in this Dhamma forum, not in this English one, I have heard so many people saying that. Aran Mahanse saying, you haven't actually suffered, so you don't know what suffering is.
Yes, I have heard that kind of people, doctor. Yes, some are not.
So don't give statements
suffered.
which,
Yes.
you have to be careful in giving blanket statements, because this is a forum, because then people might think that, oh yeah, is it true like that? No, we can't give a blanket statement like that. So when the ego is so high, you might actually be very okay with everything. I think Joel will actually agree with me, because there are people who are like that. There are people with overestimation, like anything happens, they will kind of have the very different attitude towards that. No one can beat me, no one can do anything to me, no one can, nothing will make me sad, that kind of attitude. But this Dhamma is a different story. Dhamma is actually about the life field or the Nana life field. This is a different level. But
Accepting life in any way. In any circumstances.
yeah, your words are a bit heavy. You have to be careful. Your words are a bit heavy. Do you get it?
Yes, doctor. Yes.
Yeah, they are very, very still heavy. So slowly, you have to realize that none of these words actually has a meaning. None of these perceptions are actually true. Okay, we have a communication here. We are trying to communicate the non-vibration here, but actually, these words, even if I'm talking something, even if I'm shouting at my kids, kind of trying to tell them something, it doesn't actually carry anything. So you have to be careful. If you are actually telling something, feeling that it is true, that is the alive feel like anyway. So the talking,
Okay. Okay. I'll be I'll
no, you can't think about it. It's something you have to feel. So whether you have power in, if you're doing something, whether it's with power or without power, if you're talking, whether it's with power or without power, if you're seeing, whether it's with power or without power, what is the power? That's the life feel, or that's the self perception, that's the self view. That is it. You know, that power, it is kind of different from person to person also. So the truth here is that none of these mind perceptions are true. That is the thing that should be highlighted. Did you get it?
Yes, doctor. I understand.
Yeah.
So
So then the power will come down anyway. You know that we have a kind of a even Aranhanse can talk loudly, you know, but then people will misunderstand that it is with some power. But the thing is, it has no power. That the differentiation is very difficult. Only you will know that. Only you will know that. I can only like advise you just here and there, uh, but actually you will know whether you are actually taking what you're talking for granted or not. You know, because if you're actually feeling that what you're talking is kind of true, that's a bit tricky, isn't it?
yes, it's very clear now. Yes, doctor.
Yeah. Is there anything, Joel, you can add? Did you get the point I told Champa?
Yes, doctor. Yeah, there are some people that I also meet with high ego. They are okay with anything, and people who listen to Dhamma and then we vibrations go down. We can feel that vibration of them, high vibration that they have, egoistic vibration, or whatever you name it. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. So yes, I got it, doctor. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of feel is it Damayanti? Is it are you trying to talk? Yeah, you can talk. Anyone can talk if you want to talk. I don't know whether it's Panadura Damayanti or someone else. Anyway, yeah, it is very important to figure out yourself. That's the main thing. It's like try and understand your patterns, try and understand your habits, try and understand your, you know, if your habit was to shout, even if you're talking to kids, if your habit was to shout, you have to detect that. And detection is enough actually, because the detection is with the, if it is, if that system is fully aware about the right vision or the wrong vision, if it's fully understood, then fully realized, then slowly the power behind these habits will go away. You might shout, but shouting will not have any power. So there's a difference in that. You know, you can shout, but there's no much power in that. So you can tell something, you can advise a person about what to do with the medication and stuff, but there's no much power in that. So you can also tell them also, there's no much power in that. That's the difference. So the difference is important, like there's no urge to get understood or to give the message, or kind of it's just clear through feel. It's not easy, but it can be mastered. Anything can be mastered, especially with Aryan Hanse, because we have been listening to Aryan Hanse for a long time. His lot of his non-vibratory things, we actually feel that, whenever he comes to assume the non-vibratory effect is happening in that, in it will be manifested. So it's really important everyone talk when he's there and try and see whether if you have a question to actually ask him and feel him, what he's going to say. But it is very important to do it genuinely, because if you're like, yeah, I have to talk to him and see, it doesn't work like that. But if you have a genuine question and the genuine answer will be felt really well, and then easy. It's easy. It's easy from the both sides. And that's why if a young person comes and asks a question, Aryan answer is flowing like nothing, it's like really good flow with so much easy words and beautiful examples, and it will flow nicely. I can remember each time that if there is a genuine question, and then if the field side is higher, the Aryan Hanse's answer also tailored to that. So it's very important. I mean, it's rare that young people get this, but whoever who is getting it, young people, it will be really, really good for them, because it will change the way they burn. And see, the life is really, last breath can come at any time. Anytime. It can be now, it can be tomorrow, it can be in time. It doesn't matter. Maybe in 50 years' time, yeah, we don't know. It doesn't matter. What matters is whether there's burning here or not. What burning is the other question. Is it the taste? Is it the actual seeing? Is it the actual hearing? Is it the smell? Is it the touch? No, but the burning associated with that kind of entertainment of that. That's the thing. Because if it is felt as something, entertainment anyway follows. It's definitely happening. If it is felt as something, the Nandi is Nandi, that is the Pali word for entertaining or sensuality. No, I don't know. Nandi kind of word is for craving. You can call it craving also. Kind of entertaining your sensory functions is there because you felt it as something. How do you feel it as something? Because it's felt as cake. Just the feel in the baby's young, very small baby, just the feel, there was potential. But the actual potential becomes a thing when the cake is formed or when the thoughts are formed. So the whole scenario is unfolding, whole film is happening, and you are just becoming just another thing in the chessboard or just another thing in the film. But if you awaken from the film, or if you awaken from the
dream, you're there, but it's eternal happiness or eternal tranquility which will be there, nothing else. It's very important, get this properly from the beginning. This is not to put more fire into your thinking pattern. This Dhamma is not to put more fire into your thinking pattern, not to add more stress to the thinking level, not to add anything at all. Actually, this is a path. If you really fully understand this, all the cessation of suffering will happen. The burning will go away. The burden will go to zero. That's why the tranquility is when the burden is not there. Burden is from all the perceptions that has been there, even the ones which are not even manifested now. They're all in one. That actually I haven't talked. I think we have to talk about that too. This one vibration having the potential for each and every perception. That's something Taran Hanse says sometimes, Yeah. It's I think it's really important. So we'll see. I'm hoping I would be able to join at proper time tomorrow. I'm driving. Hopefully I'll finish driving by 8:30 this country. So I have to travel with. What I'm planning. I'm hoping that I would be able to join at proper time tomorrow. And we'll worship Aran Wahanse. Thank you, Aran Wahanse, for all the guidance, non-vibration, and trying to share it with everyone. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming and discussing Dhamma.
Thank you, Dr. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansi, and all the Dhamma friends.
Thank you. May Triple Gem bless you all.
To the point where there is the gradual realization of tranquility and, as I think Justin said, finally reaching that ultimate state of non-vibration. Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I get a certain kind of a question. So Buddha says there is no soul, so mind is not you. So if so, what is the purpose of living? So if I think the Western people might ask, oh, is that the reason why you go to the jungle forest and do the meditation? So is that the why you give up everything and go to go and wear the robe and live in temples? So is that the same thing done by Lord Buddha also? So what is the purpose of raising children or innovating new things? So what is the purpose if there is no one? So if people ask like that, what would be the answer for that? Teruvan Saranai, Surangika or Harshi?
Suranka, you want to answer? Or? Theron Sarnaya will answer.
So many guys today here, no?
Yes, I will answer.
Yes, I will answer.
Okay. I don't know they understand English or no. Because why they are not talking? Why they are not talking? Yeah, so normally there's Dr. Ravi and the Surangika and the Harshe and the Kavindi. So talking no. But I like newcomers. Come and talk with us. It's very important. So I asking everybody one small question. I know that's Dr. Ravi asked that question, but you know that's many guys are explain many things. That's how there's a knowledge. It's a knowledge. You know something, you can say. It's a knowledge. But what is the feel? How is we won't given the message, no? We won't given message. We are using the words. We are using the language. But it's not only enough. The message is very strong. So, Suranka example now, many things. so explain, no? But feel is the so I would say we were given message. It's not a words, it's not a knowledge, it's a feel. You won't feel it. Someone is telling something. You are using words, but not enough. That words. What do you think about Kavita? What's the difference? RN was telling something. It's very. So RN is telling something that there is feel, no? Someone hearing that. He can feel it. Because I given my feel. It's not words. What do you think about Kavita? Are you asleep?
And also Kavita hasn't joined.
It's not joined. Yeah. This time. Okay, Harji, what do you think about it?
Yeah, Renwas, we feel when you talk about it because there's non-vibration, whereas when we talk, it's
not only that. Not only that. I'm transferring the field. What's that field? So, for example, no more words. We don't know more words. Why? You see this. This light is real or no? Your eye creation given you to these pictures, this light creations. Is real or no?
No, I don't answer.
What is this? So, what's your world? We are talking this world is not real. It's only the words. How is feel? Your eye creation. The light also not real because your eye creation, wherever various of living being have various type of eye. Snake, white and black. The buffalo, red only. Okay. So, beans, 8 type of looking the style, insects, other type. So various of type. That also radar using no, it's other type of sensor. So they have different world, no? So we are talking about the eye creation. But other senses also like that, no? Sound also. Other senses also. So otherwise, you can't hear. Sound is not here. The meaning is, so what you say, but all of them are thinking outside. There is sound, but your eye creation is hearing sound, but it's not real. What I want to say, your eye creation, manufacturing these lights, yeah, it's okay. Picture is coming. Now you are looking something. This picture is coming. Your side is creating, but it's not real. Otherwise, the waves is not light. Waves is vibrations. How is telling this? Waves, vibers, waves. It's not light or sound or anything. But you have this type of sensor, you can. Is this picture, is a film, is going. This sensors are creation, this film is like this going. This type of film is going. But what is real? Your film. Otherwise, imagine the power. You know, light also power, no? Sound also power, no? It's a waves, no? Otherwise, you see the power generating another power, no? What is that? Spark. Different end somewhere, there's the spark. That's a Madhya Sutra's meaning. There's the word. But not spark somewhere. No words, no word anywhere. This is theory. We are talking about Chitta Niyama. How is creating this vinya, this consciousness? How is coming? Existent field. You know, it's a like electric power, like a magnetic power. We are talking about mind power. It's only the power, no? Thoughts also power, no? That creation is how is coming this power, how is coming your alive field. It's a power. Your body is a power generator like that, no? Physically body, this sensor creation is a manufacturing or systematically power. It's thought like a robot. So no matter what is your thinking, because interesting, what is important is the power. You want power. So normally, naturally, thoughts are created because you physically this body want power. Sensors are automatically working. Power, what is your thought? Is no man, doesn't matter. What is your thought? Is sometimes you are no? Is attached or you are not attached is okay. Because the power is coming, no? That's the important. Power is coming. What is these thoughts? What is this silly mind? Are you thinking it's my son, it's my daughter, or my baby, it's my child, or my husband, or my wife, or my mother, my father, or my house? What is your? Is everything? It's thought. You are thinking, no, I'm alive, I'm here. One day I die. What is this birth and die? These thoughts. Every time it's spark. It's a spark is here, it's sparking. No, it's a vibrations. Vibers. Waves, no, we are talking. But not happening this. That's nice, no? You understood this one. No, it's okay. Normally, everything is creation is going. No, normally creation is going. You can see the tree. You can see the tree. Example, the tree leaves. Branches are moving, and the blooming flower. The trees have blooming flowers, and new leaves are coming away. Like a tree is not a living being. We are not talking about living being, but tree is there. So trees also fell down, no, collapsed under it. But you see your body. Is that still? No. It's same. No? What is this nature? No? You see this? Is what you think is same. No? So tree want some type of power. There is some type of system there. No, and ATP energy. So these leaves are creating, and some type of system is there. So you understood this Dharma. You have Dhamma, we are talking about. You understood this truth. That one is important. You understood this truth. What happened? Like a tree. Because nobody is here. System is working. It's okay, no problem. You can see, you can hear, you can. Everything is in system, and the senses are also normally creating. The senses are normally creating. No problem anymore. Mind also, normally thoughts are coming, but no one is here. Because you understood, no? You are understanding what happened here. Someone understood this truth. That's why tranquility is coming. Tranquility is not a happy. Happy is someone there. Someone have happy. But tranquility, nobody is there. Every shell have this feeling, tranquility. It's not thoughts. Happy is coming mind. This tranquility is not mind. Happy have somebody, but tranquility is not like that. That is why we are talking about Buddha's final effort is not enlightenment. Enlightenment have someone, because so Hindus are talking about enlightenment word. They are using universe. They are in there. But Buddha is not. Buddha is not talking about. Buddha telling other. nobody, universe or anywhere. Lamp example is fire lamp. Oil is over and fire is over. Not anywhere. So this explaining, not only explain, not only teaching. This is you won't feel. So I try to give you to my feel. I only the use in these words. This and this language. But sometimes we don't know language. We can give this message other time, other signals using, not words. We can do that. So you won't give us a message, square, squirrel, or birds, or some other type of living being. You can give a message, no? You are not using the words. You can allow that that type of loving. You can allow everything. So nature also, everywhere, there's loving. What's that loving? It's same, no? Your feel is outside nature, everywhere. Is your feel is same. That everything is you. You are not anyone. You are not anyone. You are not anybody. That feel is same. The meaning is you are not here. Everything is you. Not anybody is there. That's the type of final effort. Liberation of mind. So, not only the nature. So, everybody, you can feel. Same. Yeah, someone in some various of type of people in here, but no problem. Some are in misconception. Some are very that type of. It's okay, no problem, because it's a nature. So little babies, how nice that feeling. Radiant mind. These babies are very nice. Feeling happy. So you also transfer. Your inside is transferring that type of little baby. How nice that experience. Otherwise, our moms, every mom is your mom. Every father is your father. Everybody is you. It's feel. Why? You are not here. Finally, someone understood this truth. You are the everybody. You are the everything. Not anyone here. Not anybody here. That type of as a death after feel. Same. You are in here today. You can't feel because you are not there. But you realize your death is happened. Nobody see. Everything is feel. That's the example. It's a feel. We want this type of Dhamma. What is this Dhamma discourses? How is doing this Dhamma discourse like this? Because you are transferring the feel. It's your feel. How much you have this feel? You are the guy, this messenger, given this others. Especially, this is not a knowledge only. Yeah, it's okay, you want knowledge, but this not only the knowledge. How much you have feel, that's how much your success, given this message. How much you have this feel, that's happening. You know this. Because you are not in here. How much you are working, how much you are, but how much you are, how is doing, how is telling this, your life also, because so your everything you are you have spent because you don't want you want others, not business here. Is the feel like a grasshopper. Grasshopper have feet. So what happened doesn't matter. That's the feel. Because nothingness feel like that. That's the Buddha's guys. That's the Buddha's sons. That's the real monks. Real monks don't want living. They don't want them. Because their journey is over. What do you think about Dr. Ravi?
Yes, Arana, sir. As you said, with the knowledge, we know that there is no doer here. But only thing, in certain instances, we feel like we are here. But that is the amount that we have. That is the amount of defilements we have, and once we can understand that, so we can see ourselves. So it is kind of as you said, it is the noble research that we are doing. It's with ourselves. So identifying our own defilements is the challenge, RNA. But sometimes, if when we see our own defilements, we sometimes regret RNA. So that is the problem. So we tend to think, oh, I have been listening this Dhamma for 2 years now. Still, my I-ness is there. So what is the purpose of listening? So those kind of feelings come, but I think the amount
Oh,
that
it is coming mind, doctor.
it is mine. Yeah, it is mine.
How much mine is less? Does feel is very free mind. Mindless feel. It's very nice.
Mm-hmm.
So we have many things. Can you living without doctor?
Yeah, it's very difficult, Arana. So without that identity living, yes, Arana. I also wanted to tell it, Arana. So even though we tell, even though I tell people, so no, I'm not having that ego, but it is there. It is safely there in the briefcase.
Yeah,
So it
inside,
is there.
inside secret is there.
There.
That's the day you are winning day. your clothes is okay. I'm changing the clothes and you are getting saran or something. You are going to village or somewhere and you are bathing somewhere. River or somewhere. That's the day of Dr. Ravi, final day. Before death, I think you will think about. Nice feeling, no? Nice feeling.
Yes, very nice.
We asked the doctor, it's mine, no? It's a mine, no? It's a mine.
Yeah, it's mine.
Everybody have this problem. That is at 2 years here in this number, but same place here. Doctor is here.
Yeah.
What to do?
Yes, Aryan, what to do? But it has been there for my childhood, I think, Aryan, was because I wanted to be a doctor. So my brother was a doctor and he's a doctor.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be a doctor. So
That's a
it
dream.
was keep coming. Yeah, it was coming again and again and again. It has become so more powerful, Aryan. So even though I think, but I can't get away from that.
Very powerful ego is there. That is why.
Yeah.
How is less this ego? No, Buddha's word is maniya makpato atimani kuru. That's word is ego. You won't fail. That's a fading the ego. It's okay, no. That's a defilement of fading. Same, no. So that's why. It's happening, doctor. It's happening future.
Mm-hmm.
It's happening. Don't worry about it. This because it's not you are doing. It's a nature. It's happening because there's Ananda Thero can't do that. Arahata, but it's happening. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
same thing. Yeah, we are not doing. It's happening. We won't know the truth. We will know that path. So it's okay. We are going that right way. It's okay. You have now right vision. You are going right way. It's everything. You don't worry about the effort. It's coming. Automatically, it's happening. You are not doing. Nobody is want soul. When you are baby, when you are child, you are not thinking about I'm coming that huge soul. No. You are not thinking. It's automatically coming.
Yes.
That's a natural phenomenon. No? Natural phenomenon. Life and the soul grow up and ego is coming. You are not developing the ego. Ego automatically coming. No. That is why Buddha's word or dependent origination. That's sampaticca. As I say, Buddha's word is sankatam paticca samuppannam kaya dhammam vaya dhammam viraka dhammam. It's a sutra, Pali. What is that? Is everything is coming. That type of it's abhisankara. That's the meaning is. How is telling doctor? This abhisankara is coming ego. How is telling this?
It's
again and again and again, and it's happening. No, that's mind also creating. No, that's thoughts are creating. That more thoughts are coming, and together. That's why. No, ego is coming. More dreams there, no? When you are baby. That's why. Again, and you are thinking, no, more times. That's why your ego is coming. That's otherwise you have dream. You want to be doctor. That's otherwise there is a doctor. There is a soul. Now that's type of coming this today. Everybody like this. Not only this is a system. It's a naturally happening. Nobody is doing. It's automatically happening. So today, this truth someone understood is fading that ego. It's a Shadhamma, Vaidhamma. Meaning is not, it's a little bit. It's a fading. That ego. Turn around. Other side. Anusota and Patisota. You see that? It's okay, no?
Yes, Aranas.
Yeah. Why are you silent? So it's okay. Others, what you think about newcomers are, come and talk with us. Somebody's here. Unmute your mic. Few words. It's okay. Given us.
Yeah, there was my answer.
Tell us.
Yeah, I have been listening to a very, very interesting Dhamma portion. That is very interesting because that established the self is there. It is very difficult to shake it, move it. So little by little, the defilements fades. So if you try to put some effort, try to push, it won't happen. It will automatically happens. What we have to do is to listen to this Dhamma and practice. That is what I think, Aryan.
Practice also we are not doing is happening. No, is important is we know that we know the true Dhamma. We know the is truth here. That's the Satyajnana. We want truth. So others are automatically is happening. So there's a path is okay. You are practicing. The beginning is okay. Beginning is practicing. It's okay. Newcomers it's okay. Newcomers won't practice it. After it's automatically way is going easy. Yeah. So the first time is difficult, but it's okay. It's a go. Let it go like that. It's going right way, right vision. Is there no? Right way is there. Yeah, it's okay. There's this Suranga. What do you think about? Are you there? It's okay. It's okay, everybody. Other Zoom discussion is now coming. No? Okay, Dr. Ravi.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again. And yeah, nice explaining. Nice Dhamma discussion is going here. This Dhamma discussion very important, everybody. Today is a Poya day, so 24 hours is going this Zoom. The doctor, you are in long time, no? Yeah. Yeah, I heard that. Very nice. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's okay. Thank you, everybody. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai.
The Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, Volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 11. Aranvanse Atita Natagamenya meaning the past has already gone. Napatikanti anagatam. The future has not yet arrived. Yet, when a thought of the past arises, it exists only in this present moment. Isn't that so? There is nothing except this thought in the present moment. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir. Aranwansi, now you understand that except this present thought, no other thought exists. Nothing else is real. What we are trying to see is this single thought that arises in this moment. Later, you will realize that even the notion of a thought itself does not truly exist. It is also an illusion. Let us take an example to clarify what a thought is. Imagine you see a brick wall in front of you. The citta or thought is of the brick wall. The stimulus is the so-called brick wall, Aranvansi. The Chakku Vijnana or eye consciousness is only a thought. Consider a thought of a book. If seeing itself is a thought, then does the book exist outside? The shape and name of a book were taught to us as children. In Montessori or early schooling, we were taught colors, red, blue, yellow. When a particular shape appears, we produce a sound and call it a book. Did you listen to my sermons about shapes and sounds? Yes, Honorable Sir. Aranwansi. Now you see that a book is a thought created from a line. Thoughts have no inherent shape or sound. Yet we believe they exist outside. The aramuna or stimulus of the book you perceive is actually a thought. The book does not exist outside. Do you see? Upasika, I understand, Aranwansi. Aranwansi, now you understand that what we create in our minds, we mistakenly believe exists outside. That is our illusion. The vijnana, the mind that calls it a book, appears to exist outside, but it does not. What you think comes from outside is only a signal, a thought. This signal is what we assume as a book. When we see the shape, we recognize it as a book, but the shape itself is only a thought. Nama Rupa refers to I'm not sure what it says here. So I think what this means is Namarupa means the form and the kind of utilized form.
What that means is that 4 elements that form a thing or a shape do not truly exist. The thing outside does not exist, nor do the 4 elements. These elements, liquid, warmth, cold, air, and solidity, are qualities, not objects. A stimulus, a spark formed at the sight sense, convinces us that a shape or thing exists outside. The formation of a spark is called rupang or rupattaya sankatang abhisankaroti. The Buddha explained that the spark produces an illusory image. Aryan Mahanse, our error is believing that whatever we see outside truly exists. Thus, in answer to your question, Ajattabahidda refers to accepting and believing in what you perceive outside. Ajatta refers to what you think. That is kind of formed inside. We believe that what arises inside exists outside. This duality, the inside and outside, does not truly exist. The notion that there is a book outside is a lie. Even the thought of a book is a lie. This concept of a book arises from combining a color and a sound, taught to us as children. Together, the shape and sound were called a book. So this is the continuation of what we were talking about yesterday. This Upasika asks two questions about awakening to the moment and Ajatta Bahidda, the external world and the internal world. So we talked quite deeply about awakening to the moment yesterday, and so here as a continuation, I don't know, as it says, the past is already gone, the future has not yet arrived. Yet, when a thought of the past arises, it exists only in this present moment. Even if we think about past, whether we think about the past or the future, whatever the thoughts that we associate with, all these thoughts appear in this moment, comes alive in this moment, in this present moment. The only moment we ever had, we will ever have. There's nothing except for that, this thought in this moment. So, future and the past, they are not real. And so when we understand and realize that we zoom in on this moment, this thought, and in this single thought that arises in this moment, there's the so-called external world and the so-called internal world. So, and Aryan once he talks about this example to clarify what a thought is. Let's say there's a brick wall in front of us. We look at that. The moment we look at that, already the thought that it's a brick wall is born. The eye consciousness. Even a thought about a book, seeing itself, the thought is arisen, but the eye cannot create thoughts. only the mind can create thoughts. So the experience of looking at the so-called brick wall is just the image and the color, the shape. However, we have to use these labels, the image, the color, the shapes, but we cannot even use those labels because they do not belong to the eye, the experience of seeing. The experience of seeing is just the experience of seeing. Whatever is arisen in the awareness as a thought, that belongs to the mind consciousness. So these labels that we've been taught even when during the kindergarten, we were taught colors, red, blue, yellow. We were pointed, somebody would point at the corresponding color for the so-called yellow and give the label yellow. And with time, with enough repetition, it feels like yellow is out there. But the label, as soon as we see the so-called yellow, the label yellow is kind of, if we pay attention to our experience, it's born in our awareness, it seemingly inside, seemingly internally, whereas the so-called yellow seems like it's outside, far away from the so-called self who's seeing the color. So it always feels like yellow is out there, but in essence, what's out there is the so-called color, the image, the shape, not yellow, that experience of seeing. Even then, we can't say that yellow is out there. It's a creation of the eye faculty of the eye. And this cones and rods in the retina, they vibrate at a certain frequency that's corresponding to the vibration of yellow. And if there's some vibration out there that's similar to the frequency of similar to the frequency that's created in the retina, this frequency becomes that frequency. Or rather, that frequency becomes this frequency in the eye. So we say there's vision. And it's like a projector. Like projector can create images on a wall, but image is not created on the wall. Image is created in the projector. But illusion is such that it feels like the image that the projector is creating is far away and it's falling on a wall or a screen, but it's actually created in this end, in the projector. Similarly, the images we see that seem like that they're far away, they're created in the eye, which is, if we use the language, you will have to say seems like much closer than being far away, but even that is not the case. So when we say we see a book is a label, book is a sound that's given to a child at a younger age. That child, before encountering that label, that child had no idea what he was playing with was called a book. So book is out there and the label appears seemingly internally. And it feels like the book is far away, book is out there, book is external. But the image, the label is here. So essentially we are not seeing a book that is far away. We are seeing some image. And we are projecting the label that's created in our awareness to be that book that is out there.
which is not true. So this is what we need to see. And this again goes back to name and form union. Name, as in anything that we associate with, has a name, has a label, perception. And when we say form, there are different kinds of form. We have the image as the form. We have the sound as the form. We have the smell as the form, taste as the form, touch as the form. So, basically, fundamentally, the image and the sound entanglement is the one that gives rise to the sense that something's out there. At least two of these forms are required for this entanglement to take place. That's why when we consider a simple animal like a worm, worm also has this existent feel. Any animal, human, any living sort of entity has this existent feel created based on what kind of senses they have. So in the case of a worm, it's the sense of temperature. The worm gravitates toward the cool temperatures and away from the warm temperatures. So and that gives rise to the sense of self. So similarly, humans have more complex 5 sense bases, 6 sense bases. And when a name and an image is entangled, like when as a child there's a newborn and he doesn't speak right away. He doesn't have any idea as to who his mother, father, siblings are. But as he grows up, as he learns the language at the age of around 1.5, the image that's of the mother is being pointed at, and the label mother is given. Initially, the child can't even pronounce that word properly. Mama, mama. So it starts with blabbering, and eventually, with many efforts, he or she will end up saying mother or amma. So predominantly, this image of the mother and the sound, the label that's detected through the ear. That combination makes us feel like something's out there. The mother is out there, but there's no mother out there. What's out there is the experience of seeing. We can't even say it's out there. Experience of seeing happens in the retina, which is not even far away. And so itself, that entanglement gives rise to the illusion that something's out there. And this label, the need for this label, was the child, the newborn child with the maturing of his sensory organs, feels like there's something out there, even though he doesn't know the names of things. It feels like something's out there. That's why then, this colorful thing, I don't know what the name of this this toy that's hung above the cot of a baby. He continues to look at it, like moving colors, changing colors and all that, and smiles, because it feels like something's out there. He doesn't know what it is, but something's out there, something gives some pleasure to the child. Similarly, if a child, even before they talk, if they're given a phone, when the phone is taken away, the child cries, because even though he or she doesn't understand this is a phone, this is a valuable thing, this is entertaining or whatever it is, when it's taken away, like he had some sense of needing that, wanting that. And when it's taken away, it's not a pleasant experience. He doesn't like that. So this, something's out there, something's existing out there, that kind of, that sense, that feel was there from the beginning. And then when the labels were introduced, when the language was introduced, it feels like that whatever the thing that was out there is this label now. That is how the thinking evolves in the baby. And the baby begins to recognize the mother, father, the toys, simple objects, complex objects. And with that, even though we say the baby recognizes it, it's the system, it's how the system works and how the system gets entangled and recognizes things, so when, the label mother is given, even now to this baby, even now today, if someone says mother, that sound is enough, that vibration, the frequency is enough to bring back memories about the so-called mother, images of the mother. If that mentally, the whole mental image appears in the awareness as soon as he hears the word mother. And if you can zoom in on that mental image, you can almost hear the mother's voice. You can almost feel the mother's scent. You can almost touch the mother. Everything is from all these sense bases. The inputs from the sense bases are embedded in this mental image. That's why these mental images are created. Mental objects are created with the inputs from all five senses. That is the sixth one that's created, which is the mental object, which has all the inputs from the five sensory inputs, sense bases. Even now, when the word mother is uttered, that whole package comes, the sixth cumulative vibration that is kind of created from vibrations from all five sense faculties, which is also vibration, which is also a different kind of vibration, different manifestation of a vibration. So, this entanglement is what we call life, or what we call living. So that feeling the baby felt, that something's out there, it's still here, but it's more advanced, it's more entangled, because now something's out there that has a name now. The book is out there, the house is out there, the mother is out there, the father is out there. So as one understands how this name and form union, or how the mind is created with these five different kinds of vibrations, one begins to see what we thought was existing outside was only a mental construct. There's nothing, there are no books out there, there are no mothers out there. There's the then it kind of strips it off to the experience of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. And when we contemplate, when we try to figure out how the seeing or the hearing or the smelling, tasting, touching, all those come into existence, what we see is the visible range of light. We cannot see anything beyond that. Reptiles has a different kind of vibration. Their senses, their eyes detect infrared and ultraviolet. So their kind of vision is not the same thing. There's me here, and to me there's a, let's say, some sort of a reptile. Whatever the world I see, and whatever the world this reptile sees, two different worlds. So similarly, a cow or a bee or any dolphin, bat, all these animals, their own world is different. For us, it's very difficult to contemplate on this and really see through it because it feels like this world is three-dimensional, it's solid. And when I touch this table, I can feel how solid this is. So how can you say that this does not exist? If you really contemplate on that experience too, you think you're touching a table, you can't. With your 4-5 fingers, which are like really tiny, how can you touch an entire table? You can't. What is touched is whatever the area underneath the 4-5 fingers that are used to touch this table. But in the mind, there's an idea that I'm touching the table. So essentially, you're not touching a table, you're experiencing a feeling underneath the fingers. And that is labeled as a table. The moment it is labeled as a table, it also confirms that table exists. If the table exists, who's naming it a table? There has to be a self. So in that one single thought, the table and the self are both born. The fact that there is a table, fact that I saw the table, it's called becoming or bhava. Meaning in this particular thought, the whole world is real. In that particular thought, the table is real, table exists, and I exist. And in the next thought, there's a book. If there's a book, the moment someone labels something as a book, it automatically assumes that the book exists and there should be someone who's looking at the book, experiencing the book, that is the self, so-called self. So in that thought, the book and the so-called self both are born. So if you can contemplate this way, you will see that there's no existing self, only the thought of a self or the sense of the self created in each single thought. And this pattern continues to create the so-called self, so-called existent field, and the so-called self. But if you really contemplate on these things that we discussed, really carefully, really profoundly, you will see that this, due to vibrations, this form is born.
Due to continued vibrations, this form matures into thought, and it matures into the sense that something's out there, that feel that something's out there, and with further vibrations, continued vibrations, it matures into the sense of self. It is the same vibration that gives rise to the existent feel and to the sense of self. The sense of self is created as an extension of the sense of the self-existent feel. It's the same feel. One is extended from the other, and simultaneously the mind is created. So the mind gives the idea that existent feel belongs to whatever we see out, we think, or when we believe that something's out there, that object, and that mind labels it as that object is out there, I'm right here. But what the mind is making it a dual thing, but the original experience is not dual. The book itself, the sense that the book is out there, something's out there, that sense is the same thing as the sense of self. There's no separate self and a separate external world. That comes from the mind, that comes from the thought that's created in that moment to discriminate the object that is seen from the seer. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. There's no separate self. That vibration itself is the self, the extended version. And this, you can see it within yourself. This existent feel come from the continued vibrations, that plumpness that objects get, that makes us difficult for us to deny that something's not out there, is that plump, living kind of nature of an object that comes from continued vibrations. So I think we don't have that many people join today. And if you have any questions, Rebecca, you can ask. I see you every time. Yeah, so that is what the book talks about. And that these days we notice in the controversial discourses, the topic that's been discussed for the past 4 or 5 days was, are you on the path? How do you know? So for the discussion portion of this Zoom, I thought that will be appropriate for us to talk about that, because there are many pitfalls in this path, and it's not always easy to recognize them. That's why we really, really, really need the help of a noble friend. Not as a person, but for the Dhamma that's been expounded, for the noble friendship that's given the support. Because when Anandathero asked Buddha, the doctrine of Buddha will be prevailed partly due to the noble friend, and Buddha immediately rejected that answer, that claim, and said, no, Ananda, do not say like that. Entire doctrine will prevail due to the relationship of the
noble friend. So in that dialogue, Buddha had very clearly emphasized the importance of the noble friend. This entire doctrine prevails because of the noble friend. As we can see, as the Tripitaka of the Pali Canon was documented, and in the 1200s when it was scribed onto the palm leaves, that that is a very symbolic moment. From that period onwards, the arahanthood hasn't been found until Aryan Mahansa started expounding this Dhamma in the same context Buddha meant it to be expounded. A lot of listeners of Buddothpado discourses has gone through many schools of thought that are available in Sri Lanka in search of this Dhamma, in search of the truth. In my experience too, I've been to many schools of thoughts, spending years at one place trying to understand and realize what each teacher was expounding. But after practicing for a few years, it was always noticed that there's not much of progress. There's some progress. There's so much respect for these teachers who did their best to create awareness, to talk of the real Dhamma based on their own abilities, to their fullest abilities they tried. But if they succeeded or not, which is a different case, that's why we are here in this Zoom, having listened to Aryan Mahansa consecutively for almost 5 years. And unlike any other school of thought we went through, we were able to see that reduction in the defilements. The sense of self is reduced. The suffering is reduced. And it feels like that is what Buddha said to Kalamas. Kalamas were being confused by a lot of spiritual leaders and teachers who claim that they're realized. Even to the extent some people have claimed to be Buddha, and they were really confused. And when finally Buddha came to Kalamas, they were confused and asked Buddha, how can one recognize what true Dhamma is? There were people who were claiming to be Buddha and claiming to be realized. How do we know? What is a good parameter to put into practice to see who's a real master, realized master? And then Buddha said, do not accept a certain Dhamma because it's written in a book or it came from generation to generation. Even your friend said that, somebody from the family said that. But if some doctrine, after practicing it for some time, if some doctrine is able to diminish the defilements and bring equanimity, then consider that to be a true Dhamma. So that is kind of for people who are in the dark, that's a really good guideline. And I think in many of our paths also that became a guideline for us. And after coming across Buddothpado discourses, we clearly saw that reduction in defilements that we never experienced by going to any other school of thought that was available in Sri Lanka. So I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined Theruvan Saranai. Dr. Sakuntala, I was
Theruvan Saranai. I pay my homage at Alan Hanse's feet. I actually joined just now. I don't know what the topic that you were talking on.
I was trying
Anything
to, kind of along the same lines of, are you on the path? What is the path?
Okay, yes. Yes, actually that was the discussion over the last few days at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Zoom, wasn't it? Last few days to...
Yeah, it's been consecutive.
Yes. So it's actually something that the person or the system will understand, he or she himself, because even with the complete internal transformation, that means even a person, a system who has reached the arhathood, state of arhat, will not have a difference from externally. The way that interact with the society will be the same, but definitely the keenness to satisfy the needs, like to see more things and to see the things that were enjoyable, and to hear the things that were enjoyable, and also food wise, then smells, so all these things to entertain the sense system, the keenness to entertain will gradually go down. So the person will sort of be quite satisfied and relaxed with a very simple life pattern. That will be the only change. But the way that respond, even at a place where there should be sort of sorrowful and sad mood, or even a place where there is lots of happy
May the Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpado Aryan Wahansa. Pada Namaskar Karami Aryan Wahansa Avasarai. As usual, let's start the Dhamma discussion today also. So when we talk about this Dhamma, it is not something very unusual now, because now we can listen to Dhamma through this Buddothpado discourses. As 5 years ago, our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahansi has preached very valuable sermons, and today also we can get the advantages, the benefits of these sermons. So most probably all over the world, people are getting the benefit of these sermons, and they get used to these practical sessions, and most of them are having experience because of this true Dhamma. The whole day we can listen to these true Dhamma, Buddothpada discourses. Throughout the day, we can listen to these Buddothpada sermons, which is a very valuable advantage for all of the followers. Not only that, the practical sessions are also conducted. So we can follow this Dhamma through proper guidance, especially the guidance of our spiritual leader, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, which is very, very important. While practicing, if there are any problems, we can discuss, we can solve our problems, or we can ask questions. So there are so many avenues open to each and every follower. To get them to the correct path, our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahansa is always guiding each and everyone, which is very, very important. So this is not merely a knowledge. Earlier, we used to get knowledge through books or different sources of information. So that is what we had, even not only that, plus meditation. So we were having all this knowledge, and we had only practical knowledge on meditation. That's what we had earlier, or that is what get used to do before we follow these Buddothpado sermons. So it has completely changed. Now what has happened, we can thoroughly practice this and we can have our own experience. The experience one gets is different from the experience the other one gets. But the ultimate truth is the one, only a one. So that is Nibbana. That is the path to Nibbana. So here the guidance is very, very important. Without a proper guidance, nobody can follow this good this nobody can follow this. So there are different stages. So we can evidence that most of these followers or disciples of Buddothpado, while they are talking to R.N. Mahanse, when they are talking, they talk different ideas, maybe their own ideas. It depends on the knowledge they have acquired, and also the period of time they have practiced, they have listened. So it depends. So different people have different ideas. Different people are having different practical methods. So to take them to the correct path, Aran Mahase is always guiding them through these Zoom discussions, also having meetings and having sessions, having retreats and all with these different areas of these Mitmal Senasana, Mitmal Arana, Mehini Vivekasrama, and so on. So people are getting this knowledge every day. So while practicing, they can have a correct idea whether they are in the correct path. So because the guidance is done each and every moment, even with the trained teachers, the guidance is done. So most probably this actually when talking about this teaching of this Dhamma, there are a lot of even books, magazines and all. Through this actually anybody can gather, or anybody can get a large amount of intellectual knowledge. So collecting this knowledge alone does not necessarily mean that one has understood the truth. That is what, just like parroting, some can say about what is happening and what has happened, so or what will happen. So very often people actually they become very satisfied with this if I say that theoretical understanding. So with that, they get that realization of that they have understood this Dhamma. But in Buddothpado sermons, that is not so. So understanding is something else with the knowledge. Here, always R.N. Vase is pointing out that you should feel this. Because the Buddha's teaching is not confined to written words or books, which is done in a syllabus at schools and although in these Dhamma schools. So with this, actually with this understanding of this theoretical knowledge and all, one can believe that they have realized Dhamma. So most probably all over the world, this is what is happening actually. So yet the true meaning of these Buddothpado sermons, it is not so. That is something like that we must experience and realize within ourselves. That is in one's own life. So that is the most important thing in this what we follow now. So most important thing is that Dhamma is something that one must be experienced and realized in our own. When we talk about Lord Buddha explained the truth to humanity as a path leading to the liberation. It was not merely a philosophy or theory. That is why he always said, Telin Malin Ma Pudanno Pa Pudanno Noveti. In Sinhala, we can say that, as Aryan Mahansa is always telling that, Pratipadavin Ma Pudanno Ma Pudanno Veti. That means practical way to remove suffering. So that is what we always did, that offering flowers, lighting of lamps, candles and all, that is what we did. But this is not so. Once you understand this Dhamma, you can do that one better than the way you did it. But the practical way is here to remove the suffering. With the suffering, you can't actually be even a Buddhist. Although we think that we are Buddhists, that is what we think, that we are Buddhists. So now after following these Buddothpado servants, we understood how to become a Buddhist. Even it is not that easy. So becoming a Buddhist is also not that easy, although we have thought that the birth certificate itself gives us that in front of that religion, Buddhist. So because of that, we think we are Buddhist, but it is not so. So that is the practical ways to actually, if I say not remove, the word should be eradicate suffering. So we have to eradicate suffering. Although while following these sermons and also having started these practical sessions, this suffering is becoming less. Normally, usually it happens to anybody. So once you start doing this, after 5-6 months, you feel that your suffering is becoming very less. Although you were burning a lot from the very beginning when you start this, so you think that gradually it is becoming less. So that is very, very important for somebody to, while going on this path. Because every being in this world seeks actually happiness and peace. That is normally, that is why we want to follow something like this. So at last we are looking for happiness and peace. What we truly need in our life. Yes, what we truly need in our life is freedom. Freedom from actually dukkha. Freedom from dukkha, because always we are suffering. We are suffering, whether even when we are happy, it is not it is not actually permanent. It is not permanent. The happiness is not permanent. So once it is ceased, we again try to feel suffering. So everything is suffering. If you start living, once you start that alive feeling, that means you start, if you are a living being, that means you start suffering. Suffering starts with the birth, that's true. So you have to eradicate this suffering. The unsatisfactory nature of existence. Unsatisfactory nature of existence. What we need today is we want this peaceful and calm mind actually. So when suffering disappears, our mind becomes peaceful and calm. It is becoming very peaceful and calm. Therefore, the purpose of Lord Buddha's teaching is to guide beings towards that freedom and inner peace. That is what we need. That is the most important thing. That we are looking for freedom. Once we are burning, when we feel that what is the use of this life, and we are always suffering, burning, everything has happened. So we look forward. We are looking forward for freedom and inner peace. The most important thing is inner peace. If we examine the nature of dukkha actually carefully, it is the begin to see an important truth. Much of our suffering arises because we believe there is a permanent me or I. Me or I. Always we think that there is permanent me or I. So this is the beginning actually, most probably. So everyday life, we frequently say, I'm happy, I'm in pain, or else I'm suffering. So when something we value breaks, just imagine if it disappears, we say, I'm suffering because I lost it. I'm suffering because I lost it. In this way, we strongly connect suffering with the idea of a personal life. If I say, for an example, if I say, if something we like very much is damaged or lost, we feel sadness, maybe sadness or even disappointment, even boredom, frustration. So these things are if some very what we value a lot damaged or lost, we feel sadness and disappointment. If we fail to obtain what we desire, we experience frustration. That means if we fail to obtain what we desire, we experience that frustration. So most probably we can see this in society, especially in the youth, not only in youth, whether the elderly people. So this frustration occurs. So in such situations, we usually blame external circumstances or other people for our happiness, because we always try to find something from the mundane world. So because of that, we are always try to find faults with somebody else. We don't see that. We try to find faults with somebody else. So whatever happens, so we cling with this external circumstances. If I say that is that external world, outside world, for an example, we say our suffering comes from outside causes because of someone's behavior, maybe a loss or an unpleasant event. So that is really interesting. Now, being the disciples of this Aryan Mahanse, we are always try to find faults within ourselves, because now we know there is nothing attached with the outside world, because in all these situations the thought I am suffering is always present. So there we now the sense of I becomes the center of the experience of that. Because of that, now we know this is something with regard this I-ness, because of I, because of me, because of mine, I, me, mine. Because of that, we because of that thing, because of I, something is wrong with that, not with the outside world. Earlier it was not so. So it was always try to find faults with if somebody scolds us, if you are having grudges with somebody else's. So there are a lot of experiences we all have. Now we know that that is not the fault of the outside, something wrong with inside. So we try to find I, my, mind. That is what the point is, that actually. So where we never find something like this in other sermons. Those who have started also, there are some people, there are some monks and all, they are also following, though they are following secretly, maybe they are following, and they also have started preaching this type of things. Try to find within yourselves. Now they have started preaching in their sermons as well. So try to find I, my, mind, where am I, who am I. Likewise, they have started preaching this. So what we see is what we think outside. So the very important point of these sermons. Because of this, actually, we believe that dukkha, if you say dukkha, the sorrow, sadness, belongs to a person. We assume that suffering happens to someone. But when we reflect deeply, a question arises. If there were no somebody, could suffering exist? When we come to out inside, so if there were no somebody, that is something that now we experience somebody, would suffering exist? This is a very good point that is rarely noticed. So most people do not investigate this carefully. They simply accept the idea of a person as self without questioning it. So that is that. Yes, if there were no somebody, could suffering exist? So that is something um, we have to think deeply. When we observe our experiences more closely, we begin to see that what we call mind, it is not a fixed or permanent entity. It is instead, actually, it is a continuous flow of changing mental events. That is that. When we talk about happiness, it arises for a moment and disappears. Joy, it is also the same, arises for a moment and disappears. Sadness, even sadness fades away, arises and fades away. Thoughts appear, vanish. Thoughts are appearing and vanishing. Feelings arises and passing away. This constant change shows that there is no stable mind existing independently. So we can understand this step by step, actually. So even first of all, we have to have all these things for knowledge with the knowledge that given by this spiritual teacher, our spiritual Kalyana Mitranan say. So later on, we start thinking about this after gathering knowledge. After gathering knowledge, we have to have that point because there is no stable mind existing independently. That is that. So it is changing. Most probably, many people say, my mind is happy or my mind is unhappy. But while observing carefully, we can notice actually that happiness or maybe unhappiness, they do not stay for long. They keep changing from moment to moment. Sometimes the mind feels joyful, sometimes worried, sometimes peaceful, and sometimes restless. This constant movement reveals that our mind is not something solid or permanent. Actually, when we talk about this type of actually all these things we can gather as knowledge, but when we talk about these things earlier, we went for sermons and all, even all these things we sat and we listened to these sermons. Some other places where alms givings are done or spirit ceremonies are done, so where we went for separate retreats and all, we sit and listen to this and we come home and we forget. We don't want to think about this. So there is no practical at all. So sometimes if it is something very interesting, we can remember. If not, the whole thing we can't remember. We say, that's good. Likewise, we say, we forget. But when we talk about Buddothpado's sermons, as Aryan Hanse has preached 5 years ago, there we have something to think. We have to something to experience. The most important thing is we can get the result. If we practice thoroughly, we can get the results quickly. If somebody understands it very quickly, the quick results can be seen. So it depends on the person who applied. Although we have practiced, we have gone for several things, more than 100,000s. We can't remember what we did even now, because we were thinking about good merits, bad merits, and all. We were collecting all these things to go to the heaven in our next birth. So that is what we did, and we were trying to collect the merits and demerits there. So here it is completely different. We have to understand the mind, and we have to have the results itself. We feel it, a type of feel. So whenever there is mind, there is also duality. So we understand that thing as well. There is happiness and sadness. If I say that is pleasure, if it is pleasure and also pain. If pleasure is there, pain is also there. Always duality. When there is mind, the duality creates. If somebody like it, so dislike is always there. So these opposite experiences arises together within the mental process. Always the mind continuously moves between these extremes. It never remains permanently one on one side. Because of this unstable nature, the mind cannot provide lasting satisfaction. That is what. The Lord Buddha has pointed out that true understanding lies beyond this duality. Always Aryanvansi is also pointing out this, where we have never touched this point earlier. The true Dhamma, actually that is true Dhamma, point that true understanding lies beyond this duality. The teachings found in sutras and often explained in Dhamma in theoretical form. These explanations are valuable because they guide us towards understanding. However, intellectual knowledge, only intellectual knowledge is not enough. The deeper truth must be realized through direct observation and personal insight. The most important thing, we have to observe it and the personal insight. Because the insight, once you understand that internal transformation, that is what it says, the most important thing. So once you understand this, the internal transformation can be felt. Actually, when we begin to observe our experiences carefully, we can see how thoughts, emotions, and even sensations arise. Due to conditions and disappear when those conditions change. This understanding step by step, gradually, if I say, weakens the belief in a solid self or mind, which is very, very difficult actually from the very beginning, that lively feeling is there, self is there, I, my, mine, all these things are there. So it is not that easy because you have to have a proper guidance, so it weakens gradually. Once that illusion fades, the attachment that causes suffering also begins to dissolve. But it is actually not that easy. It is something we have to have a practice. Day-to-day life, we have to have that practice. That is why these Pratipada programs, all these things are there to train us. So we have to have that in mind and we have to work accordingly. If not, that illusion will not fade away. The suffering will be there because we can't stop suffering. So if not that practical program done by oneself, or understand or feel, it will not dissolve actually. You have to have the proper guidance. With the guidance of our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse, we have to have a proper guidance as well, because we can't do anything alone. Proper guidance must be there, and not just guidance. That means at last we must have that guidance of our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse, our spiritual teacher, or Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So If I say that Lord Buddha's teaching, it is not merely to believe or memorize actually. Somebody can memorize everything, but this is not memorization. This is something that we should feel. What Lord Buddha has said is also the same. What Aryan Vasa is repeating every day is also the same, giving more avenues for us to experience this. But to investigate and understanding through our own awareness. That is what, through our own awareness. We have to have that awareness, awaken to the moment. We have to have careful observation, observing the nature of our experiences. So there we can see this impermanent and conditioned nature of what we call this mind actually. So that is what. When this truth becomes clear, the path towards freedom from suffering actually, it becomes visible because it is invisible now. The path towards freedom from suffering is really invisible. That is what we hear. It says, "Kālaye valitalawata sangavagiya satya." That is what even we found. So කාලයේ වැලි තලාවට සැඟව ගිය සත්‍ය. That is what we can experience today. That is not so. It is revealed now after 2006 years. It is revealed now. This valuable golden truth we can feel now. That is what we are really fortunate. We are really fortunate to see this true Dhamma. So through these Buddothpado sermons, every day we understand that this is true Dhamma, and we understand that true Dhamma each and every day. So there are so many avenues, even Zoom discussions, not only Zoom discussions, books, practical sessions everywhere, all over the world now we find. So we have all these places for us to stop our suffering. So actually don't get late. So this is the right moment. We have to start it. If you are still suffering, you have to start it. So each and every moment you have to have a clear observation of your mind. So you have to find, where am I? Who am I? So all these more than 10,000 sermons, more than 10,000, I think nearly 12,000 maybe. So they will help us to eradicate this suffering and reach the path to Nibbana, as Aryan Mahasi is always guiding us. So please follow these discourses. Please follow these every day, and you will stop your suffering. It is a path towards Nirvana, not as a place, but as an extinguishing of illusion. So, as usual, I would like to wish like this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and May all beings be free from suffering. Yes, at last. May all beings be from suffering. Thiruvan Saranai. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Pada Namaskara Karami Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Thiruvan Saranai.
You see the book only it is not real. There is only a hearing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a feeling of touch. There is nothing in it. It is not real. In other words, you do not exist. The Buddha said, Ditte ditta mattam, sute sutta mattam, mute mutta mattam, viññane viññane matta. The meaning of these are, there is only a seeing, there is only a hearing, there is
only a sense of feeling. There is only a sense of knowing, nothing else. All what we explained above is only a knowledge that you acquired from this sermon. Now you know that the book means me. We also know that the table seen in front of
Shani, could you please summarize what you said? I just joined. Sorry. Function. It's a vibration, and if it happens very fast, then we call it light. It's not actually we see light. That's not how it is, but that's how we implied before. That's how we understood before. That's how we talked about it before. But now we know there's nothing actually called light. What happens here is just the sense of faculty, the function of the sense of faculty. So I can see Sudharma has also joined. Sudharma, do you have anything to add about that? And do you have the book, by the way?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I got the book. So which page did she read today?
I'm not sure. I don't have the book. So
Shani is already still there. Shani, sorry about this. Which pages did you read? I think it's as Dr. Kokila mentions about the seeing is only seeing. It should be page 24 and 25. That there is nothing in it. It's not real. There is only a hearing. Maybe Shani is busy.
So, Dr. Kokila, what at once when you said that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing, that is directly related to third point of contemplation. So you
Yeah.
also have mentioned several times that although we go by and take it as a procedure like with 4 stages, it is all one. I mean, it is integrated always. But this time, as there was a newcomer in the program, Dr. Kokila, it was very evident how this step-by-step practice helps someone, a beginner, to get this message properly. Actually, I also did. Just imitated. Okay, the first one, the I perceives something, and mind identified is as a chair. I perceives a shape. Mind consciousness identifies it as a kettle or something like that. So it was so mechanical. So what is important is, you all agree with me, these first 2 points of contemplation are directly related to the philosophy. That is actually without, as you now also said, these 5 aggregates, the speedy occurrence of vibrations and how this power is generated, and so how we have been like ignorantly taking it as everything happens to a so-called person or a self. So all these misunderstandings should be cleared. I mean, somebody should thoroughly understand the philosophy before they step into this practical approach. This has been told all the time by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse himself. And then the second point, contemplation also. Okay, if there isn't anything out there, so if all are thoughts, is there anything as a thought also? Is there anything as mind also? Now, when the eye perceives a tree, at once I perceive the shape, the label tree comes. Okay, in the first phase we say it is a thought. The thought comes as it is a tree. The eye, when the shape occurs, you think that it is a tree. Otherwise, your eye consciousness does not perceive it as a tree. It's only the mind consciousness that helps you to identify it as a tree. So, second stage, then now thought is there, the mind is there. So is it true? There, as you also mentioned yesterday, also the Pubbe Nivasa Nusati Jnana, that wisdom to figure out how this entity became real in one's life. Because every day you all talk about that radiant mind. Radiant mind did not have any labels, just the feel. But how these entities came real in one's life when we consciously go back to those ages or whatever the first ever experience with those entities, actually this is a backward journey because we have been going with the current and this is going against the current. So this conscious analysis of first formation of the thought is extremely important.
Actually, Sudharma, I would add here.
Yes, please.
We can actually think about that too in the beginning.
Yes.
We think about it. We kind of go through that through imagination. We kind of try to understand that. But in one stimuli, you can feel all these levels as well. That is the experience. So, but we can first we think about it. That is all right, but experiencing it in one stimuli, kind of, it could be a sound, it could be a light, starting with the light, or in the eye, starting with the ear, or starting with the touch, or starting with the mind, or whatever. You can experience this specifically through the five senses, whatever the stimuli starting from five senses. Yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Yes, that's so beautiful and important because every day you mentioned that the importance of piercing one stimulus to understand everything. Yes, that is the most important thing because when we actually still focus on theory and we go to town with this, like explain, but you talk through experience and you always encourage us to do the same. So thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. It's very important. It is, as Aryan Hanse always mentions, if you see the stem pattern of one leaf of a tree, that's it. That's it. So we don't have to go on talking. That is a feeling. So you will feel it. That's what Dr. Kokila always explains and always draws everyone's attention to that, the need to experience it, at least in one single thought. So it is done forever. And then, Dr. Kokila, when we have this experience of the first two, I mean, that there is, when we take a single stimulus, that it is just a thought, and thought also is not true. Then when we do day-to-day things, the person do not go make things, may not make things that he or she encounters. In other words, the projections of the sensory faculties as true. That thickness of the thought will go down and it will become finer and finer, and we call it this, it becomes this thick perception will become sukuma, so that is that become very light. So that, in other words, the value will go down. That burning that we have, in other words, the craving will go down. And so if we focus on the part that Shani focused on today, that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing. So that is basically the third point of contemplation. There we see the mechanism of the six sensory organs without going into further contemplation, because it will lead to the non-self experience. That is the expectation, final, outcome of the 4 stages of the practical approach. Please, Dr. Kokila, please elaborate on that through your experience. So, Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. And actually, so we need to understand how this happened. And when we understand how this happened, what happens is, as you said, the value of the thought will start to dwindle, and it's you might directly directly understand what's been discussed, or what you have heard at one point. So, but to feel the non-vibration, that's the most important aspect, I would say, that to see the arising of this self-vibration. And actually if we have never understood, or if we have never felt this, we might not have seen the zero of that power. So that is seeing the arising and the cessation of suffering. So the cessation of suffering, seeing this in one thought, is just seeing nirvana in one moment, one stimulus. But that actually sheds so much light on what you have discussed every day. So this to happen, main important factors are, take this, you learn this very vigorously, as we all do. We try to take this as much as possible, like we did in 2 by 2, 2 by 4, 2 by 2 by 3, 2 by 4, like that. We did our timetables. We did it really with much effort. We usually start studying Dhamma as well in that same way, which is okay. I mean, that's all we know. But then the noble friend, who is Arhan Wahanse, Buddothpado Arhan Wahanse, actually starts telling us with a few tips. He starts telling us that you can't do anything by thinking or analyzing in the thoughts, which is needed. Because we need to analyze this, but then you need to feel this too. So that is if you need to feel it, then you slowly realize the thinking has no power in feeling this truth. Thinking has no part in that, because thinking has to be one kind of. So that is the thing. Suranka, can you add something? There are some.
Thiruvan Sanai, Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Sanai, friends. Yes, I think what you said is right, Dr. Kokila. And then when Sudharma was speaking, I was also thinking of the same thing, in the sense that, she did say initially there is a lot of, it's almost as if in our frantic search of the true Dhamma, once we have found it, or we get the feel that at last we have accessed the true Dhamma, then when the practical program was introduced, there is again a very enthusiastic embarking on those steps, isn't it? It's like you are very earnestly and diligently trying to follow the 4 steps, the initial 4 steps, once the initial true Dhamma knowledge has been acquired, at least to a certain extent. So at that stage, there is that thing that we are actually thinking, that, how the external world is not real. You take you come across a shape, and then you actually think, you contemplate that shape. It is the mind that calls that shape a dog, or if it is a sound, it is the mind that calls it a baby crying, or if it is a smell, it is, or a fragrance, it is the mind that says it's a jasmine flower. So at that stage, yes, there is that active contemplation, and I think you have to do it to a certain extent.
to a great extent, I would say you have to really do that. And because this is a practical Dhamma, however much knowledge is accumulated, as we know from even the earlier teachings, even if those teachings didn't get anybody anywhere, the teachings alone, even this true Dhamma, and Mahansa, a noble spiritual teacher, says, understanding the true Dhamma itself is also not enough. That practical aspect of it is so important, which is why these practical programs have been introduced all over the island. So in that practical aspect of it, the contemplation is required. And we have spoken in earlier Zoom discussions also that even this Yoniso Manasikara or the Vidarshana practice, the penetrative insight comes about through first active contemplation, and then there is an automatic kind of contemplation, and then finally the feel arises to a point where there is no active contemplation, no auto contemplation. There is a feel that arises which cannot be explained, which is, you can explain it, but it is that sense of lightness that comes about when an object does not become a thing anymore. But to get to that point, initially when we talk about the first stage, there has to be that active contemplation. So no one should actually think that, we spend so many months or whatever thing doing it like that is wrong, and this and that is probably not right. There needs to be that, because once you do that only, what is the word patyam? If you say in English, it has to get ingrained, that practice, and from that practice, the wisdom arises. By doing that active contemplation, gradually only the wisdom arises, and for that to arise, one has to put that into the practical day-to-day, whether you are doing a walking meditation, whether you are contemplating in your day-to-day activities, or when you are making a cup of tea. In all these aspects, it has to be contemplated. So that is definitely required. And even to a certain extent, even in the second point of contemplation. But finally, as Dr. Pofida, you mentioned, the thinking gives a way to the feel, isn't it? And that's what you're trying to bring out in this third point, the action mind that Shani was reading out from the book. Finally, what happens is, whilst that contemplation happens on the first point of contemplation, that an image is not image is said to be a door by the mind, and the smell is said to be a cat's poo or something by the mind, and so on and so forth. And then we come to the mind, and then what is in the mind? The thought. There's nothing in the thought as well except for light consciousness and the touch, taste and smell. Those combined perceptions form what we call a mind object. So is there anything there? We know that there isn't, because that also we have actively contemplated, and we know that in a sound perception there is no sound, in a light perception there is no light. So all that has been done. Once we do the spade work, once we do the groundwork, as you said, Sudharma, that Asanti explained, it is only then, and that has to be really thoroughly done, really thoroughly practiced. And when that is done to an extent, it is then that when one maybe is doing the walking meditation, and there is an encountering of, still the senses are alive, right? The sense faculties are still working. So what is discerned to the senses, what gets manifested through the speed of vibration via the senses, still get manifested. That cannot be stopped. So what happens at that point is that there is still the seeing, there is still the hearing. As long as the ears are functioning, there is the sound. As long as the eyes continue to function, the seeing is still a seeing. But the reality there is that they are relegated to the mere function, and none of those objects of that thought become real, ceases to be real. And because it ceases to be real, both in terms of the external world and in terms of even thought. There arises that feel of almost non-existence, the feel that the functions are there, the functionality from those senses and the sensory perception still arise, but the seeing is only a seeing, the hearing is only a hearing, and the touch is only a touch. So that's the beauty of that aspect of the third point of contemplation, which is actually where the feel arises as well, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, the main important thing is to actually we can't really discuss, we can discuss to a certain level, but it has to be felt. But when we discuss also, we were the most important aspect that Aranohanse explain it in such a way that everyone can understand is when you normally when you feel something, you feel that it's happening here, it's happening to you, kind of. Even if it's not you, you feel it as if it's happening in this system. But if you can understand, but if you become the stimulus, that means it's just another way of telling this actually, but there's only the stimulus there. So if it is sound, it's a sound only. So that means the felt way of you felt it as it's happening here. You hearing something, or that's what the baby felt. Baby felt it as happening here. That's what the sasava is. So the sasava, level of sasava has to be felt and thoroughly. You have to actually know this to even to feel it. So how one would feel the power of the vibration and the absence of the power. So to get this feel, you have to understand that actually what's happening there. What is happening there is the baby didn't know anything about that. Baby didn't know anything about real Dhamma. Baby can't understand real Dhamma because there's no mind. So through the mind we actually understand all this, and through the mind we actually win the mind. That's you can pierce the mind, or you can understand the mind. So that's what happens, because the stimulus of chair, if you take the chair, it's a thought, yes, and that thought has all these three levels. That's the beauty of it, because yesterday actually there was a question which I couldn't answer. Then because I was talking about the way that do you feel that we it's very subtle, the power of the sense of faculties. So when we say power of the sense of faculties, you just have to we just imagine it, when we say that, someone can imagine it. When Aranohanse says that, we try to imagine that. That is good, because that's how we actually try to feel this. So when we say this, we understand, okay, there is a power. Why there is a power is just through the ignorance. The vibratory nature of the sense faculties are not understood by the baby. Of course, baby just feels something and is attracted to that anyway, because it is felt as something. Immediately, if something is felt as something, I don't know whether this makes sense, but if a sound is felt as something, in the sense it is felt here kind of thing, definitely there is a power trying to maintain that. So it is very subtle though, how we can say that, because why would a little baby with no intention of me, no intention of mind, no intention of anything, no mind formation, nothing at all, has this sasava or this glueness? Why the glueness is there is due to the ignorance, yes, but why the glueness is there is that is the power that happen in the psycho. That is the power which is actually the cause. But this power has the power has this ability of this is manifestation, maybe we can say that it is manifested in such a way because the power is something you feel. So the power is what you feel initially, even as a vibration of a cellular level, which we can't even remember. I mean, how can we remember? We remember only from thinking level. But if you go back to the feel level, even the cellular vibrations, which is very, very familiar thing, even that, there is the ignorance. There is that power, which you feel as it is here. So when it is here, in the sense, I can't say it more than that. And when we feel it as happening here, then definitely there is a intense wanting, kind of wanting to maintain that sense faculty. That's how can we say, or even this vibration, even if in cellular level, the need to maintain the vibration that extends into the eye, that extends into the ear, that extends into the touch. That's how the bodily organs are forming. So we are still the mind has not formed. I'm just talking about a small, very immature kind of fetus growing into a baby. So has the self begun? No. Self began when one first thought began. But there is a different alive feel, because feel of existence is quite underneath one, but the alive feel is in the mind as well. So we can see how this extends. Keep extending. This vibration keeps it extending. If you can feel this, there is a vibration. Yes, and what happens is the extension or manifestation of this vibration is the eye, and the ear, and the nose, and the tongue, and the skin, and the mind. Mind is the last formation. Mind forms through the other faculties. So these keep evolving. Can you see how these keep evolving? And finally, Sudharma is Sudharma, and Suranka is Suranka, Kokla is Kokla, so stuff like that. Like we have like an extension now. We have a story now. We have a big story, not a small story. Like it can be 35, it can be 45, it can be 55. and goes on like 105 years. So whatever that story was formed in this level, in a different levels. So when this manifestation of one thought has all the levels, that's the beauty of it. Just one thought. If we take the thought of Bonica or doll in English, in Sinhala it is Bonica. So the Bonica or the toy doll, the doll, we have a perception of the doll first, but then when it comes to the sensual thing, we have a big story about the doll. It's my doll. One leg is broken, but I still love it. I can comb the hair. Don't touch my doll. I have so much, things made for the doll. I would love to buy a new doll, but if mother can afford it, but I would love to keep the old doll as well because I love that doll. I'm just thinking in a way we can think about it as a small child. Because even the leg is broken, we don't stop loving the doll because it's my doll. It's same as the child. I'm not going to tell that because it's sometimes very consuming for people. When we actually start talking about the family members, can be very consuming, can be traumatizing them. So we try to do that. We do that. We don't stop there. But it's easy when you take a doll, so we still love the doll. We have a story. But how did that happen? The story is in one level, but the store under the level, what is the actual thing? We have a perception of a doll. We have a perception of a doll. How did that happen? This is the beauty of Dhamma. Can you understand? Can you feel? Can you feel doll? Can you feel the perception of the doll? If you actually come out of this perception of the doll, you will definitely, if you're actually touching the doll and like combing the doll's hair, you touch doll's hair and think, oh, my doll. That's how we do. Like touch might bring the perception. Seeing may bring the perception.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
So, what is the feel? What is this? We are talking about the how much you have the feel, this word. What is the Dhamma? Dhamma is really nothing else. Oh, yeah, it's okay. That's Buddha's word is Dhamma is dependent origination. Yeah. Why? It's a process. It's a program. The process. How is creating this? How is creating this world? That's the Dhamma. That's the dependent origination. It's your mind. It says, yes, it's okay. It's your mind, it's a thought, it's okay. But nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. This system is the Dhamma. What is this system? Someone understood this system. What's the final effort? Nothingness. Everything is happening, yeah, everything is there, but nothingness also there. What is this
Yes.
nothingness? What is this nothingness? So you are not here. Who are you? That's the question is coming. Your body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? So people don't know who are they, who are them. So someone don't know the truth. He don't know who he is. Who is him? No? Who is here? Nobody is here. But everything is happening, no? Systematically. So I like a camera like that, no? Equipment. Ear, nose, mouth, skin, the body feel. Otherwise, our mind, thoughts, systematically is happening. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. System is creating. System is here. It's happening systematically. It's like a nature. Like a robot. Robot is a machine. Someone given the power, robot is working. This systematically, this our physical body and this story, who is given the power? Nobody is given the power. System creating the power is automatically coming. Solar power, no? It's nobody is doing, no one is doing. System given the power. This system given the power, this power is you, otherwise. It's a field. LIF. How is LIF is coming? It's a power. Like a robot. So that is why we are talking about how is this power is coming. That's the sense of creations. Sense of creations is senses are working systematically. The power also coming. It's a thinking power. It's a mindful power. It's a thought given you to this power. Easy imagine, yeah. No. So, what is this defilements? Rag, this more we are talking about, no? Attachment, hatred, envy. So, ignorance also there. So, these thoughts, no? How is coming these thoughts value? How is coming this existent fee? No? That's the Dharma. That system. So clear. Who are you? You are the power. What? Yeah. electric power like that, magnetic power like that. This is mind power. Yes, that's a mind power. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir, I know, sir.
Yes, okay. It's a mind power, no? So it's a feel otherwise, no? It's a feel. What is this feel? Alive feel. That's why. It's very important. This very important. Know this truth, no? Know this system. So what? No, it's okay. It's okay. Kokila, what is the truth?
It's actually all about non-existence.
So what is this world? Like a mirror, no?
Yeah.
So someone know the truth. What is the truth? This system, this sense creations, creating. The sense creation given this world. The outside is real or no? What are you looking? What are you hearing? What is this world? No. That's the kindergarten time. It's a programming, no? We are talking about the programming. The before kindergarten time, radiant mind have the world. No. We are not talking about the thoughts, radiant mind. Baby in the cot. Don't know red, yellow, blue, or colors, or he don't know he's alive or death or birth or anything. Radiant mind don't know, no. It's okay. After kindergarten time, that's teacher given the picture and given the sound. No, that's the thoughts are coming. No, at that time, that thought is no. It's a mind. No, it's a thoughts. The thought is not coming. Chair, table, red, yellow, blue. That's the world. No, that's why we are talking about. There's the every spark have power, different name, no? It's a spark. Our eye creation is speedily happening, no? Again and again and a spark. That's a cause is a vibration, effort is a light. It's a speed given this. No, it's a creation. So sound also same, no? Same system. It's a sense of creation. Sound is a pitch also. How is this sound and form together coming? That's to mind. His thoughts are coming. No? Sound and form and the body feel. No? Taste, smell, feel. Sthina Sangati Passo. These five senses, creations together coming, that's the thought. So it's okay. That's every spark have a power. That's why. No? That's our now we are always talking about the example is something drop in the water and waves are coming. That's a waves is a power, no? Inside the power. Like that, every spark have a power. Example. So that's why light also existent field is coming. That's the eye conscious we are talking. Consciousness meaning is existent field otherwise. No. Is a ear consciousness. Perception converting the consciousness. Perception have the power, but consciousness have a power. You see that? It's a five aggregates.
Yes,
No.
sir.
Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is a Pali words. Rupa is a vibration. Vedana is a feel. Is a Sanya is a perception. Sankara is a system. No, create the system. It's a process. It's a creation. Is a finally is a consciousness. It's a consciousness. It's a power. That's a simply explaining. Speedily happening the spark is final effort is I is creating the light is coming. No, it's a rapid speed spark.
Yeah.
No, final light is coming. That's type of yeah. It's very important. It's very important. The sound also, no, it's a vibrations speedily. That's why inside there's a power spark different name and it's no spark the power. That's a secret is the different name. That's a Majje Sutra Buddha's word is no. Yo Bante Viditwana Majje Mantana Lipatitambuhi Mahapurusha say the symbol Majje. What is this Majje Sutra? Where's the different name? There's a spark that's inside the power. No different name, no power is there. No spark, no power. That's why there's a power. There exists a field. That's otherwise the consciousness. Eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the sound. No? Ear given the sound. Sound consciousness is ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and the body feel. Hot and cool, smooth and rough. That's the consciousness. So eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the other consciousness together coming. That's a mind consciousness coming. That's kindergarten time. Chair, table, mother, father's thoughts. Thoughts have existed, feel is a power. That's power is otherwise you. Now, who are you? You are talking about, I'm here. How telling I'm not alive. I'm alive now. I can see, I can hear, I have feel. What is this? This is a sense creations. No? It's not you. Yeah. It's sense efforts. It's not anybody. It's a power. So sense given this power. It's a thoughts, thinking. Every thoughts have existence field. Otherwise, that's a power. That's your life field. So someone is outside is existent something. That's the kindergarten time existent field. No, chair is there. You are also here. Chair is not there. You are not here. That's why world is other side is you. You are otherwise the world. No? That's power, existent field is you. Existent field, otherwise alive field. No?
Yes, sir.
Do you hear me?
Yes. No.
What do you think about? existed feel, otherwise LF feel.
Yes,
the
sir.
the case is now the feel. Now, what is this feel? Normally everything is happening, no? Someone eat the spicy, is hot is coming. But nobody is here. How is this experience? Nobody is here. Hot is there. No?
Has to be felt.
How is that one? So spicy is hot, no? So, but no one is here. How is telling this? Yeah, it's okay. Because the sensor not working, is not spicy here. Not hot here, no. Because sensor give us this hot. No. It's the same. You are looking something. That's so beautiful, yeah. You are telling it's a beautiful, yes. Buddha also telling this forest is very beautiful, very nice. But nobody's there. How is telling this? It's a feel, no? You can't tell others. Because it's a beautiful, no? Yeah, it's a beautiful. But what is this? You don't want it. You are going, you living there. Why? You don't want it. That's why. You want it or no? That's why, you know. So something outside there is okay, it's good, no problem. But you don't want it. Why? It's not added. No? Everything is like that, no? So that's why Buddha's no upadayati, no bow. That's the meaning, is Buddha's word. You don't want it. Then how is that happening? So smell is okay, very nice. Jasmine is okay. He know this is jasmine. He know it's very nice. Yeah, it smell is taste. It smell is very nice. But you don't want it. Why? No, it's a feel. How is telling that? It's an understanding finally coming this stage. So that's why. Who are you? So, who want it? He's there. He don't want it. He's not there. How is this? What do you think about a kokila?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
It's a feel.
And,
Yeah, it's a feel.
everyone should feel it.
What?
Everyone should feel the non-existence. I don't know how to say that, but
But existence also there.
Yes.
Existence also there.
The
But
sound
nobody
is
is
there.
there. How is telling this?
Yeah.
How is telling that? Yeah, it's okay. Existence feels. Simply we can tell existence feel, otherwise the life feel. But existence also, they are not life feel. Is there?
Yeah.
How is telling this? If that
I think the words can't can't actually express this. I think easiest way for you to feel it.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. English words, I think, is difficult to say this.
Difficult, yeah.
Because English words have something. That's why. But it's okay. But normally, it's a Buddha's words there. That's Adhigata Samadhi. Is talking about, it's a super awareness we are talking. Because awareness there, it's okay. There is something, it's okay. Awareness there. But super awareness, nothing is there. Because it's understanding. Like a mirror.
Yes.
We can see everything mirror, but mirror haven't anything. So like the normal world, we know everything there. It's okay. We understood the truth. This normally world is okay. Like a mirror, you can see everything, but nothing is there. It's understanding, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understanding, no? It's inside meditation, it's understanding, no? It's a very deep meaning there. Understand. No?
The prajna.
Yeah, wisdom. It's a wisdom. That's the wisdom. Therefore, Buddha's explaining the wisdom is consciousness is true. Consciousness is a mirage. Consciousness is a how is it illusion. No? Consciousness is not real. But someone know the consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Mind consciousness given no everything. Sun, moon, mother, father, everything no. Mind consciousness no is a thoughts no. But it's not real. Someone understood. That's the wisdom. Buddha's explaining. Prajna bhavitabba vijnanam parinyeya. Prajna is a wisdom. Vijnana is a consciousness. Consciousness is not truth. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Consciousness is not real. Someone understand the truth. Finally, consciousness is not real. Is coming. The meaning. That's the wisdom, no? The understanding. Consciousness is not real. Nothing, anything. It's a illusion. It's a how is it? It's a mirage. No, mirage is a other one. It's a vijnana maya. Maya. What's the words is English? Vijnana maya. So miracle is a mirage. No, it's a perception. It's a mirage. It's a consciousness is the vijnana maya. It's a Buddha's word. What is this maya English word?
We use
That's illusion.
illusory consciousness.
Yeah.
Illusion. Yeah.
Illusory consciousness.
Illusory consciousness. That's the word. That's good. It's understanding. That's the inside meditation. So inside meditation given you to that's the world is normally here, but you are not here. It's a final effort is this. What is this experience? Tranquility, no? Because no any pain, no any reactions, no? Normally, reactions also there, but no any pain. How is telling this? None alive. So none alive feel, no? That's a Buddha's explaining. Is nobody's here, no? System is working, no? Normally everything is there, no? That's why. How is that telling?
That's our answer, the apatitta vijnana, non-manifestative consciousness.
Yeah, it's the words only, it's a feel otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Apatitta.
Yeah, it's the words. But the feel, how can say others? You feel, no?
You don't feel anything,
Yeah.
Nothingness. It's
nothing. Now your death is over. Now you happen the death. You are now like a goats. Nobody's here now. Everything is happening now. Your death is over. No death or birth because the thoughts no. Who is death? Who have death? Nobody have death because no death is here. Why? It's the thoughts no. What is real death? Suranka?
No such thing, answer. Just a thought.
I think your death is over now. Long time now. Now you're good like that. No gods. Nobody's here. It's okay. No one is here. Sister is okay. We are talking. But no death or birth. What is this feeling? Kokila? You touch your hand. It's okay. You are here. No? Yeah. No, I'm not dead. No, it's a like a current. It's not your Kogila. It's a current. What is that? No current here. It's okay. What is that current? What is that? No, what is that fade in this current? What is that fade in this current? What is that current? LFE? Yeah, what is the current? It's the ego. Ego is disappeared. Oh, zero the ego. That's that's the power is zero. Yeah, that's the power is zero. That's the Nibbana. No, the firing is over. That's the Nibbana. Otherwise, firing is there. You are also not there. What is that? It's very important. It's very nice, yeah. It's very nice.
It's very nice, Saran.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. The experience, I think, very good. I think very nice experience. Nibbana experience. It's so tranquility. What is that Nibbana experience? It's very important, I think. No?
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. It's very nice.
Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Can I
Yeah.
ask the question, Aryan Mahansa?
No, now is no time.
Okay. So,
No, it's okay, Sudharma. Yeah, ask it.
Aryan Mahansa, now the child in the court also has some like feels certain things. So when the eye of that baby functions, the vibrations also come together and some level of power is generated, but the sense of self is not there. Some minimal power anyway is automatically generated, no, at that point also when the child sees the eye functions,
No. Radiant mind is a court, a baby in the court have the power. Not a defilements there, but so it's a cause is there.
Yes.
Yeah, cause is there because no defilements is okay, no problem for that. But power is there because asa is there. The power is there because something you can give the little baby phone or something. So he don't give on you again. Why? He's attached. What is that attached? Is a power. It's there. There's the power. That's why also power is there. But not defilements there. But power is there because it's a before is a situation. Before coming this defilements. No? After this kindergarten time is sense creations. The thoughts are coming. The defilements are there. Without thought, we can't talk about the defilements. Because thoughts given the defilements.
So
Thinking power.
Yeah, that's why you say that the son has 5,000 watt power in the thought, whereas the father has 30,000. So,
Yeah.
due to Abhisantara.
No. That example is a little baby. So kindergarten is after that. Baby have little bit datas. Is a 5,000. Yeah, we are talking about defilements. Is 5,000. Defilements is coming. The thoughts coming after that. That's why before is a radiant mind have a defilement. So 5,000 is we talking about the defilements. So it's a father have the 11,000 or 13,000 is a defilements. It's a power. It's a defilements power because data. No, sun, moon, mother, father is a data. So that's the words. It's like a film. So that's a thorough, the data's there. That's why father have more power. Well, it's okay. Yeah. Someone can explain this? So that was question. Kokila, what do you think? Are you there?
Yes, Saran.
Yeah, it's okay, no? Because that's Sudharma's question is for radiant mind. We can't tell the defilements. It's a power is that one. It's an ego. But radiant mind have the ego, no? How we are talking about the ego? We can't talk about the ego. That's why. It's a before, it's a situation. No.
Yeah, the beauty of Dhamma is actually if you understand one thought or if you feel kind of
Yeah, everything is one thought, no?
thought.
What is a one is
Even
spark?
the power,
One is spark.
even the
One
even
is
the
spark have this power. Otherwise,
is addressed there. So actually it will address the whole thing. If it is moon, that thought, the beginning of that thought is the power anyway. So when someone without understanding the whole thing, even all these levels of defilements as well as the initial power, how this started. So that's the beauty of this, I think, because you're not actually addressing it separately. You're addressing, if you are addressing one already
one is spark have the power.
addressed, yeah. Yeah, the Sudharma's question sounded as we are going to attack that separately. That's not how it is. This bit, it's just in there, because the power is the generator. Power was the generator, and when we address one thought, the whole
Yes. Today's time is now is over, no?
yeah, we always try. We always collapse with the other one, the 4 o'clock one. Yes,
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, number of friends is okay. Kokila, okay, so Dharma, Saranka is tomorrow we can join again. So okay, tell us that now, everybody. Tell us, we can discuss tomorrow, okay? Yes, tell us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terusana Mahasa. Terusana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 40. Let us see how we can see and how we can observe the Dhamma while doing our day-to-day work in any of the 4 postures, Satra Iriya. At the beginning of your journey on the path, we would recommend a bit of the Samatha meditation, concentration meditation, and a bit of the Vipassana meditation. The reason for needing a bit of the Samatha meditation is because we have to train our mind to observe the aramuna, the stimulus that comes to your mind consciousness. If we do not train our mind to see the aramuna, stimulus, the mind will be fleeting about so fast that you would not be able to see the aramuna that comes from seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, or thinking. Not being able to see the aramuna is a big problem many of us face when we try to go on the path. The moment we try to see the thought that arose, we have already lost the concentration of trying to see the thought. The mind runs off. How do we learn to see the thought the moment it comes? It is up to you to develop the focus to see the thought that arrives to your mind. Seeing the thought that comes to your mind is a kusala, a wholesome deed, a skill that will help you realize the pure truth. The Buddha said, Sabba papassa akarana, kusalassa upasampada, praticca pariyodapana, etam buddhana sasana. If you have a fleeting mind, it means you are not skillful. Fleeting means passes so quickly or passing swiftly. If you are not able to see your thought, or if you are not skillful in seeing your thought, it means that your unskillfulness is going to prevent you from realizing the pure truth. All fleeting thoughts are not wholesome or beneficial. Fleeting thoughts do not help you attain nirvana. Terusana, everybody.
Teran Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the pages for us to start. We all worship at Narayan Mahase's feet, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, Teran Saranai, Dr. Kokila. We are going to start the English Zoom discussion for today. It is at 2:45 p.m. of Sri Lankan time. we try to explain the contents of this book, 2 pages a day, so that we explain it slowly and try to start from the basic level. Sorry. We welcome actually questions and inquiries, because then we can move along that particular topic. So whoever are listening through the other means like YouTube are welcome to join the Zoom. Thiruvon Saranai, all of you, and also we are very thankful to the Dhamma friends who are helping with all the technical work. Sorry. So we'll start with just briefing what Shani read. It says that it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down. Sorry. Calm down the mind, because as it was mentioned in the book, when the mind is very disturbed or fleeting, the word fleeting was used there. So when the mind is not calm, and when the mind is sort of very agitated, or you can use various words to describe the behavior of this mind, in such a situation, the ability to concentrate on the stimulus, or to concentrate and understand what these Dhamma facts are is going to be difficult. So this concentration meditation is something which has been in practice for a long time, even before the Lord Buddha was born. And Lord Buddha also did this concentration meditation for years and years under different teachers, different gurus. But Lord Buddha realized that it is not going to bring this current to an end. It only temporarily suppresses the feeling, and it gives a little bit of comfortable feeling, but it's nothing to do with nirvana, because it is only momentarily a relaxation that the person observes. But as it was mentioned in the book, it's helpful in some way to calm down. So when the mind is a bit calmed down, it's easy to understand the insight meditation, or what is called as vidarshana meditation or vidarshana. Concentration meditation, doing concentration meditation, I can give a metaphor to explain. It's something like when the mind is disturbed, and if you try to look at the bottom of a lake which has all the stirred mud and other particles, you cannot see the bottom. So the mind is also like that. When the mind is disturbed, you cannot see through and through. Similarly, something like a cup of tea, if you are stirring with the tea leaves inside, you can't see through it. But if you keep it for a little while to settle down, when the tea leaves settle down to the bottom, you can see the transparent appearance of the tea cup. So this is something similar to what we are trying to do with the concentration meditation. You can focus on your breathing, or maybe you can focus on the walking if the person is doing a walking meditation. Sometimes you can concentrate on the posture if you are sitting in one place. So there are slightly different methods of doing the concentration meditation. So it is just a small fraction of what is taught by Lord Buddha and also what is explained by our noble friend R.N. Mahanse. And for the beginner, this is useful, and then we move on to the insight meditation or vidarshana meditation. So vidarshana meditation can be done in any posture. It doesn't have any specific posture, but most of the time concentration meditation means that you are most of the time it's in the seated position. So you are not moving around to change the posture like sitting and walking and lying down. Changing the posture is going to disturb the concentration meditation, whereas the insight meditation or the vidarshana meditation you can do in any posture. So that is the beauty of that. That means with whatever the activity you are doing, you can do this vidarshana meditation. So I think those were the basic contents of the 2 pages that that Shani read for us. Maybe we can move on from there, or we can discuss something that was discussed in one of the Deshana, one of the sermons done by R.N. Mahanse today or yesterday. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, can we start it that way?
Yeah, we can. About that concentration meditation part, actually, when you are so flustered, it's difficult to see, how stimuli keep changing or how power keep changing. So it helps even if you're going to a Metmal Arane, where like a monastery where you try to do the insight meditation. Aranon says, I think, instructed maybe 5 to 10 minutes of concentration meditation just to calm down your quietly flustered mind. So it's nothing major, but some people may need it more. Some people may not need it at all, because it depends on the person actually. So you have to understand whether you will need it or not. So yeah, that is about that. Anything? So we can discuss something. Of course, is there any specific thing that you will have heard or anything suitable?
Again, yeah, sorry, yes.
Anything suitable, yeah.
There were some discussions about the perception again. Now, this topic has been spoken about again and again over the last 2-3 days, I think. We can discuss around that, isn't it?
Yeah, but is there a specific point you got interested? Or anyone else?
Yeah, others we can ask, yes.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala. So it's a very important topic when Dr. Sakuntala elaborated on that concentration meditation or this tranquility meditation. So in this Buddhist philosophy also there is a saying that samatha, there's a concept, I think, as samatha vidarshana yugandan, that both these meditation traditions, they complement each other. So as Dr. Kokila said, if one has a scattering mind, this tranquility meditation is a must, isn't it? And then Aryan Mahanse has
Yeah, but the
explained.
problem is,
Yeah.
if there is no truth or satyajnana, whatever the concentration meditation is useless. So that is what it is. So if you have some understanding about this satyajnana or the truth, then if you go on researching about it and to feel that, bit of concentration meditation can help. That's all. But it depends on people. Actually, it depends on personalities where the because some people actually might need it a bit, not must. There's no must at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no must at all.
And Dr. Kokila, here Aryan Hansi talks about the concentration or samadhi that arises through seeing the reality of the stimulus, isn't it? That insight concentration that will be there even amidst a noisy crowd, even in a chaotic situation, that internal tranquility, inner tranquility will be there. That he says it will be consistent. As we know, if one is addicted to concentration meditation, we always talk about that. So your this confusion, your mind, the scattering mind, or the liberation from the external world will be so temporary, like keeping a rubber ball inside underneath water. The moment the one becomes a part of day-to-day work, day-to-day activities, again the mind will be a monkey mind. So when one, as you say, when one practices this insight meditation as the first step of understanding, and actually we can't say understanding alone, realizing, and when the external world and the self-perception, self-view gets gradually get less and less obvious, or when it becomes self-evident to the person that the nothingness, this insight concentration will gradually arise then. So that will be something, that will something that persists, or that will be consistent. So can you please explain? Yeah, please explain.
That's a bit confusing when you try to say that. Well, I have to first tell something, but I don't know whether I'll be able to tell this properly, so I'll try. So, you have to understand that the non-vibration is in the is where when we have a mind, when we are in the mind, in the sense when the defilements are there, only we can identify the non-vibration. We can't identify the non-vibration without the defilements. So it is kind of a duplicate when we do that. So we have to be careful. So that is why day-to-day life is much more important than the just sitting somewhere. So sitting somewhere and trying to focus is not the main agenda of this Dhamma at all. Not at all. So we have to get this correct. Because if you try to do that, thinking that it would help you to attain or feel the non-vibration, that's not what it is. What happens is it supports the this raising mind. That's all it does. But the main important fact is concentration meditation actually can hide the defilements. So the non-vibration is also hidden as well. there's very difficult to understand the defilements in this situation. But the day-to-day life, when it comes to like, you know, you're with the kids, you're shouting at the kids, you're trying to get everything done, you're going to work, you're trying to earn some money and come back and cook and do all that. So that's full of stuff. Or even in a monastery, it doesn't matter. Monastery also, there's a head of the monastery, there's followers, there's other monks or nuns. So there's some problem everywhere. But that is very important, you know, when the mind hides, it is very difficult to actually get the vibration out or the non-vibration out in that sense. So the truth or the truth about this vibration and as well as the non-vibration, you have to have the stimulus. So this would be when you have a stimulus. You have to have a stimulus to feel the vibration and the non-vibration. Do you get the point? So when you have that in the land where the ignorance is, only the prajna would be there, in the sense the avidya bhumiya is needed. That is a similar word that we use. But so it is very important how to handle these both aspects of mind. So the concentration meditation is like taming the mind. It's fine. It's fine. You can tame it as much as you can, but that's not the thing that we are looking for. Whatever the limit you tame the mind, you are there because you are trying to tame the mind. So you want a meditative state, yes, you can tame the mind, have a meditative state, it's fine, it's okay. But that's not the non-vibration. That's not the non-vibration. We all get it, isn't it? So if to feel the non-vibration, it would be when we say without any posture means, actually, if you are limiting yourself to a posture, you have a plan, underlying plan. You're planning something. Why would I go somewhere and sit somewhere for a few hours without any intention? Would you do that? No, you have an intention. That's the thing. If you have an intention and you do something, you're trying to tame your mind and you're trying to put I always say this, the security personnel there trying to watch mind, whether mind will play some unnecessary stuff. To whom is that unnecessary? To me. It's unnecessary to me. I don't want my mind to think that. I don't want my mind to think that thing. I don't want my mind to think about anything else. I want my mind to think about Dhamma and understand Dhamma. That's it. Attain Nirvana. You're ordering your mind to do stuff, but that doesn't work that way. This is what I want. So I comes all the time. But the concentration meditation helps a little if it is really flustered, the mind, but then that is not going to help you in getting this marga kind of understanding this Dhamma. So the understanding this Dhamma or actually feeling this Dhamma is in the stimulus. So there should be a stimulus, isn't it? Otherwise, how can you and there should be the vibration, and there should be the wisdom for you to turn it to the non-vibration. Yes. So, but and also at the same time, you can't have such a big agenda underneath to, okay, I'm going to do this now. I'm going to do insight meditation, and I'm going to understand this today, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So when we try to think about this, that what Sudharma secondly asked was some completely different to the first question. Second question goes around and around and around about the phala. So that is the fruit of the truth. Fruit of the truth. So fruit of the truth is, what is the fruit of the truth? It's actually the outcome of, so if someone has felt the non-vibration and know that, okay, this is the vibratory level or the tense, and if we correctly apply the, the words are different here, but not if we, actually the truth is applied there, we can tell in passive sentence, I think. If the truth is applied there, then non-vibration would be felt. But the result of that is your complete understanding of a stimulus or panchaskandha, or it's just improving your wisdom. Again and again this happens, and when you understand the so Lord Buddha says the doubts about 8 things will be gone. So then you know that there is no self, even though I feel it. Oh no, you feel it even after. Imagine someone like Vishaka. She knows the truth. She knows the truth, but she has felt the truth also. But she has all the defilements still. But what has happened is that we shattered, and she's not going to view her defilements as my defilements. So it is completely different. And also, additionally, she knows that because to understand this to feel the non-vibration, you have to understand so much to come to that level. What you have to understand that outside, whatever we noted outside, that is including me, because me, we look at the mirror and say it is me, and we look at our son and we say this is my son. How come that happened? So this is me, that is my son. So that concept is so engraved, we can't even think about something else. How come you say that there's no my son? That is my son, and I am his mother. So that goes on because no one is actually challenging it. This gets challenged by yourself because you have felt the non-vibration. So you can understand that when the stimuli is actually not true, to come to that level, you have to understand so many stuff. So you have to understand this one stimulus is we felt the projection as it is out there, but actually it's a perception. That's the main thing. The perception actually has no perception. Perception is a kind of a vibration which has no meaning at all. So in that sense, you have understood the whole thing about the panchaskandha. When you say panchaskandha, that is a stimulus. So without knowing the stimulus, you can't feel the non-vibration. When you feel the non-vibration, you know about the stimulus. This is like a this feeds each other, because that's how like Vijnana feeds Sankara feeds Vijnana, kind of like that. They feed each other kind of thing. Namarupa Vijnana, they feed each other like thing. It is the same thing everywhere. So till you feel the non-vibration, you have so much doubts about this panchaskandha, stimulus, how the stimulus is felt as a thing, why does that matter, what is the big deal about it, all that. But then when you feel that, then this cycle, the main cycle of, stimuli is here, I am here, stimuli is there, I am here, that projection is broken. You fully understand that this feeling is not there when the stimuli is not felt as a thing. So you understand actually the stimuli is also not there. I'm also not there, If the stimuli is not there, how am I going to be there? Because it's just the other side of the stimuli. It's just the stimuli. If the stimuli are not there, you're not there anyway. So the fruit, again, going back to her point, the fruit is the relief you get by knowing this. The relief is you now definitely know the thought, myself, the thought, son, daughter, moon, mother, father, husband, family, job, shoe, whatever. That is a stimuli. But stimuli is not actually existing. Why? It is just a vibration. How can we say vibration is existing? Because it just happens. It just manifests. So the manifestation is there, but is it actually there? When can you say the vibration or mind vibration? Can you say that it is here or there? Is it under the table? Is a mind vibration under the table? No. Is it under your heart? Is it under your tummy, or where is it? Understanding that this vibration keep playing up, it's actually a construct. It's a construct. Even the mind vibration is a construct. And even the light is a construct. It's just the way that the human eye is. If you, for an instance, if we have the science, if we remove the human eyes and, have two eyes of another animal, how would you see the world? Well, you might see even upside down. Or you might be like waiting for the sun to come in the morning, and you will be going out, everyone will be sleeping because you have gotten an eye of a maybe bat. So these things keep changing. So when the things keep changing, so the formation of the eye, the vibration of the eye, that is what it is. The output is the light, yes, but it is a construct too. It's a construct of the eye. So we keep understanding these things. The final fruit is the liberation, because the liberation, what you mean by liberation is the value of the mind is not there. Otherwise, you still you still can think, you still can feel, you still can see, you still can hear. So what is the liberation then? Liberation is from the value. There's no value at all. So you don't feel it. When you don't feel the mind consciousness, it will be direct. Even these descriptions, they have to be taking them very, very, very carefully, because slowly I'm also getting the point that where Aran says, come to in the middle of the Zoom and try to, change whatever we are trying to say, because these things, if we keep saying the same way, they might think that is the truth. No, whatever we are trying to say is a message, and none of these words are true even. So it is very tricky. to say that none of these mind constructs are actually true. None of these sensory organ constructs, none of them are true. So can the self be true? No, because it is felt only when these things are felt as true. Why they are felt as true is because of the ignorance. So the ignorance goes in hand in hand with the self vibration. So the final fruit of understanding these some levels of this wisdom is you feel relieved. It's just the lack of defilements that you feel relieved. It's not a new thing. It is like in Lord Buddha's time, some many nuances, some venerables have told. It's like I can't remember who, but it's like putting something down, because the pressure, the power, or whatever the word you can use, the defilements, or this burning is less. That is the lightness you're going to feel. That is the fruit of this Dhamma. But to come to that, all this ignorance should be actually transcended through the wisdom. It should be, you should actually understand this, how this self vibration has formed, and because actually, is there a Arananse once said, very recently, I think, he has said this before, but he recently said that, this vibratory feeling, or the self-vibration, or the consciousness, is that there? Even that is not there. That is a non-vibration. So there's no actual new thing as non-vibration. There's no actual new perception as non-self-perception. It's a lack of self-perception. It's kind of a void. That's why it is emptiness. I don't know whether even my explanation met her question. But what I was trying to say is, you can't get confused about the path and the fruit, because we can't do much about the fruit. We can't. The fruit will follow, but the path is the most important thing. So the path is understanding Dhamma and following Dhamma. Main part is the understanding Dhamma, and practicality of that comes with your courage, comes with your directness, comes with your what is it? I don't know. It uses the word like avanka. What is the word for that?
Honesty.
Yeah, honesty. Yeah. Oh my God. The honesty. So all these things are needed in the path, in practically feeling this. So the concentration meditation can help in the practical aspect, so that because if someone is running for a but that's what I'm saying. These are very tricky points, because it's only few types of people who will need any little bit of concentration meditation to calm down their mind, because already if someone is listening to Dhamma, that person, if that person's mind is kind of already in that vibration, because you can't really understand this Dhamma without that, without some kind of concentration. Because you can't, a lot of people get a lot of vitakka. What is vitakka? I don't know in the English word for that. Yeah, like underlying thoughts. Yeah, it's underlying thoughts actually, because you talk something else, you think something else. You kind of do magic double, lot of tricky stuff underneath. So but when it is there, that is so flustered, the mind is so flustered. So even a sermon, to listen to a sermon, you need to have such a good way of absorbing that, so that it absorbs without any blockage, because the vitakka is going to block it. So this is the thing. So the concentration meditation is already there. You don't have to do it separately.
Hi, my dear friends. So, in other words, listen to the noble truth which has been there. So, this opportunity was given by our spiritual guide, the most venerable Buddothpada and Mahansa. For that, I'd like to pay my humble worship at him. Before we start our explanation, I would like to recap the things that we have discussed or we have learned in previous sessions. So the most important thing that we learn is the fact that saying the world is our mind.
So we got to know how Lord Buddha said like that. We learn how this world is represented with a thought. So ultimately we realized the building block of the mind, or in the other word, the building block of the world is a thought. So investigating how this one single thought gets created would help us to understand everything about the world. The world in the sense it contains your friends, your home, your social relationships, your social interactions, and also it includes yourself also. So that means any thought, if you try to understand one single thought, that means you are trying to understand the entire world. So again comes a question for us. It gives rise to a certain question for us. How you say so? So as I told you earlier, the building block, the unit, the ultimate building block of the mind is the thought. So how do we say the thought contains everything? The thought contains every worldly perceptions. So in order to see that, in order to realize that particular thing, you have to understand how these thoughts get formed. So in Pali it says the truth of samudaya satya. So if you are able to understand how these thoughts get formed, that means that you are understanding your mind. In other words, you are realizing what sort of a world this is. And also at the same time, you will be able to understand the impermanence nature of the thought. So what does that mean? The impermanence nature. Anitya. In Pali terms, that is called the Anitya. So people tend to believe in conventional Buddhism, monks most of the time, monks will say this Anitya, the impermanence. The word impermanence refers to the things that the materialistic thing, the decay, or the decaying of the material things. So as an example, they try to point out that that ourselves, our body our body does not remain as it is, it gets older. As you grow older, so your body, the appearance of the body will also get grow older, and also until the later stages of life after the death, what will happen to the body? It will decay. At the same time, that principle is applied to the rest of the other worldly objects as well, and they try to show us everything you deal with, everything you interact with nowadays. Basically, the materialistic things, ultimately what will happen, they will broken down into pieces and they will decay. So in the conventional Buddhism, these monks try to emphasize this fact as the anitya. But we must understand this is not the true Buddhism. So everybody knows these worldly materials are not permanent. So even before Lord Buddha came into this world, everybody knew that. So if you are born, you have to, and death is inevitable. If some kind of a materialistic thing is there, so it will be broken after even 100 or 1000 of years. So that is not a new thing to reveal into the world. So, but we know Buddha revealed something new that never heard before. But the anitya, if the word anitya refers to that was not a new thing. Everybody knew that. But what Lord Buddha said is, as impermanence, all refers to the thought. In the sense, in other words, we can say your mind is not permanent. The impermanence nature of the mind. That is the unique thing that was revealed by Lord Buddha. So people tend to think, people was believing that their mind will remain static. So after even birth, some kind of a consciousness will travel from one soul to another. So most of the people nowadays, even they believe that these kind of things happen to us. That's why they believe in gods. So after being dead, you will be going to heaven. You will be going into heaven. You can end up. You can join the noble status in heaven. Or if you do bad things, you will be gone into certain unpleasant realms or hell. Or you will have to stay with evil if you do bad things. So likewise, people were believing that. Nowadays also the same kind of beliefs are there. They believe that after the birth, after the death, your soul will be traveling from one place to another like thing. But Lord Buddha said this, what Buddha said is totally different to that. But people who who got some misunderstanding about Buddhism are saying Buddha has said so, but that is not the true Buddhism. Buddha didn't say action and effect Dhamma. Action and effect mean if you do good things, you will add more merits to your soul. If you do bad things, you will accumulate sinful things into your soul. So that is the action and effect Dhamma. But it has been there even before the Buddha's time. People were believing those kind of things. But what Lord Buddha revealed to the world is something totally different. Something that has been that had been not there before. What was that? That is the cause and effect Dhamma, not the action and effect Dhamma. Cause and effect Dhamma. It is somewhat similar. It has some kind of but people get some confusion in between two things because they are more or less similar in nature in their wordings, but there's a huge difference between cause and effect Dhamma and the action and effect Dhamma, which was practiced even earlier times before the Buddha's arrival. So we have to be very careful when you start to understand this truth. So Buddhas do not, we can't say Buddha revealed some concept that has already was there. Buddhas, every time Buddhas revealed never heard before Dhamma. What is that? That is the cause and effect Dhamma, or dependent origination Dhamma, or Paticcasamuppada Dhamma. So what was trying to say through this? What is the message that Buddha was trying to say through this dependent origination? That is the impermanence nature of the thought. In other words, the impermanence nature of your mind. So as at the same time, Buddha said, Chitte niyate loko. That means your mind represents your entire world. So now we can figure out it as through this dependent origination what Buddha really wanted to emphasize to the world is the impermanence nature of this world. So people tend to think, Buddha has told the impermanence nature of the materialistic things. No, that is wrong. The materialistic things that you engage, that you interact in day-to-day life are not the things actually existing. If you understand this Dhamma very clearly, the material things that you interact with are also are also thoughts. So it is very difficult to understand as soon as you hear these things, because how we can understand these materialistic things are thoughts, and also the animals, the humans, the universe, the planets, and the earth, as well as yourself, are also thoughts. Because of they have been made through the thoughts. Since the thoughts are not permanent, that means this worldly, that we can realize the worldly things are also impermanent. That is the impermanence which Lord Buddha expressed. It is not the anitya that ordinary conventional bhikkhus say. It is not the dismantling the things, the objects that are there in the world. All through the cause and effect Dhamma, or the dependent origination Dhamma, you will understand how these worldly perceptions get formed. So if I tell it in very brief, by the senses, with the action of the senses, the certain perception will be formed. So if the perception happens to be the light, that process is called the vision. Through the vision, your senses are capable of generating the light, creating the light. In similar way, your ear faculty is capable of producing sounds. In the same way, the taste buds or tongue will create you a taste. So all these perceptions will come together to form a brand new kind of a perception. That perception would be an apple. It is another kind of perception. So where this apple got originated in the mind. So can you assign a particular place for that mind? No. This happens as a result of combination of all the impulses that are coming from each and every sensor. They are also themselves electrical impulses. But each and every electrical impulse had some kind of a perceptions, because there is some kind of a field underlying. This field gave rise to certain perception. If the perception happens to be the light, in the sense, for that process, we call that we are seeing that particular red color in the apple. So similarly, in similar manner, so we hear the sound of the apple. Somebody said, at the age of childhood, at our childhood, somebody said this kind of if this kind of a figure is shown to you, you call it as a apple, as an apple. So that perception also comes along with that initial perception. So what will happen? Those two get merge each other, and also you get some kind of a taste in it. So that perception also comes along with that from that particular sensor. So all these combine each other to form the perception of an apple. But the apple is not real because it is a mental creation. So as it keeps on coming again and again and again, we tend to feel like this apple is as a real thing, because your touch sensor also gives you kind of a feeling of a 3D nature for it. So, and also the texture, you tend to feel the consistency or the texture or the hardness of the apple. So so you get convinced that this apple is a real object. So then what happens? If there is an apple which is really existing, there should be some kind of a living being to perceive, feel that existence of the apple. So what is that? If you, whenever you tend to feel some kind of thing, some perception as real, so that perception itself gives rise to another kind of a perception of a person who is there to feel that particular existence feel. So then another thought comes. So who is that person behind everything? That person is me. So you think the person who is feeling that existence of this apple is me. This is the way how yourself has been built. It is it happens as a result of certain processes happening in the nature one after another. So this is well explained. This can be well explained through this dependent origination Dhamma. This is the dependent origination. This is the cause and effect Dhamma. This is not the action and effect Dhamma. Buddha revealed this thing, how your worldly perceptions became a live thing for you. At the same time, how your existence feel bring about. How you feel that you are a living being. That is well explained. That can be very well explained through this dependent origination Dhamma, not by the cause and effect Dhamma. That's why every Buddha who has been born so far have revealed this Dhamma, and they got the state of Buddha understanding this cause and effect Dhamma, not the action and effect Dhamma. That the cause and effect Dhamma or the dependent origination Dhamma is a Dhamma that had not been revealed by that certain era. Within that certain era of Buddha, people were believing about karma. Karma in the sense, if you do a good thing, you will get a good result. If you do a bad thing, you will get a bad results. And also, these results tend to get accumulated within your soul after after your death. You will be gone to somewhere lower or higher realms according to the amount you accumulated through your actions that you performed during your lifetime. That is the karma bhumi, or the action and effect dhamma. It is there. It had been there even before Lord Buddha came into the world. They were practicing these things. They were believing on these things. If you do a good thing, you will add more merits to your soul. And if you do bad things, you will collect bad merits or bad sinful things into your soul. So at the end, after your death, these good merits or bad things will follow you. So that will direct you either to the heaven or the hell. See, all these things are beliefs. People were thinking like that. Those are again your thoughts. You think like that, but you really don't know these things going to happen or not. It is a fake thing, a fake kind of belief. So if that is actually, we can't say it is a very good bad thing, but that is all right, because in the absence of the real truth, so people will behave as good persons during their lifetimes because of they are very afraid of doing bad things, and they will behave as good persons in the society because they get some kind of a scary feeling that they might have to go to lower realms if you do bad things. So that will prevent the person to that particular person to do bad things to the society. At least for the society it is a good thing. But Lord Buddha said, what Lord Buddha said is totally different from that. If you are able to see this, if you are able to realize this cause and effect Dhamma, there is no place for the action and effect Dhamma to act upon you. So it is, so once you fully understood this process or mechanism, how your soul gets created, so that will convince you that there is no individual here, living being here. At least for the knowledge, if you follow this instruction, you will tend to realize, you will tend to understand, yes, there is no such a living being here. And you have never been born. Even in the past, I was not here. Only a thought. Only a thought. Except a thought that I am a live human. So you are believing a thought that you are a human being and you have been born on such a date, and you are a person, grown up person, and your age is this much, and your occupation or your occupation is this, and so and so. All these are thoughts. You think. So once you we'll take an example. So if you meet with a fatal kind of accident, if you go into a state of coma, so will there be a kind of a self-identity within you? No, you don't know who you are. You don't know whether you will die or you have already born or yet or not. You don't know anything. So after some time, if you get up, if you regain the consciousness after the state of coma, you don't know actually what is your name even. You don't know that you are living person or not. So all the things have to be fed from outside, little by little. Then again you will tend to feel that you are a living kind of a being. So how these things were fed? Through the thoughts. So you know how the thought have formed with the sensory inputs. So in the absence of the senses, so you won't feel like that you are a living being. So then you have to find out, then you have to understand what sort of a thing these senses are. How these senses behave. What is actually meant by a sensor? How these sensors capture this light, sound, taste, smell, and so on. So there is some kind of a investigation has to be carried out to understand your senses. So if you do this experiment, you will realize actually there is nothing called senses as such. All these are electrical sparks. So electrical sparks gives rise, electrical sparks give rise to certain kind of perceptions. If this perception happens to be the light, that is the point where your I is born. So at the same time, you tend to feel this light as really existing thing because of the energy that carries along with the initial vibration. So it tends to feel that light is as a real thing. The same way, the sound will be generated within your senses due to the resonance or the telepathization. So you know how this telepathization happens. Yesterday and day before yesterday, we were talking about those things. So if it happens to be producing kind of a sound, that is the exact place where your ear faculty or ear sensor is born. So all these perceptions come together to give rise to another kind of a brand new perception, that is the apple. It is also a projection of a electrical impulse. So but with that impulse there is kind of a associated feel there, the existence feel. So that makes us to feel this apple as a real thing. At the same time, there should be some kind of a living being beside to feel that the existence of the apple. That notion comes along with that initial perception of the apple. So another kind of a perception come together and combines with that perception. What is that? That is the self. So now you can realize the self, yourself, is also another kind of a thought. So you are living in a world which has been built with the thoughts. Due to the rapid occurrence of the thoughts, you don't feel like your mind is as a impermanent thing. You feel like mind is as a real thing, because these signals or these perceptions keeps coming again and again and again in a very rapid phase. So you don't feel like they are not real. You tend to feel like they are real because the repetitive production of energy will accumulate and give you some kind of a feel of the existence of that particular perception. So for that particular perception, the notion of I comes entangled to that. Notion of the I comes and ties up. So from that point on, I am the one who seeing the apple. So in that case, in that certain instance, the apple became real, and also I myself has also became real. So, but if you understand this entire process, you will be, it's not very difficult to understand. There is no kind of real kind of things that can be taken as real things here. Neither the light nor the perception of the apple. So if these entities, if these perceptions are not real, is there a chance of creating a self which is real? No. That one is also you will realize it as a perception only. It is due to the electrical impulse, electrical power that has been generated within that initial perception of light, sound, and taste and smell. You tend to feel that you are living. So, if you are able to understand the nature or the behavior of your faculties, that will enable you to comprehend who you are. If you are able to understand this, the impermanence nature of your faculties, or if you are able to, if once you become able to understand this, light is a not real thing, the sound you hear is a not real thing, and the taste you feel is a not real thing, is there a chance of creating a self which is real for you? No. There's no chance of creating a living kind of a self here, because with this understanding, you know for sure there is no so-called perceptions of light, sound, taste, smell, and other perceptions as well. The way this is get formed, how the way that this illusion is formed is well described in this explanation of 5 aggregates. That means Skandha Vigrahaya, explanation of 5 aggregates. The 5 aggregates in the sense Rupa, in Pali terms I will tell, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Rupa means the initial vibration of the sensor, so that will create some kind of a impulse within that particular sensor. So then it starts to come again and again. So it will create some kind of that repetitive happening is called Sankara. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya means you tend to feel a light. That is the impulse, or that is the perception, or the signal that you see. So if it keeps on coming again and again, it will create some kind of a real feeling. So all these things get combined each other to form a thought. That is the apple. So that apple also has some kind of a real, is able to give you some kind of a real feeling with it. So vinyata. So if this becomes real for you, if the apple becomes real for you, invariably, involuntarily, unknowingly, the creation of self behind that is unpreventable. So that's why this understanding this cause and effect Dhamma is important, because that will enable you to understand that you are living in an unrealistic world, in a simulation or in an illusion. Once Lord Buddha said to his own son, Prince Rahula, the reflection that you see through this water puddle, through this water, is the world that you live in. So what Prince Rahula saw on reflection. Why he saw his own reflection through the water? Because he peeped into it. So as long as you think this world is as a real, including yourself, that will create more worldly perceptions for you. So that will compel to be in that, to stay in that same illusion. So if you are able to understand the entire thing is as an illusion, from that day onwards, and also you will get you will understand, and also if you are able to understand yourself is also a part of that same illusion, from that day onwards the perceptions that are received through your senses won't make you to take them as real, because you know these are thoughts. The thoughts are not real, they are electrical impulses. So the electrical impulses have been created as a result of the functionality of your own senses. So I myself is also such kind of a thought. So you will be no longer keep clinging onto this perceptional or materialized material world. The clinging will be lost because you know these are thoughts. This is the impermanence nature of the thought. This is the impermanent nature. This is the way how you should describe the impermanence nature of your mind. So that is called anitya. So if you are able to see this truth, from that day onwards, other than clinging into the worldly perceptions, you tend to live without clinging, without being attracted towards these things. So that's why Lord Buddha said, this greed, extreme greed, is the causative thing that we will be carried along in this journey, carried along through this sansaric journey. So if you are able to see this truth unknowingly, unintentionally, without involvement of anyone else's interference, engagement, you will be able to get away from that worldly, this illusionary world. So eventually what will happen? The greed that you had towards the worldly perception would not be there with you anymore. This extreme greed won't come. So in the absence of extreme greed, so you don't get the intention of keeping that worldly perception as it is. So the attachment towards those things will be lost. The greed will be lost, and the attachment towards the worldly perceptions will also be lost. Because you know there is no person here. You know this is only a thought. I myself is only a thought. So is there a point of making point of keep this clinging towards these thoughts anymore. No, you don't feel like keep it as you want. So what you do then, you then let it go. You just be an observer. So you just keep observing what is happening in your mind. So how these thoughts get formed, how they disappear, how they try to make some kind of a change in you, how you get, how the detachment comes within you. So you can deal with as ever before, as earlier as before. You can engage with worldly things as before. Nothing would change. But you know, with this understanding, there's no kind of a extreme craving, extreme greed towards these worldly things, because you know these are not true. And no attachments will be formed. So that will enable you to comprehend more and more about this illusion. So that is the path. So it would be self-evident for you. So earlier you had a feeling of the existence of yourself, but it starts to dissolve little by little, because the craving that you had earlier towards certain things, now you don't feel like keeping them as they were, as they are. Just let them go, because you know everything is created within your mind, and it is not under your control either. It is the nature giving rise to newly thoughts, newly perceptions, is the way that Mother Nature execute. So let it happen, but you know there's no person in anywhere. So it will bring about a peaceful mind to you, a calm mind to you, the stillness to you, a kind of a stillness into you. And also you are become most aware about what is happening here. So this awareness will improve gradually. So that will finally, what will happen? It will stay static. It will remain static forever. That is the super awareness. That is not the awareness that ordinary people say, keeping your mind focused for a certain kind of stimulation. It comes through the concentration meditation. It describes in the concentration meditation. That is not the awareness that we talk here. This awareness only comes through this understanding of reality. So that is come to only the penetrative insight. So it will remain with you irrespective of your posture, irrespective of your activity, irrespective of your nature. So it will remain with you at the daytime, at the night time, as well as whenever you perform your day-to-day activities, even you are working, even you are talking, even you are doing your um, um, office work. It will remain with you forever. The super awareness. That awareness only comes through the understanding of this truth. So, yes, I think for today's session, I think it is enough. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So until then, just try to recall these things and try to figure them out very slowly, silently. Do it as an kind of an activity. So you will be able to realize on your own. So in that one, if you tend to feel that actually there is no living being here, at least for the knowledge, that is a great achievement. Try to understand this Dhamma. So allocate some small period of time to do this research or the experiment. Come and have a look and listen to these Buddothpada sermons. So after listening one or two sermons, you won't able to grab it, but keep on listening again and again. So try to figure them out carefully, slowly. There's no hurry. So once you begin to understand this thing, you will convince this reality by yourself. It is something, the truth is something, not only a thing that you get to know. Truth can be felt. This is the magic. This is the true Buddhism. So from that, irrespective of your religion, so whatever you believe, it doesn't matter. Just spend some time recalling or contemplating these things and try to logically think how my senses work. Is there a permanent kind of a mind within me? Then am I really a living being? Am I really a living being? So if it is so, if I think so, again it is a thought, isn't it? So all these things have been made through the thoughts. So how these thoughts got formed. So then you will understand the impermanence of the thought. So if the thought is not permanent, so invariably your mind will become an impermanent thing. So if the mind becomes the impermanent thing, so the self, yourself, there's no way of staying a permanent kind of a soul within this yourself. It is also, you will realize it is also an impermanent thing. So all these things are collectively make an illusion for you. Up to date, you have been thinking that you were living in a real world, but you will realize, no, you have been deceived. How you got deceived? By your own senses. Senses created the perceptions that mimicked as real things. So that is the reason why you have fallen into this kind of a jargon. Now it's time has come to you to awake, see the truth, get out from this sansaric cycle. So may Triple Gem bless you. Teruvan Saranai to all of you.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Dhamma Talk. First of all, it's my privilege to worship Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet for all his guidance and selfless service to end the sufferings of entire mankind. Aryan Mahansa, we always remind you with such gratitude because it is because of your persuasion, your encouragement that we are able to share this true message of Gautama Buddha with the world. So, actually, this Buddhist philosophy or the doctrine of Gautama Buddha is nothing but that there was never a self nor an external reality. In his own words, it is Nisatto Nisjivo Shunyo and Chittena Niyati Loko. So, what should someone who feels like coming to this path of Dhamma should do? What is the first thing to be done? It is listening to true Dhamma. First and foremost thing one should do is to listen to true Dhamma. So with that, such a person will gain the wisdom of truth or Satyajnana. Satyajnana is understanding the Buddhist philosophy. Once you understand it, you gradually will see it through yourself. The two words jhanato, passato. First you should know the truth, then you will see it through yourself. So we should listen to as many sermons as possible and make sure these sermons should help you to understand or realize that there is no self or there is no external entity. Or these sermons should answer the big question you have as to who you are. Although we believe that we had our birth at some point in the past and we live 50, 60 years or even 80 years, let's say, and then we leave this world with the death. Is it the truth? all humans have this mystery. Some do not get an opportunity to find an answer to that question or to discover who they are. So here, this true Dhamma, actually this Buddhist philosophy for such an inquisitive mind or such an inquiring mind to start the journey to discover who you are. So the truth is, there is neither you nor an external world. So today, let's try to understand this truth with the help of one of the beautiful sermons of Gautama Buddhacharya Vahanse, the Abhinanda Sutra. So in this Abhinanda Sutra, Gautama Buddhacharya Vahanse says, monks, if someone accepts the I, he accepts the suffering. If someone accepts the I, he has not liberated from the suffering, in other words. So these two lines clearly reflects the strong connection between the sense faculties and the suffering. Suffering, in other words, the self-view or the belief, the misconception that there is a self. Now I started with who am I or who are you, because ignorantly we believe we are there with this name, with all these details. We have a strong self-perception, sense of self. So here, this suffering is nothing but that self-view itself. We have been discussing this, how this self-perception arises due to the interaction of vibrations, due to this mechanism of the sense faculties. So today also we are going to discuss the same from another perspective. So please keep this in mind. If someone accepts the I, he accepts the suffering, or he accepts that there is a self. He accepts that there is an external world, because they are so much interconnected. They are interdependent. If there is an I in the sense, if the perceptions of the I becomes true, suffering is inevitable, and it itself is the self, and this I perception becoming real is the external world. So he further says, in Buddhist philosophy, I means the process of seeing, the process of seeing, or the act of seeing. Otherwise, it is not this physical I, because even the dead body possesses a physical I. But we do not talk about seeing in relation to a dead body. So we need to clarify this vocabulary used in Buddhist philosophy also, since it helps us to understand this true message. The I in Buddhist philosophy is the act of seeing or the process of seeing. If someone accepts the I or believes what I creates is true, it means such a person sees a book, table, bed, chair, a mango tree, an ironwood tree, a house, the sky, the ground. The list will go on and on. If someone accepts the I, it is this seeing, or in other words, accepting what is seen as true. So you see the book. It is a very common metaphor, actually, that we use in these sermons. If you accept that formation as a book, you are caught in the perception created through the I. Because I here, again, I say I here means seeing, act of seeing. So, if you listen to Buddothpado's sermons, this is not a new concept. You might have heard this from Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. The chair is the suffering. Chair is the self. So here, the book is the suffering. If you accept the book as if a book exists, that is the suffering. That is the self itself. In this Abhinanda Sutra, Lord Buddha very clearly exemplifies how the suffering arises when one accepts or one believes or one takes the projections of the I to be true. Normally, it is actually so normal to say when we in the mundane world, we actually never worried about these projections of the sense faculties. We actually accepted it's a book, it's a table, it's the wall. We have been doing that for so long. But actually, did that book say it's a book? Or did that table say it's a table? Who says it's a table, chair, tree, toy? Do these labels, names come from outside? You may encounter certain shapes, but the labeling, naming, where do they come from? Those entities may not say they are tables, beds, chairs, houses, roads, peacocks, banana, refrigerator, planet, ocean. but it is us who think that they are them. Like when a certain formation arises, we think it's the sea, we think it's the book, we think it's a phone, we think it's our mother, we think it's the ocean. We hear a certain sound, but we think it's the cawing of the crow. We hear a sound, we think it's the sound of the car. So, can you see the level of deception, level of illusion? How far have we been deceived? So, if someone is deceived by these perceptions of the sense faculties, taking them as real, such a person is suffering. No liberation is there. Because that deceiving means the moment certain entity arises, some savoring happens or some entertainment, some subtle form of entertainment or excitation, abhinandana, arises. This the act of seeing itself creates some subtle excitation. It is not the excitement that you have, like not so obvious as the excitement that you have when you plan to go on a trip. If you are going to go on a trip tomorrow, as a kid, of course, we were so excited. This excitement is not that obvious. This is the basic level of excitement. The knowing that something is there itself is a form of excitation. That is the abhinandana that we discuss in Buddhist philosophy. The basic level of power, how it arises. Because we need to go down to the grassroots level to identify this. The things that I told you, the excitement that you have, like when you start a new project or when you get a new job opportunity, when you meet your lover or partner. So such things, of course, such thoughts have a lot of power in them. So excitement is so high, we are totally ignorant. But here, we never knew before that there is some excitation when the chair becomes real. Because we never knew that we have assigned some value to these entities. After listening to these sermons only, we go down to that level to experience that these subtle perceptions also create certain excitation, result in some excitation. So the moment we accept something as real, there is excitation, some subtle savoring of that. And that itself is the suffering. So we are talking about perfect liberation, complete liberation. So it is important to understand how the suffering arises. That excitation itself is the suffering. Because that excitation itself is the self. As long as there is a self to experience things, there is suffering. Suffering is inevitable. We are talking about eradicating suffering forever and liberation from this deadly cycle of life and death. That is why this insignificant suffering, insignificant excitation matters. So, Lord Buddha says if a certain monk accepts the I and experience some subtle excitation due to I, that is the suffering itself. He further emphasizes if anyone accepts the creations of the I faculty, he is in the suffering. He continues to be in the suffering. So, although I is being explained as the first sense faculty, it is applicable to all other sense faculties. So, Lord Buddha goes ahead and explains if someone accepts the ear, he accepts the suffering. If someone makes the sounds perceived by the ear real, it is the suffering itself. Now we came to know that we create what we do is we see what we want to see. It is us who assign names and labels. When certain perception arises, we label it as the mother, we label it as the father, we label it as a flower. So it is us who think they are there. So we just connect that formation with the name and we enjoy this thought, the mental construct. It is the illusion of the mind consciousness. So in this Abhinanda Sutra, what Lord Buddha mentions is, highlights is, if someone accepts what is projected through the eye faculty, he accepts the suffering. If someone accepts what is projected through the ear faculty, he accepts the suffering. And it is applicable to all other sensory faculties. If someone accepts the projections of the nose, the smelling, he accepts the suffering. It's same with the taste. It's same with the body sensations and the mental faculty or the mind sense faculty. So it is the same stimulus that we explain every day through sermons. In whatever form it is being explained, ultimately it's about the mechanism of the sense faculties, because they are the sources of thoughts or stimuli. We do not see, hear, smell, taste, feel things present externally. They are mere projections of the sense faculties. That is why in all these 84,000 Dhamma discourses, the mechanism of the sense faculties is being highlighted, explained with numerous metaphors, because the moment these projections of sense faculties are accepted as real, the self arises on the other side, and that duality, external, internal, duality arises. And that subtle value, now at the beginning I said, Lord Buddha says, if someone accepts the I, he accepts the suffering, because that suffering itself is that particular stimulus. So going further, again, I want to emphasize that in this Buddhist philosophy, the definitions of the sense faculties are little different from the scientific definitions. Here, eye does not mean the physical eye, but the act of seeing. Ear does not mean the physical ear, but the act of hearing. Nose does not mean the physical nose, but the act of smelling. Tongue does not mean the physical tongue organ, but the act of tasting. Skin does not mean the physical organ, but the act of feeling. And in addition to 5 sense faculties commonly known in general science, even in Buddhist philosophy, mind is considered as the most important sense faculty to be explored, to be realized. Because mind, actually, we cannot locate a place the mind arises. Now, actually, although we say seeing is not the physical eye is not the physical eye, this vibratory nature of the physical eye plays a role in act of seeing. Vibratory nature of the eardrum plays a role in the act of hearing. The vibratory nature of the nose plays a role in the act of smelling. Similarly, the vibratory nature of the skin plays a role in the act of feeling. And the vibratory nature of the tongue plays a role in the act of tasting. But mind, we can't say that it is somewhere. It itself is the thought, or the mind is, in other words, the amalgamation of all 5 sensory organs, or the collective function of all 5 sensory faculties. So we have been repeatedly telling this in relation to thought creation. The thought creation in Buddhist philosophy is beautifully explained. It happens in 2 rounds. Both rounds take place in such an incalculable time period called 17 chittakshanas. First, the individual sense faculty at work, and then the sense faculties collectively functioning, and that itself is the arising of the mind. So we cannot talk about an existing mind. Mind is a chain of thoughts that occur in relation to the 5 sense faculties, and it is a law of nature. It is in Buddhism known as the law of mind. It's similar to this law of germination, how a plant grows from a seed, or it's similar to the law of seasons, how we do not have control over the seasons, climates, it's nature. So mind itself is a law of nature. It arises. We do not have control over the mind. So, going back to this concept, to understand this in relation to Abhinanda Sutra, what happens is, what I was explaining is, this body sensitivity or body faculty is the nature of feeling, or the act of feeling. So what we should understand is, rather than we hear, we think. Rather than we see, we think. Rather than we smell, we think. Rather than we taste, we think. So we have to untangle this knot. how do we assign thingness to these original sense experiences? To understand this, we should know the true mechanism of thought creation. If you at once accept the sensory experiences as son, daughter, mother, father, table, chair, tree, mango, apple, there is no Dhamma in that. There are two ends, or the duality, external, internal, or there is, there isn't. Then what is Dhamma? It is nothing but nothingness. So Lord Buddha said, this reflection perceived by the eye is not made by you, nor by someone else. So in his own words in Pali, Nahidang attakatam bimbang, nahidam parakatang agang, hetum paticca sambhuta, hetu nirujja nirujjati. That is where cause and effect Dhamma comes into play. This is a very important message. So, if you listen to these sermons regularly, probably you might think every day they repeat the same thing. Every day they talk about this thought creation, sense faculties, and the fact that there is no self. Yes, that is the truth. That is the core of all 84,000 sermons done by Buddothpada Wahanse, and more than 10,000 sermons have been completed by now by our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. The difference is these Buddothpado sermons cater to the present generation. The metaphors, similes used in these sermons are relevant to the current context. We actually know in true Buddhism, in all those 84,000 sermons, Lord Buddha used so many metaphors and similes, because this Dhamma, for this illusion, cannot be understood without similes and metaphors. So, through their wisdom, we have the opportunity to understand this Dhamma, and to actually we also will gain that wisdom by listening to true Dhamma. It's called Srutamaya Jnana. That's the basic thing. One who enters the path, one who actually fortunately gets the first thought to end the suffering or to listen to Dhamma, should continue to listen to these sermons. That is the only way out of this. So the message Lord Buddha gives in this sutra, in this Dhamma discourse is, if someone accepts the projections of the I as a thing, it is the suffering itself. It is the becoming or the bhava itself. Then we can see the knot that we are entangled in. So, if we accept these projections as a thing, we cannot identify us as Buddhists. Because there is bhava, there is becoming. The moment we accept a certain illusion, projection as a thing, it is the cause of bhava or becoming. So, one who promotes becoming or one who creates or accepts becoming is not a Buddhist. Buddhists are people who liberate from becoming or bhava or cease the becoming or bhava nirodha, ceasing of bhava. If there is ceasing of becoming only, one liberate from suffering. So, such a person is not in the right view. If someone is in the right view, such a person may not accept the projections of the sense faculties as external entities. Because if someone accepts the projections of sense faculties as real, the self view is there on the other side. The person who accepts is there. That is inevitable. It's like an equation. So self view is wrong view. So Lord Buddha explains further, if someone does not accept the I, or the seeing actually, he does not accept the suffering. Hence he liberates from the suffering. If someone does not accept the ear, he does not accept the suffering. Hence he liberates from the suffering. If someone does not accept the nose or smelling, he does not accept the suffering. He liberates from the suffering. Similarly, if someone does not accept the tongue or tasting, he does not accept the suffering. He liberates from the suffering. Likewise, if someone does not accept the body sensation as real, he does not accept the suffering. He liberates from the suffering. Isn't it beautiful? Everything is nicely explained in these sermons. Everything comes in place. Now, same jargon, same vocabulary, same concept. What we should do is penetrating through this mechanism of the sense faculties. In other words, penetrating through the stimuli or penetrating through the thought or understand the role of the perceptions, these mental constructs. So once you start this, once you step into this, you naturally progress in the path, because you begin to see Dhamma everywhere, because there aren't two entities as Dhamma and life. Life itself is the recurrence of perceptions. Lord Buddha himself said, Mahanini, monks, life is nothing but recurrence of perceptions, sanya visankaranaya, repeated occurrence of perceptions. So when this all concepts come in place, when you see the big picture, everything will be crystal clear to you. This message will be so self-evident to you. So what the summary, the bottom line of what he explained is, if we see through or penetrate through these 5 sense faculties, which causes the mind sense faculty to arise, we liberate from the suffering. So how can we figure this out or untangle this knot? Because initially I said accepting them as chairs, tables, houses, sun, moon, teacher, doctor, farmer, mother, planet, Sri Lanka, America, Iran, warships. How can we untangle this knot? Yeah, they are nothing but the combinations of sounds and shapes. Sounds and shapes. They are chittas or thoughts made up of sounds and shapes. So these sounds, combinations of sounds and shapes are mere thoughts. There are not, there is no substance in the concept. They are just abstract concepts. They are not to be found in concrete form. So is there any value in these mental constructs, abstract things? So to further understand this, we have to see how this magic was first created. How did it first happen? How did the book come about? So, as we discuss every day, as we explain every day, the radiant mind or the child in the cot did not have a book, did not have a table, did not have a mother, father, world, no worldly perceptions were there. Just pure sensory experiences were there. But when such a child comes to a certain age, certain name or label was introduced in relation to the sensory experiences. When certain visual form or the shape, a shape occurred in the eye faculty due to the synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies. So when we discuss Dhamma, we have the basic understanding that we have in the previous sermons explained thoroughly that all so-called entities are just formations made up of Shuddhashtaka, 8 pure elements, which are just form of temporary vibratory things, because we can't use the word things even. Everything perishes and regenerates in every 17 chittakshanas. So we cannot talk about any permanent entity. So due to the thickness of these vibrations, certain formations are projected. So the vibrations of the eye faculty matches with those vibrations, and certain visual formation arises. So somebody, maybe some adult, gives the name tree, tree, tree to the child's ear. When the eye perceives a certain